Expecting somebody. I got Helen.
Sure, the rest and relaxation I've got while you people have had to stand up.
Yeah, I'll be workout. Still up. Those working.
Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I rise to get the House to take note of the death of Sir Leo Hiltshire and the Queensland economic miracle. It was a Cinderella state. It had no coal mining virtually at all. It had very little mineral mining, very few cattle. It had nothing. And then Bajorgi Peterson was elected Premier. Leo Hiltshire was put in charge of Queensland. And they went from taking Australia, a coal importing country, to Queensland being the biggest coal exporting state on earth. And they took huge risks, putting thousands of millions of dollars out on building railway lines and coal ports and opening up mines and towns. And this man had the courage to do that, along with the Premier of Queensland, Bajorgi Peterson. And I don't think anyone that was there at the time would deny that you could not separate the pair of them as to who was more responsible or less. Both of them said the other bloke, so I don't know. But Queensland went from a coal importing state in a coal importing nation to being the biggest coal exporting state on earth, one of the biggest copper producing states on earth, one of the biggest aluminium producing states on earth. Its agricultural production quadrupled. Now, these were people that believed every day of their lives they had to strain nerve and muscle and sinew to provide work, happiness and a wonderful life for its people. That's how they were driven. Not to save the planet or some other ideological pursuit, which future generations will laugh at on a grand scale. No. These people were serious people. And Leo Hiltshire, quite rightly, 2 of the 6 biggest bridges in Australia are named the Sir Leo Hiltshire bridges. And look, public servants normally are bad and they do terrible things and they stop anything from happening and they make our lives miserable. But there are very rare exceptions, Leo Hiltshire being one of them. And just one little story before I close. They went in and said, we want to export bauxite from Queensland. And Leo nearly died laughing, exporting bauxite. We export aluminium, not bauxite. And they said, oh yeah, we're going to get cheap electricity. We are building the biggest power station in the world and we're taking the coal for free. I mean, we're desperate for reserve resource policy on gas. We took the coal for free. You know, the biggest power station in the world, Gladstone, was fuelled on free coal. So we had the cheapest electricity in the world, and hence we got one of the biggest aluminium industries in the world. These were great men. These were truly great men. And they believed in freedom. If you went in there with some restrictions and petty little rules and regulations,
time has expired.
You would have been laughed out of their offices.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with profound sadness that I rise today to honour two extraordinary men whose passing has left an indelible void in our community, Mr Nick Trandos and Mr Bill Meredith. Nick Trandos was not only a dear friend and mentor to me personally, but also a highly regarded and respected leader within our community. For over 20 years, I was privileged to know Nick and his wonderful family. Our conversations were often filled with sound advice and sense of humour that helped shape who I am today. Nick's leadership as Mayor of the City of Wanneroo and President of the Durack Market Gardens Association left a lasting impact on the Wanneroo and Joondalup regions. He massively combined professional expertise with heartfelt community service, spearheading projects that nurtured social cohesion and regional development. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Nick was a cherished son, brother, husband, father, grandfather, uncle and friend. I have fond memories of many hours around the Trandos family dining room table where we regularly put the world to rights. His wife Sophie, his soulmates and constant support, and their children, Jim, Tanya, Dixie and Arthur, embodied the strong family values that Nick treasured. His hearty laughs, his warm hugs and wise counsel will be sorely missed, but forever remembered. The community has truly lost a treasure in Nick Trandos. Likewise, we mourn the passing of Bill Meredith, a quiet achiever with a big heart, whose presence was felt far and wide. Bill was a founding member and president of the Wanneroo Business Association. He held his connection within the business community with great pride and great care. Known for his honesty, hard work and sensible advice, Bill earned the trust and respect of everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. Over 2 decades, I enjoyed a close relationship with Bill and his family, sharing moments of joy and times of grief and hardship, also strengthened by his unwavering support and wisdom. Bill's dedication to grassroots communities and volunteering was unmatched. He delighted in watching his family grow and was always available with sound advice, a comforting word and a simple hug. Only recently I remember waving to Bill as he peacefully sat in his garden, enjoying the warmth of a Western Australian afternoon, a moment I now realise was our last farewell. His genuine kindness and care made him a beloved friend and part of our extended family. Today, as we reflect on the lives of Nick Trandos and Bill Meredith, we will celebrate two remarkable gentlemen who embodied leadership, integrity and community spirit. Their legacies live on in the hearts of their families and all those that they touched. May Nick and Bill rest in peace, knowing that their memory remains a guiding light for us all. I apologise for my voice. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call on the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in solidarity and sadness with my community in Indi, particularly in Pawnpukka and emergency services personnel from across the Alpine Shire and Wangaratta. We are shocked and devastated by the tragic killing of 2 serving police officers in the line of duty and the serious injury of a 3rd officer. To the families, friends and colleagues of the 2 police officers who lost their lives, my heart breaks for your immeasurable grief. I join with all our community in standing by you in this, the most terrible of times. To the 3rd officer, seriously injured, also in the line of duty, I join in the prayers for your recovery. Everyone deserves to make it home at the end of their shift. It is utterly heartbreaking that 2 members serving our community will not do so. This appalling event has shaken not only Pawnpukka but communities right across the northeast of Victoria and indeed across our nation. We may be geographically spread, but we are close-knit, and in moments like this we feel the loss together. The ripple effects through the entire community will continue to be felt for very much time to come. And of course, this is not over. I want to acknowledge and thank the police and emergency services who are continuing to respond to this ongoing incident, and they are doing so in very, very difficult terrain. We can only imagine how it must feel to know the danger and to continue to put yourself in harm's way in order to keep others safe. My mind is also constantly with the community in Pawnpukka and surrounding towns. I know you must be scared. I know you must be anxious as you follow the information and advice from the Victoria Police. You've already done so much, and I want to particularly acknowledge the Principal, Jan Gillies, and her staff of Porpunka Primary School, who kept students safe and calm during yesterday's lockdown for many, many hours. I know you will all continue to do what is needed until this terrible matter is resolved. You will have my support. You will have my support now and ongoing for as long as it's needed.
Thank you. We all stand with the community of Indi. Thank you. And I call on the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the member for Indi, thank you so much for your comments today. And the people of Swan, our hearts and thoughts are with you. And what it highlights to me is how important this place is and how important our words are, and that we need to continue to protect Australian civil society. Thank you. So my first constituency statement is about democracy, and it is about the last federal election. And so I think it's only right to talk about the important work that was done in Swan, which is now held on a 14% margin, and we had a 16.6% swing over 2 terms. And so here, the way that I think of all the people that contributed to the campaign, it's about how we contribute to democracy and how we continue to say that we love Australia. And so during the campaign, what we did is we knocked on 31,000 doors, and that cannot be done alone, and that was done with a team of amazing volunteers. And these people include Ann Sippy, Rupali, Chris Miller, Warwick, Stanley, Abdi Arton, Faisal Al-Muhammad, Sabir Hussain, Masara, Claudia, Sophie, Jaden, Sonia, Adrian, Craig, Raphael, Henry, Lisa Ma, Matthew, Lachlan, Charita, Robert, Leif, Dylan, Chi, Carolyn, Linda, George, Victor, Alan, Peter, Sabir, Bapi, Kamal Hussein, Heba, Tommaso and Janet. That was a phenomenal effort, and there were more people that door knocked on top of those people. Also to my amazing Field A team, or the Z team as we like to call it, which was led by Avery and Dan Roden, and also Zen Kasim, Jay Williams, Maddie Tulelai, Liam Hurley, Rukshan, Simon Stokes, Adam Gilbride, and also we have some amazing women that also phone bank. Anne and Felicity, the oldest team member of my office, is 73 years old. You all worked so hard and listened so graciously to the amazing people of Swan, and what I think politics is about is connecting with people. Also to my EO team, Melissa, Kaylee, Sam, Leandro, Catherine, Arbia, Zoe. Also to the campaign director, Darcy Gunning, and also the secretary of the AMWU. There were also so many yard signs, including Simon and Ronnie Forrest, amazing First Nations elders, but also to Wendy Fayton, who was Western Australia's first woman elected to the federal parliament, to booth captains, including Andy Skinner and Beck, who won the prettiest booth. It was an amazing effort. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I take the opportunity to update the House on efforts to build a better and safer Princess Highway through the electorate of Gippsland. And these are efforts, Deputy Speaker, which sadly have been resisted for much of the journey by the state Labor government, which has dragged its heels on every major project which sought to undertake on the highway. And sadly, Deputy Speaker, there's also been no new funding for the highway from the Albanese government in 3.5 years. But on the positive side, Deputy Speaker, we have seen the full duplication between Traralgon and Sale completed over the last 12 months, which means the next major project on the highway throughout my electorate is the bypass of Traralgon. Now we have 15 intersections in Traralgon, roundabouts or traffic lights, and it takes somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes to get through the town on a good day. During long weekends or peak holiday periods, it's much worse than that. Providing a bypass would reduce congestion for locals, it would improve the safety and productivity of the road, it would increase the livability for the local community, and it would also help to boost the visitor economy by bringing the rest of Gippsland closer to the southeast Melbourne growth markets by reducing travel times. Now, these are well recognised social, economic and environmental benefits to be achieved in building this bypass. And what we've seen so far, Deputy Speaker, is a state government refusing to engage with the community, with local councils, with the transport sector to progress this project. Now, at the last election, to try and get this project moving, the coalition announced it would provide $5 million to accelerate the planning for this project. Obviously, we didn't win the election, so that promise awaits some sort of matching contribution at some point, hopefully, from the Labor Party here in Canberra or perhaps the state government itself. Now, we need to accelerate the design and costings work, Deputy Speaker, because we know it's going to take at least 5 or 6 years to build the thing once we actually get the project moving. So we want to see some money on the table to get this project accelerated in the interests of improving safety, obviously, for the locals, but also for the travelling public. Now, what we need to understand, Deputy Speaker, is in the past, 80% of the funding for the highway works in Gippsland has come from the federal government. But this government, the Albanese government, has slashed that to 50%. So instead of providing 80-20 funding for regional road projects, the Albanese government, because it couldn't care less about regional road projects, has slashed that to 50-50, which means that the state government has no incentive whatsoever to try and accelerate regional projects. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've written repeatedly to the Andrews and Allen Labor governments and tried to get them on board with this project, which has been talked about for the best part of 30 years. Now that the duplication work is done, the next major road transport project east of Melbourne is clearly the Traralgon bypass. Now, I've written to the State Minister and received a response that they can't progress this project until they know what the final rehabilitated form of the Loy Yang mine looks like. Now, that is complete bull dust, Deputy Speaker. The mine will be stable. We need to get on with the job of doing the design consultation work to build the bypass as soon as possible in the interests of safety and productivity in my community.
Yeah. Thank you. And I call on the Minister for Regional Development.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak about some of the amazing contributions individuals make across the mighty Eden-Monaro. Today I'm thrilled to acknowledge the truly exceptional work of Shanoa, a proud member of the Embrace Disability Group in Jerrabomberra and a champion in every sense of the word. At the recent Para-Table Tennis Championships in Traralgon, Shanoa brought home 2 silver medals, 2 bronze medals and the title of Best Player Class 11 Women. These achievements reflect not only her talent and determination, but also the incredible support and inclusion fostered by our Embrace Disability Group. Shanoa's journey is one of perseverance, leadership and heart. She's shown us that barriers can be broken and that community and sport go hand in hand. Her success is a win for us all and a powerful reminder of what's possible when we embrace diversity and champion inclusion. Shanoa, we're really proud of you. Congratulations. I rise today to acknowledge the historic return of Goulburn's Lilac City Brass to the New South Wales State Band Championships. In a landmark moment for regional music, Lilac City Brass has represented Goulburn at the New South Wales State Band Championships in Penrith last weekend. It marks the first time since World War II that a Goulburn-based band has competed at the prestigious state-level event. The return to the competition stage is not only a significant milestone for Lilac City Brass, but a proud moment for the Goulburn community. Each piece was assessed by a blind adjudicator positioned out of sight in a sealed area of the auditorium to ensure objective judging. Well done to everyone involved, a great opportunity to be there. I want to give a massive shout out to Robbie Sanderson from Bungendore, an incredible young athlete and a true mighty Eden-Monaro legend. Robbie is 11 years old and has just returned from the UAE with 2 world titles to his name after an outstanding performance on the international stage. He won gold in the boys grappling under 14 45 kilo division on the 1st of August 2025, and he also claimed a world MMA title, making him a dual world champion in both grappling and mixed martial arts. This extraordinary achievement is a testament to Robbie's hard work, his discipline and his talent. We're incredibly proud of him and excited to follow his journey as he represents our region and our country with pride. I also rise to acknowledge and celebrate the remarkable achievement of Sophie Aston from Goulburn, who is currently representing Australia at the 2025 World Bridge Team Championships in Denmark. She's the first woman to compete in the Australian Open team in almost 20 years. Her selection follows an outstanding performance after the 2025 Open playoff, where Sophie and her team came out on top. Her strategic brilliance and calm under pressure was evident throughout the tournament, and her presence in the Open team has been been impactful, breaking barriers and inspiring a new generation of players. Sophie also runs a medical practice in Goulburn, so she supports our local community as well. Well done to Sophie.
Thank you, and I call the member for Page.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate all the winners at this year's Lismore Business Chamber Awards. Congratulations firstly to PJs, to Natasha and Brendan at PJ's Fruit and Veg, who were named the Business of the Year. Rainbow Ruse won Excellent in Healthcare and Wellness Industries. Joel and Britt from Joel Jensen Constructions and Tyrannia Consultants were joint winners of the Employer of the Choice with 20 employees and under. Social Futures won Employer of Choice for 21 employees and over. And the Bell family, Mountain Blue, won Excellence in Agriculture and Primary Industries. The 187 Katina won Outstanding Visitor Experience. Boost My Business 247 won Excellence in Innovation. Joel Jensen Constructions again won the Excellence in Trade, Construction and Manufacturing. Indigo Rose Disability Support Services won the Excellent in Diversity and Inclusion. Evolve Healthcare and Halleray Break Reconditioning, joint winners of the Excellence in Micro Business. Beyond Barriers Support won the Outstanding New Business. Joel Jensen Construction and PJ's Fruit and Veg and Tyrannia Consulting, joint winners of the Excellence in Small Business. And Tracy and the team at the South Lismore Post Office won the Excellence in Business and Professional Services. Silk Studio and the Levy Lounge and Bar, joint winners in Excellence in Creative Industries. PJ's Fruit and Veg again also won the Excellence in Retail and Personal Services. Summerland Bank won the Excellence in Sustainability. Our House won the Outstanding Community Organisation. Newton, Jenny and Chappelle won the Excellence in Large Business. I'd also like to acknowledge the individuals who won awards on that night. Corbett and Michael Johnston won the Outstanding Young Business Leader. Cameron Webster won the Outstanding Employee. Daniel Winkler Maloney won the Outstanding Trainee and Apprentice of the Year. Tracy Ann and Damien Chappelle were recognised as Outstanding Business Leaders. Again, congratulations to all the winners that night.
Thank you. And I call...
I'd like to congratulate all the winners at this year's Richmond Valley Business Awards. Congratulations to the Richmond Valley Aquatics, who were named the Business of the Year, also winning Excellence in Health, Excellence in Large Business and the Outstanding Visitor Experience. Aparax won the Excellence in Trade, Construction and Manufacturing. The Casino Artisan Gift Shop won Excellence in Creative Industries. Casino Beef Week won the Outstanding Visitor Experience. Casino Neighbourhood Centre won the Outstanding Community Organisation. Connect Business Solutions won both Employer of Choice and Excellence in Business and Professional Services. Fetch Pet Resort won the Excellence in Retail and Personal Services. Kookaburra Early Learning won Excellence in Sustainability. Summerland Support Services won Excellence in Diversity and Inclusion. The McCall School of Dance won the Excellence in Micro Business. Richmond Mushrooms won Excellence in Agricultural and Primary Industries. Star Fit won Outstanding New Business, and the Rod and Reel Hotel Brewery won both the Excellence in Small Business and the Excellence in Innovation. Summerland Bank won Excellence in Sustainability. Jack's Torrance won the Outstanding Employee. Kay Gator, Daniel Simpson, Kylie O'Reilly and Lynn Cinnamon also won awards. Congratulations to them all.
Thank you, Member for Page. And if I can just ask those on this side just to be a little quieter. I'll call on the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Rural and Regional Health.
Deputy Speaker, I am proud to have supported local community groups and their volunteers through grants for improved infrastructure, new equipment and boosted funding. In total, more than $1.2 million has been provided to local community organisations in my community of Dobell through the Stronger Communities program and more than $500,000 through the Volunteer Grants program. This year alone, I was proud to secure almost $129,000 to 12 different community groups through the Stronger Community Grants and almost $65,000 for 17 local organisations through the Volunteer Grants. These grants support the vital work of volunteers like the Wamburra Rural Fire Brigade. And I had the pleasure of sharing the news with Tracy McDermott that they'd been successful in receiving a grant of over $220,000 for new radio equipment. Tracy told me that this funding will mean every firefighter will have a radio when attending a job, which is vital to information sharing and community safety. Tracy said to me, and I quote, "This now means every firefighter has a fireground radio when they're on shift. All volunteers on shift are now hearing all safety alerts, changes in weather and fireground alerts. The remaining funding is also going towards purchasing additional batteries for the radios. Now we can change the batteries during the shift, so there is continued safety on the job. I also spoke to Julie from Marine Rescue Nora Head and shared with her that they'd been successful in receiving a grant of $480,000 for the latest technology, including radios. Julie said to me, and I quote, "This funding is vital to ensure our volunteers remain up to date with both technology and training. It is essential that we keep up to date with the latest positioning instruments used in emergencies, as well as the constantly evolving software that supports our operations. Ongoing training is critical to ensure volunteers can use the new technology effectively. Our volunteers dedicate significant time and effort to this work, and we operate every day managing Nora Head, Tuggerah Lakes and Terrigal throughout the week." Deputy Speaker, I'm also proud to support We Care Connect with a $15,000 grant to install fans and cooling equipment in their hub, which is staffed by hundreds of local volunteers who generously have supported over 30,000 children and families on the coast and across the Hunter with essential items, as well as a brilliant team at Toukley 50+, whose motto is, "You can teach an old dog new tricks," a local non-for-profit who received $4,750 grant for a new sound system. And I was glad to visit them a few weeks back, where I spoke with Pamela and their volunteer board. I'd also like to extend my thanks to the local selection panel made up of Scott Gould, Regional Director Business New South Wales, local councillor Margot Castles and Wyong High School students Layla and Emma for their contribution.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Wright.
Well done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Speaker, it was once said by a Prime Minister, it was once said by a Prime Minister in this chamber that if it's free, it just means that somebody else is paying for it. And too many times we see this government failing Australians by giving away the sugar hits. Exactly. The sugar hits to disguise the failures of their policy settings. Australians can see right through them, because since coming to office, this government has proven one thing: that neither can they manage the truth nor the economy. When it comes to sugar hits, those on the other side lead the charge. Quick fixes to cover up their failures. We were told that there'd be a $275 reduction, but instead we've seen a 32% increase in electricity prices. So we get a sugar hit. We get a rebate or something from the government that comes down. In fact, we've had two of them. $1 billion. We give sugar hits to the billionaires who go out and invest it in failed hydrogen projects right around the country. A sugar hit. But who's paying for that? Where's the money coming from? Well, there's a sugar hit for the bureaucracy of an extra 77,000 bureaucrats. We gave sugar hits out to the HEX students. Now, my daughters were great recipients there. If you're receiving the sugar, it's pretty good. It was a good policy for them. But it's not a good policy for those who have to pay it back. And the people who have to pay it back, there's an extra $32,000 dumped onto every household. $32,000 dumped onto every household of extra debt that has to be paid back. That's an extra $2,000 in interest since these guys walked through the door. It's a bitter pill to pay. But I'd also encourage those on the other side, Madam Speaker, particularly for the new Labor members, is don't trust the speaking points that Labor give you. Just don't trust them, because as new members, can I suggest that, particularly in the skills and training sector, the preeminent research body that captures the data for skills and apprenticeships is the National Centre for Vocational Education Research Centre. When we left office, there were over 412,000 skilled apprentices in the workforce. Today, there's 100,000 less. What these guys are doing is failing the system. The same research centre yesterday produced additional data to say since 23 to 24, in that 12-month period, under these guys' watch, and they'll continue to say, oh, it's our fault or it's our fault, there are 32,000 less apprentices. They are failing the country, they are failing the skilled sector.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Boothby.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to honour the life of the late John Baker, AM ESM. Known to all as JB, He joined the Brighton Surf Life Saving Club in 1977 as a nipper, and I'm sure he wouldn't have minded me saying he took to it like a duck to water. There started an almost 50-year life of service to surf life saving, and through that, service to the broader community. At Brighton, he became the under-14 club champion, and as part of the famous Brighton Beach team, won 6 state and Australian titles in the following 6 years, culminating in the club trophy for Best Australian Title Competitors in 1988. He became a patrol captain in the late 1980s and eventually accumulated the highest number of patrolling hours in Brighton Surf Life Saving Club's history. After marrying Jo and starting a family, like so many committed Surf Life Saving Club members, he shared his love with his children, Harry, Kate and Annabelle, who joined him on active patrols. His service to Brighton Surf Life Saving Club didn't finish on the beaches. In the 1990s, he joined the club's management committee and then eventually became State President of Surf Life Saving SA, then National President of Surf Life Saving Australia, and eventually also Vice President of the International Surf Life Saving Federation in Belgium. In 1994, he joined the Westpac Lifesaver Rescue Helicopter, initially as a crewman on patrols and eventually as a director. His over 31 years of service to helicopter patrols will be long remembered, not least by the many in the broader surf life-saving community who fondly remember his voice over the radio. While his service was driven by passion for the craft of surf life-saving, not for the accolades, nonetheless he was awarded a well-deserved Emergency Services Medal in 2017 and a Member of the Order of Australia in 2024. His community service to surf life-saving was extensive, but he was generous with his time to other organisations as well. He also served on the boards of Australian Red Cross, the Smith family and the Virtual War Memorial. As with so many people who give so generously of their time, he was also very successful in his work career. He turned a BA at Flinders Uni and TAFE training in marketing into an award-winning advertising career. At the time of his death, he was Managing Director of Campaign Consultancy, Executive Director of renowned marketing communications agency KWP Plus Partner, as well as Chair of the V-Star Powered Lift Aviation. I last saw JB and Jo at the Brighton Surf Life Saving Club Awards a couple of weeks ago, and he was, as always, in fine form. His sudden death has devastated the Brighton Surf Life Saving community and the broader surf life saving community. My condolences to his wife Jo, his children Harry, Kate and Annabelle. He will be missed. His was a life well lived and a life cut short too soon. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, the students of Serena State Primary School had an experience that they'll never forget, an opportunity to connect with our democracy in a way that was both tangible and inspiring without ever leaving their hometown. The National Flag Roadshow, together with the Parliament and Schools program, travelled to Serena, a small but proud community just 30 minutes south of Mackay. Serena is well known for its industries, sugar milling, cattle and the coal port that helps export Queensland's high-value resources to the world. But on this day, the focus was not on industry but on education. On a picture-perfect winter morning, around 50 students gathered on the school oval to take part in something truly remarkable. They didn't just hear about the Australian flag that flies proudly above Parliament House, they saw it, touched it and stood in awe of its scale. The experience was enriched further by the Parliament and Schools program. The Year 5 and 6 students stepped into the shoes of parliamentarians, debating legislation, learning about the responsibilities of government and practising how decisions are made in our democracy. They even tackled one of the great issues of modern life, where the pineapple belongs on pizza. I can report to the House that the result was decisive. Pineapple was overwhelmingly voted out. But behind the laughter and fun lies something profoundly important. Experiences like these bring civics to life. They show students that our democracy is not distant or abstract, it is theirs. It belongs to every Australian, no matter whether they live in Canberra, Sydney or a small regional town like Serena. It's no secret that when young people understand how our system works, they are far more likely to engage in it, to question it and to participate in it. A strong democracy requires informed citizens, and that learning begins in our classrooms. I want to take a moment to pay particular tribute to the principal of Serena Primary School, Emily Adams. Her leadership and dedication to her students are extraordinary. She has created an environment where curiosity is encouraged, respect is expected, and every student is given the opportunity to thrive. Lastly, I thank the Speaker of the House for creating this invaluable opportunity. Your passion for civics education and hands-on engagement with students was truly inspiring, and it shows what we can achieve when we work together to equip the next generation with an understanding of our democracy. Our democracy is strongest when young people understand it and feel part of it. Civics education is not just about facts and dates. It's about nurturing active citizens who are ready to shape Australia's future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It'd be interesting to know which way the member for Capricornia went on that pineapple stuff. Over the last few weeks, it's been a pleasure to go to some of the recipients of the Stronger Community Grants in McEwen. Proud to say that under the Albanese Labor government, we're supporting groups that are making a real difference in our communities. First of all, at the Diamond Creek Football Netball Club, $18,000 has been put towards NAIDOC jumpers and netball dresses. The jumpers will be worn at the Doug Nicholls round each year. Apart from looking great, they serve very important purposes of strengthening the club's connection to the local Indigenous community, growing and understanding the Indigenous connection to the great game of AFL. So I want to extend my appreciation to Maria Jory and Sean Fitzpatrick for their hard work, their dedication in pushing this along to make sure that the jumpers are a true reflection of Diamond Creek by getting a local artist to do the design that includes Diamond Creek, the hills, the trees, and everything about the local area. And I think it's important that these sort of things happen for our communities, because it's people like Sean and Maria and the rest of the crew down there who really sustain the heart and soul of the clubs in local communities, which are so important for all of us. Now, I can't wait to see the Creekers come out in the special occasion colours, and I know the boys were rapt seeing the jumpers last week. It was great fun. Also, I want to celebrate an important local initiative that is taking place in our region next week. On the 6th of September, another Fishing for Mental Health Day will take place at Kyneton at Lauriston Reservoir. It's now an annual event for locals to get together, have a great day outdoors and promote mental health. There's even prizes for the biggest catch and small catch of the day, as well as for the best joke, which I can sadly say I never win. Apparently my dad jokes are not funny to anyone else but me, but that's okay. I won't take it to heart. I'm proud to be able to contribute towards this sort of special occasion by sponsoring all the bait purchases. Local Jack Bamford, a man who is someone that we should really sit down and listen to, for his journey is a remarkable one, from where he's been to where he's got through to be able to put this together for everyone to enjoy. And his commitment to this event is second to none. I was down there with my good friend Mary-Ann Thomas, the member for Macedon and Victorian Health Minister, as we chatted with Jack about what's going on and acknowledged the support from VFA, the Victorian Fisheries Authority, for their support in helping getting this done by last year stocking Lake Lauriston to make sure there was fish, trout there to catch. All it takes sometimes for these things to really happen is for someone with a bit of passion and a bit of fire in their belly and great desire to get things done. And it's great work by Jack for what he's done to be able to do this. And so it's an exciting time for us to be at home, to be spending the time in local communities, travelling around to the different groups, to see all these little cogs that make our community tick. And it's such a pleasure to be able to catch up with local people, see these things firsthand in action, and see the great work they're doing for our community.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Calper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment. Deputy Speaker, last week I went and visited a small corner store business in one of my small towns in the electorate of Cowper. And the business owner reminded me how bad government policy can kill small business. I won't name the business because he is genuinely fearful of reprisals about what I'm about to talk about, and that is the increasing infestation of illicit tobacco and vape stores across Australia. This business isn't the first one to reach out to me. I get calls every week, particularly from small corner store businesses that are being hammered. Their cash flow is being cut because of these illicit traders. And surely, Deputy Speaker, you're hearing about this, and your Labor colleagues and the crossbench are all hearing about this. And we've heard the saying, just because you say something doesn't make it true. Simply saying that Australia has banned illicit tobacco and vaping products doesn't make them miraculously disappear. In fact, it's propagated the whole industry but sent it to the black market. How can we possibly go from a retail landscape with a rapidly diminishing tobacco store footprint leading into 2020 to seeing a new shop popping up on every street in every town, and it just says to us the policy isn't working? Conversely, with all these new stores, how can we see tax revenue from tobacco decreasing? Logically, if more shops were legally selling regulated products, the government coffers will be growing alongside them. And yet, tobacco excise collections, have collapsed to their lowest level in 14 years. Now, I'm the first to say I hate smoking, I hate vaping, and I would love to see them go. But the fact is, the policies that we have right now are not working. We're seeing fire bombings in Sydney and Melbourne, and police do not have the resources, nor do the state health authorities, to tackle this. And I'm very happy that the Assistant Treasurer is in the Federation chamber today, because we've done the costings on legalising vaping, which would bring in about $7 to $9 billion a year. Regulate it, control it, take it out of the hands of the crooks. I again say I hate smoking and vaping, but this policy is not working.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Science plays such an important role in our modern world, but it's not an area everyone feels confidence to speak about or to explore their curiosity for. That's why I was so proud to open the Gut Feelings exhibition during Science Week at Sutherland Shire's Hazelhurst Art Gallery. Gut Feelings is a community art project supported by the Australian Government through Inspiring Australia that has brought together science and art to explore the connection between the gut, the brain, and the trillions of microbes within us that make up our gut microbiome. And it does this through a unique medium, knitting and fibre arts. Knitting and fibre arts offer a familiar, accessible way for people to engage with science and feel part of something larger. Hand-stitched donated items were combined to create soft sculptural installations, transforming complex internal systems into approachable, playful and evocative artworks. All of this to raise awareness of the importance of gut health to mental health and well-being and to promote community connection. I want to acknowledge the contributions of Professor Georgina Holes and the Microbiome Research Centre for bringing the most cutting-edge understanding of the research that has gone into the microbiome to the project, which is now helping those of us outside of the field to better understand it. I also want to thank Rita Pearce, Pat Pillai and my dear friend Mary Hayman for the countless hours of hard work and passion that they put into ensuring that this project was a success, and to congratulate them on the incredible work that these efforts have produced. Well done. As someone from a family of teachers, I know how much amazing work that our public school teachers do to help our young people reach their full potential. That's why I was so excited to attend Loftus Public School's Public Education Week Open Day. I was absolutely in awe of the presentations of the students. This year's theme was Ignite Your Potential. It was a terrific opportunity to see the children across the school come together and highlight their achievements. The Assembly Showcase demonstrated the talent and the confidence of the students. The students danced to Who Let the Frogs Out, which I have not yet been able to get out of my head. They performed with the school bands and they participated in resilience activities where the students shared what they were grateful for, which included everything from their family and their friends to McDonald's. It was beautiful to see so many of the children able to ignite their potential with the support of dedicated teachers and families. The day allowed visitors to learn more about the incredible opportunities offered to students by the school, both directly and through the digital QR trail. And I want to acknowledge and thank Principal Ms Newell-Courtney, the staff and the parents and family for all their efforts in putting together such a strong and impressive program. Thank you so much to all our public school teachers.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are many manufacturing business success stories in regional Australia. Blessed with stable, reliable and committed workforces, land for expansion and a resilient can-do community attitude, many of our small to medium-sized manufacturers thrive in our regional towns and cities, especially when government policy settings are supportive rather than restrictive. One such is the James Strong Precision Packaging Facility in Taree, in the heart of the Line electorate, which I've visited on 2 occasions. For over 30 years, James Strong has been producing and supplying food and aerosol cans in Australia. The plant at Taree employs 81 people, Taree's second largest private sector employer, and produces over 100 million cans per year. It has recently invested more than $8 million in an advanced production line to restore in-house capacity to manufacture aluminium slugs and then convert them into canned products. This allows the company to secure a domestic supply chain, reduces reliance on imports, and allows a recycled aluminium to be incorporated into the process. This initiative has used the expertise of the University of New South Wales' Sustainable Materials Research and Technology Centre, a collaboration utilising world-class R&D to improve sustainability of operations, repeatedly recycle metal and provide additional ongoing employment. It's a win-win-win situation. However, this all happens when policy settings are consistent, supportive and realistic, not inconsistent, restrictive and idealistic, which is the case with the Albanese government's headlong rush into intermittent renewables as baseload power and its ideological use of net zero for its socialist agenda. Regional manufacturers, like their city cousins and all Australian households, are under pressure. In just 5 years, James Strong's energy bills have increased by 65%, insurance by 76%, and rates and taxes by 75%. These ever-increasing cost imposts are unsustainable and places the business at a competitive disadvantage to its offshore competitors. It undermines Australia's sovereign manufacturing goals for Made in Australia. In addition, the government's energy policies are also threatening the long-term viability of Tomago, the main source of local aluminium and the mainstay of James Strong's casting line. In addition, the push for green aluminium, that is material made using renewable energy, has a perverted effect of pushing aluminium supply offshore, despite local aluminium being just 120 kilometres away and without the frequent flyer air miles. We need to restore balance to the production of baseload power for industry with nuclear power and making better use of existing coal and gas technology.
Thank you. And I call on the Assistant Treasurer Minister for Financial Services.
Deputy Speaker, it was terrific to be joined in sunshine recently by the Prime Minister and the Minister for Health for the opening of Australia's 90th Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. The Albanese government has delivered the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Sunshine to provide better access to high-quality, free, bulk-billed healthcare services. There's no more important part of our society's safety net than healthcare. During the election, constituents repeatedly raised with me just how important bulk billing is. This is one of the key underpinnings of our Medicare system. To have an additional urgent care clinic in Fraser, following the establishment of one in Maribyrnong last year, is a critical service for my community. It's taking pressure off our local emergency department at Sunshine and other hospitals, reducing the number of people attending hospital emergency departments for urgent but not life-threatening conditions such as sprains, infections, rashes and cuts. Long wait times at hospitals are not only an inconvenience, but an ineffective use of hospital resources which urgent care clinics seek to address. Our government has committed to strengthening Medicare. These urgent care clinics are proof of that, with over 1.7 million visits since the first sites opened 2 years ago. More than 50% of presentations to urgent care clinics in Victoria have been outside of business hours, which means that these clinics are filling an important gap in services that I'm sure will help vulnerable people across my electorate. Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the Stronger Communities Grant Program recipients in my electorate. I was pleased that under this year's program, 20 organisations in Fraser received a grant for an infrastructure project that delivers social benefits for our local community. Every organisation that applied is driven by service to and making differences in the community. At the heart of strong communities are volunteers. The grant recipients this year highlight the rich diversity of community organisations that define my electorate of Fraser and modern Australia. Australian Vietnamese Arts and Culture received a grant. They will use the funding to purchase equipment to produce a documentary for the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese settlement in Australia. The documentary will feature interviews with people who arrived 50 years ago and will help senior members of the Vietnamese community to feel valued and connected. It will also create a valuable resource for younger generations to learn about their incredible stories and the journey that they went on. Another recipient is the Western Eagles Soccer Club, which is receiving a grant to help fund the construction of women's change room facilities. Upgrading these change rooms will create a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all players, improve local participation and support the growth of women's football at the Western Eagles Football Club. Congratulations to all of the 20 organisations that receive funding, and thank you for all that you do to build stronger communities.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Cook.
Recently, I met 3 locals who've had enough of watching our coastline waste away. Paul, Ben and Freddie call themselves Sea Care. They're not lobbyists, they're not activists for hire, they're not political. They're just 3 community members who've lived, worked and surfed the Bait Bay for decades. They've seen the sand stripped away from Cronulla Beach and the rest of the Bait Bay and dumped into the Port Hacking, where channels are choking, the Deben Spit is swelling, and the once tidal waterways are now almost sealed shut. Paul's been surfing there for nearly 50 years, and now he says most days he can't surf. But this isn't just about catching a wave, it's about protecting the Bait Bay, safeguarding our foreshore, preserving a way of life for the next generation, and keeping alive that strip of sand that brings the economy and money to our local economy. Freddie spoke about wanting his grandchildren to enjoy the beach he knew, and that's a sentiment every parent and grandparent in this community should understand. Sea Care isn't asking for lip service. What they want is science-backed solutions that sustainably bring back sand to the Bait Bay and Cronulla Beach and keep it that way. They want all stakeholders, local, state and federal, to work together and to act. Their call is simple. Support their cause. Let's stop chasing band-aid solutions where we move sand from one end of the beach to the other, and let's make Bait Bay and Cronulla Beach healthy for good. I stand with them. Our coastline is a central part of our area. It's a central part of the culture and our way of life. It's a central part of our economy, so we need to act now. Before our coastline disappears, this is the heritage we owe to our future generations, and on behalf of my community, Sea Care, I will urge Parliament to get behind this initiative. I also want to pay tribute to those who attended and took part in the Vietnam Veterans Service Day hosted at the Cronulla RSL sub-branch on the 18th of August. And to mark this remarkable milestone, it was also the 100th anniversary of the Cronulla RSL. Vietnam's Veterans Day recognises the service and sacrifice of nearly 60,000 Australians who served in the Vietnam War. More than 3,000 were wounded and 523 never returned home. At Cronulla RSL, we gathered not only to honour those men and women, but reflect on the unique role Cronulla RSL has played in supporting our diggers for over a century. Established in 1925, Cronulla RSL has stood for 100 years as a piece of remembrance, service and community. It has been a place where veterans and their families have found support, they've found community, and found where their service is celebrated and recognised. On behalf of this Parliament, I thank Cronulla RSL for 100 years of dedication, and I thank every Vietnam vet for their service.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was out door knocking in Warrandyte recently, a beautiful bushy part of the electorate I'm fortunate to represent. It's a community that understands the importance of preserving our environment and addressing climate change. I knocked on door after door where people said they were looking forward to accessing the government's solar home battery scheme to save money on their power bills and to play their part in reducing Australia's emissions. The 30% discount provided enough of an incentive for them to take up the step of investing in a home battery. It's this kind of demand that means that almost 40,000 households nationally have taken up the solar home battery scheme. We already have the highest rates of rooftop solar in the world. This scheme will better allow us to make the most of our abundant renewable energy and take pressure off the grid. I also popped into Warrandyte Football Club, who was successful in the recent volunteer community grants program. and saw the Bloods play their semi-final match amongst the beautiful gum trees at Warrandyte Reserve. I'd like to congratulate the seniors, reserves and under-19s for making it into the grand finals. Go Bloods! Finally, I was also lucky enough to visit the Manningham Chinese Senior Citizens Association recently, another successful recipient of the volunteer community grants who received a grant of around $2,000. It is one of the largest social clubs in Menzies with over 1,000 members and also one of the most active. They conduct activities 5 days a week, ranging from Chinese opera, mahjong, tai chi, traditional and contemporary dancing, and they also put on an affordable and delicious lunch. It was clear to me how much joy and community the attendees get out of these activities. I was fortunate to narrowly avoid being dragged into singing karaoke by some of the very spirited participants. Thank you to Celine, Stella and other volunteer community members for bringing so much happiness to the older Australians in my community. I'd also like to congratulate Manningham SES and the wonderful Volunteer Community Committee on raising $70,000 at their recent Thunderball event. These funds will go towards equipment to support the amazing SES volunteers who are always one of the first on scene during floods, fires, fallen tree branches and other emergencies that happen in the area. It was an unforgettable night when people hit the dance floor early and we were treated to the James Bond themed video presentation giving the Manningham SES the opportunity to showcase their acting skills. Congratulations to Manningham SES. I also rise today to talk about one of the most pressing generational challenges facing the people of Menzies, which is housing. We're bringing forward the 5% deposit guarantee scheme to ensure that young people across Menzies will be able to get into their first home sooner.
Thank you. And I call on the member for Canning.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, last Saturday we hosted the 10th annual Canning Shakespeare competition, which is a competition I run every year. And for 10 years now, we've had more than 120 kids step up onto the stage and bring Shakespeare's words to life. And when I started this competition a decade ago, the goal was simple: to give young people in our community an opportunity that they might not otherwise have. And I'm always grateful to Mr. Ben Elton AM, the co-writer of Blackadder, Mr. Bean and Upstart Crow, who was there to launch our first competition. The reason I do it is that kids in outer metro and regional areas often don't get the same opportunities in the arts as those in the capital cities. And I believe in a fair go, which is why we put this competition on. Talent isn't limited by geography, and opportunity should not be limited by it either. And we've had a number of kids come through, engage with the arts, gain performance experience and wrestle with one of the toughest playwrights you can perform. I'm proud to say that we've had one of our winners be accepted into the West Australian Academy of Performing Arts and launched from our competition, which is great. But Shakespeare just isn't about theatre. He's part of the Western canon, a body of work that has shaped our civilisation and the way that we speak. If you say phrases like "to break the ice," you're quoting Taming of the Shrew. If you say you wear your heart on your sleeve, you're quoting Othello. If you say you're in a pickle, which is what a lot of us say around here, you're quoting The Tempest. Shakespeare continues to shape our language. It also stretches our imagination, it sharpens our mind, and it helps young people to understand the full breadth of the human condition, from our strengths, our flaws, to understand ambition, and of course our many failings. And so I've seen what happens when young people rise to the challenge. There was a young girl of about 15 on the weekend who was completely scared before she went out onto the stage, and when she went out onto the stage she transformed into someone of great confidence and did a wonderful performance. So that's why we do it. This year, Henry Hayes from Andrew Baptist College won the competition with a commanding performance as King Richard from Richard III, and his portrayal of Richard III, complete with Hunchback, took us into another world, which is what the judges were looking for. Our runner-up, Shekinah Doherty from Foundation Christian College, gave a moving performance as Lady Anne, also from Richard III, and it was full of poise and emotional depth for someone her age. And these performances are a credit not just to Henry and Shekinah, but also to their schools, teachers and families who support them.
I want to acknowledge very quickly Steve Capener from Foundation Christian College, the drama teacher there, who backs us in every year and prepares his students. I also want to thank our panel of judges, Shelby Kazakov, a local drama teacher, Dr Melissa Merchant from Murdoch University, and Dr Tom Heath from the West Australian Academy of Performing Arts. Thank you for backing us in.
Thank you, and I call on the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 12th of August, I was delighted to announce our location for the new Ipswich Veterans and Families Hub in my electorate, together with the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. Operated by RSL Queensland, the new hub will be co-located with Mates for Mates at 260 Brisbane Street, West Ipswich. This follows Labor's commitment to the 2022 federal election to deliver a much-needed Veterans and Families Hub in Ipswich. Now, it's taken RSL Queensland a long time to decide upon and acquire a site, but they got there in the end. And that's why that's important, because we have one of the biggest bases in the country. In fact, RAF Base Amberley is the biggest Air Force base in the country. We've got more than 10,000 veterans and families living in Ipswich and surrounding areas, and over 5,000 ADF personnel posted to RAF Base Amberley, including Army units. I'm very proud that the Albanese Labor government is delivering upon my commitment to establish this Veterans Hub. Even more so because the LNP federally previously promised a Veterans Hub for Ipswich at the 2016 federal election, only to renege upon the commitment, having won the election in 2016 after the election. They went on to drop the commitment from their 2019 and 2022 election platforms. Then the Morrison government announced funding for a Veterans Wellbeing Centre in South East Queensland, but still failed to deliver one in Ipswich. So it took Labor's commitment at the 2022 election to finally secure this funding and this facility for my community. It's wonderful to see the significant progress made with this project, with the permanent location now locked in, co-located with Mates for Mates Ipswich Centre in West Ipswich, and the expectation that Go-To Health will operate from this facility as well. RSL Queensland and Mates for Mates have a proven track record when it comes to supporting the veterans community in South East Queensland. So I'm pleased that RSL Queensland was a successful applicant for the funding. They've got the runs on the board to make this happen. They've operated other centres around Brisbane, with Mates for Mates running several successful hubs across the country. This is why the Albanese Labor government awarded them $5.4 million in a grant to lead the development of the hub in the first place. And it's why I'm confident they'll deliver an outstanding facility where veterans and defence personnel and their families will have access to a wide range of health and wellbeing services close to home when and where they need it. Importantly, the Ipswich Hub will provide tailored mental health services and wellbeing services in keeping with our government's strong commitment on responding to the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide, something Labor called upon the government to do from opposition. And that's why having this hub close to where people live is so important. It's another sign that the Albanese Labor government is backing our veterans community in the Ipswich and Somerset region. I'm looking forward to working with RSL Queensland and seeing this facility opened officially.
Thank you. In accordance with the Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call on the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a great honour to return to this place for the 5th term as the duly elected member of Durack. The responsibility of representing the largest electorate in the country is not lost on me. Covering over 1.4 million square kilometres and over half of Western Australia, Durack brings with it such a diversity of people, communities and issues that need addressing. Before diving into some of these issues, I would like to give thanks to everybody who helped to get me here. Being elected 5 times doesn't just happen, and it's in large part because of my electorate office team that I have behind me, some of which have been with me from the very start. So I give enormous thanks to you, Diane and Carolyn, and Jackie, Leanne, Claire, Jen and Don for all your support and your commitment to serving our fabulous Durack community. I'd also like to thank my volunteers. I'm sure colleagues across all sides of the chamber would agree that having a friendly face at the booth makes a real difference to our constituents. There are a few in particular who I would like to give a special shout out to: Rob Dimes, Kate Jackson, Randall Starling, Sally and George Gifford, I call them my Gingin heroes, Greg Neal, he's my guy in the Pilbara, and Celia and Helen, they're definitely my broom angels. And of course, a very special mention to my Brad for all his care and support during and after each of the 5 campaigns. I simply could not do my job without you, and Durack constituents effectively get a 2-for-1 with Brad by my side. I want to also acknowledge the other Durack candidates who put their hand up at this election. I met many of you during the campaign and commend you and your volunteers for being part of the democratic process. Whilst we may disagree on the means to achieve a better Australia, we all want to see a brighter future, especially for regional Western Australians. As we're all aware, excuse me, the Liberal Party did suffer a very heavy national defeat on election night. However, these results were not echoed in regional Western Australia. In my own seat of Durack, Labor went backwards by 5.5%, and in the member for O'Connor's seat, Labor went backwards by 6.6%. It's clear to me one of the reasons for this diversion from the national trend was the local response to the Albanese Labor government's destructive decision to end the WA live sheep trade. There are communities across regional Western Australia whose very existence is threatened by Labor's ban, and they were not going to let this happen without a fight. I heard from a lot of people that they had always been Labor voters, but they could simply not vote for them again because of this issue. Regional communities, well, they have a very good habit of standing together when an outsider comes to say what can and cannot happen. In acknowledging the role live export had in Durack, I would also like to acknowledge the people behind Keep the Sheep. This was an organisation that was formed simply out of desperation to save an industry and the livelihoods of at least 3,000 Western Australians. In just a short amount of time, they managed to secure the signatures of over 100,000 fellow Australians who also wanted to tell the government that this decision was deeply unfair. With the ban set to take effect on May 1, 2028, I will continue to advocate on behalf of those affected communities across Durack. This term, I will continue to talk about the importance of restoring the Australian dream of home ownership. We have seen young Australians practically give up on this dream in recent years, and this is a national crisis that requires immediate action. Now, supply is obviously part of the problem, but we have to be serious in acknowledging that demand plays its part as well. 10 years ago, my home state of Western Australia had a population of less than 2.5 million people. Today, it has grown to over 3 million people. This has been primarily driven by overseas migration. Now, let me be clear. Australia has a long and proud history of migration, but it is absolutely essential that policymakers wake up and realise such high levels of growth are simply unsustainable. The current migration program is putting a heavy burden on housing, infrastructure and the hospital system. I was staggered by a recent report identified by the WA Liberal Party that since the WA Labor government took office in 2017, the number of daily active beds in metropolitan hospitals has increased by just 118. In that same time, the population has grown by 400,000. It is any wonder that our WA health system is not working like it ought to. The Albanese Labor government sought to neutralise this issue before the last election by promising to curb international student numbers and insisting that net migration would come down. Just 3 short months later, however, the government has announced that they will increase the international student cap by 25,000 per year. This follows the net migration numbers being consistently higher than Labor's budget's projections. Now, let's be clear about this. Labor's broken promises on migration are just pouring more fuel on the fire. Sadly, there are members opposite, despite what they were saying at the time of the election, that they refuse to even admit that this high level of net migration is a problem and instead resort to name-calling those who do. Now, I would like to state here very clearly that it is not bigoted or racist to say that Australia's migration system must work for those who are already here, those who've already chosen to call Australia home. Nor is it bigoted or racist to say that right now it isn't the case. And I'm very proud of the incredibly diverse, multicultural community that makes up the electorate of Durack. The Coalition came to government in 2013 largely because of out-of-control illegal migration. I believe the Coalition could return to government by promising to combat Labor's out-of-control legal migration. Now, energy will, of course, be similarly important for us to establish a pathway back to government. Australians are figuring out on their own that Labor's farcical renewables-only strategy is not working. They figured that out all by themselves. They see this in their power bills, which have not gone down by the $275 as promised by the Prime Minister. The Coalition has announced a policy development process relating to the energy and emission reduction policies we will take to the next election. But the two fundamental principles will underpin this work. Number one, having a stable, reliable energy grid which provides affordable power for households and business. And two, reducing emissions in a responsible, transparent way that ensures that Australia does its fair share. What is clear, though, is that intermittent power cannot sustain a successful and robust economy. I'll refer to the release this week of the quarterly update of Australia's National Greenhouse Gas Inventory March 2025 report. The report says emissions have decreased by 1.4% compared with the previous year. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that sounds like good news, doesn't it? Sounds like the government's got this all under control. Because if you investigate the numbers as to why they've gone down, you might think again. Emissions linked to industrial processes and product use emissions decreased by 4.7% over the year to March 2025. Now, guess what the primary driver of this decrease was? It was with respect to a decrease in steel production. Similarly, emissions from agriculture are down because of a reduction in livestock numbers. Now, as I've previously said, there is no way Labor will meet its emissions targets, but that's not entirely true. There is a way for them to do so, and sadly it is by decimating our heavy industry and sending those opportunities offshore. You can do that. You can send industry offshore and reduce your emissions, but is that good for our country? I don't think so. You see, domestic industries that no longer exist, well, they don't produce any emissions. So there you go, solve the problem. Close down industry and you get a reduction in emissions. So much for the future made in Australia. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the member for Durack, I also proudly represent the second largest Indigenous population of any MP. Improving outcomes for Indigenous Australians and the communities they live in has always been a priority of mine. And I was deeply troubled to see the news recently that just 4 of the 19 Closing the Gap targets are on track. Now, while the Prime Minister, he was at Garma announcing a bunch of money previously slated and talking about an economic plan he'd referred to the year before, I was honoured to join the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, and the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians in the Kimberley. There, we had the great pleasure of meeting with community leaders, local business people and health professionals who are committed to making a real difference. We understand that prioritising symbolism over practical action, as this government has done repeatedly, won't improve the outcomes for Indigenous Australians nor the communities that they live in. As the Leader of the Opposition has said, we will continue to fall short until we address the early years and making sure our kids go and stay in school. The mismanagement of taxpayer dollars, as plenty of money is spent, but not too much keeps going to the same. But too much keeps going to the same things over and over. And we need proper training and real jobs. These are all important issues that we as an opposition will need to respond to through effective policy development, and I note the measured approach outlined by the Leader of the Opposition. As Susan Lee has said, we will be constructive where we can, but critical where we must, and that while our policies are under review, our values are not. To be clear, the Liberal Party stands for individual freedom, reward for effort, limited government involvement, and a prouder and stronger Australia. On top of being returned as the member for Durack, it is an honour to have been appointed as the Shadow Minister for Cyber Security and as the Shadow Minister for Science. Shortly after I was announced as the Coalition Shadow Minister for Cyber Security, Qantas was subject to one of the biggest cyber breaches in Australia's history. With 5.7 million accounts impacted, this was a nationally significant incident, and many in this parliament were affected as well. While no credit cards, financial information, passport details or passcodes were accessed, Australians still needed to take care of the data extracted to make sure that others can't take advantage of that information. Australians who have trusted a business with their personal information should have faith that their information is safe. The Qantas breach and the TPG IINet breach in recent days demonstrates that this data is vulnerable, and I think that Australians deserve better. I've outlined to the Minister for Cyber Security that we are prepared to work with the government to better protect Australians' data, just as we did in the last Parliament. Australians are also right to be concerned about malicious cyber activity threatening our national security. As the government's own latest annual cyber threat report outlines, Australia is confronting its worst complex strategic environment since World War II, and this includes growing threats in cyberspace. State-sponsored cyber operations, they are ongoing and they are an escalating concern, particularly as strategic competition intensifies across the Indo-Pacific. These actors are engaged in intelligence gathering, interference, coercion, and attempts to gain a foothold within critical networks. Should the strategic environment deteriorate significantly, Australia could face major and disruptive cyber attacks. The Director-General of ASIO recently announced the cost of espionage adds up to $12.5 billion a year, much of which is conducted in the cyberspace. He outlined that the nations trying to steal our secrets include China, Russia and Iran. We should not be afraid to acknowledge the threat such nations pose, and we must improve our capacity to respond, particularly as the strategic competition increases. We should take reports that China is winning the cyber war very seriously and respond with immediate action. We must work with our partners, especially the United States, as well, to create a strong and united bloc that can withstand and respond to attacks. Now, advancing cyber capabilities is, of course, an important aspect of AUKUS Pillar 2. To be clear, cyber security is national security. The Coalition has called on Labor to commit to increasing defence spending to at least 3% of GDP. This is incredibly important if we are to deliver AUKUS and to project collective strength. I believe Labor should also consider greater investment in cyber defences, as has been committed to by NATO alliances in the face of Russian aggression. NATO's recent commitment was to lift core defence spending to 3.5% of GDP and a further 1.5% of GDP on broader defence and security-related investments, including cyber. I'm also very pleased to be returning to the science portfolio. I had the great honour of being the Minister for Science and Technology during the Morrison government, and it has been so good to reconnect with stakeholders from that time and new ones as well. I'm particularly excited to be back involved with the Australian civil space industry. When we were in government, we established the Australian Space Agency and invested a record amount aimed at growing this very important industry. I moved a private member's motion on Monday in this place outlining that unfortunately a lot of this investment was wound back in Labor's first term. Very disappointing for the Australian space industry. As I know Madam Deputy Speaker, being a South Australian, will understand that only too well. This included Labor's decision to abolish the $1.2 billion National Space Mission for Earth observation and stripping funding from the Technology into Orbit program, the Moon to Mars program and the Space Ports program. I was pleased to join the Parliamentary Friends of Space Industry event last night and speak to members of the Space Industry Association of Australia. Despite Labor's cuts, there are still plenty of opportunities for Australia to benefit from the space revolution. But it is important the government starts to send the right signals right now that will drive further investment. The upcoming International Astronautical Congress in Sydney provides the government with a great opportunity to begin to undo the damage of their first term. In addition to space, I have in recent months been connecting with our universities and leading scientists. Increasing engagement in STEM, being science, technology, engineering and maths, has never been more important than right now. These are the skills Australia needs, and making sure more young Australians, and women in particular, move into STEM is a priority for me in this portfolio. I wrote to the Minister for Science, Senator Tim Ayres, in July requesting a briefing on the government's plan for the science portfolio. I'm yet to hear back from Minister Ayres, but I've said before we will work constructively with the government where we can. I look forward to receiving a response from Minister Ayres. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll conclude by again thanking my electorate of Durack for again giving me the great honour of once again serving as their federal representative. I will work every day to ensure their voices are heard and will try my best to represent both those who voted for me and those who did not. As a member of the opposition, it is clear we have a big job ahead of us, but I can guarantee the people of Durack that we are up to it. Those opposite, they currently hold 94 seats, an almost unimaginable result before election day. It is clear that the Prime Minister and the members behind him, well, they're still riding high, still feeling pretty good about themselves, and anyone watching Question Time has already seen the hubris from those opposite coming across the chamber. But I'd like to remind those opposite that politics should not be about personal victories. Politics must deliver tangible results for Australians, for all Australians. It is my hope that this 48th Parliament delivers far more than the 47th. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And I would also congratulate the member for Durack on her re-election. And it is a very challenging electorate, being so big, but I congratulate her on it. And she's right, that politics shouldn't be about hubris, it shouldn't be about congratulating oneself, it should be about policy outcomes for the Australian people. And in listening to the member for Durack, I would also put forward the fact that what wasn't in her speech was the fact that the Coalition came to an election with a policy to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into nuclear energy while refusing to visit the sites that they were proposing to build those nuclear power plants. They had an industrial relations policy that they scrapped about a month out before the election that was going to force people to work, to stop working from home. They had a defence spending announcement that the member for Durack called for to lift our defence spending, but they announced it 2.5 weeks before the election and couldn't tell us where exactly they proposed to spend the increased defence spending. They wanted to increase taxes on Australians by not supporting our income taxes or not supporting the reduction in HECS debt or not supporting the range of policies that were going to build housing or build to rent. They're still trying to do that, and they were also, at the time when the MAGA movement was proposing and putting tariffs on Australian products, they were walking around this country with hats on saying, "Make Australia great again." There is absolutely a need for us to remain focused on the Australian people, but it is also incredible that the Coalition seem to have not learnt any of the lessons of the last election and spend their weekends at conferences talking about what policy they can put forward to undermine their leader. While that happens, though, we have a job to do, and that is to deliver on the election commitments that we put forward at the last election. And let me say here, in this address and reply, that the most important message I have as part of this contribution is to say thank you to the incredible people of McNamara. Acting Speaker, our little nook of Melbourne is both this tourist and iconic hotspot of Melbourne that welcomes people in as part of culture and restaurants and food and tourism on, right across in St Kilda, Port Melbourne, South Bank, all of the amazing parts of my electorate that help make Melbourne so iconic and such a wonderful place to visit. But it is also home to local communities and community organisations and sporting clubs and faith-based organisations and civil society organisations, LGBTIQ groups. It is a hub of life, and it represents the very best of Melbourne and the very best of our country. And to be re-elected as the member for McNamara for a third time acting Speaker is the greatest privilege of my working life. It will be the greatest privilege of my working life. And no matter what role I hold in this place, being the member for McNamara is always the first and most important part of my responsibilities as a Member of Parliament, and I owe a great deal to the incredible people of McNamara, and I say thank you. And the team that we had in our campaign understands how important it is and the privilege it is to be involved in politics and how important it is to have these positions to represent our community, and they all worked so hard to fight for that privilege yet again. And I would say to my campaign team and my staff and everyone who contributed in our campaign in McNamara, I watched and saw people take autonomy and ownership over a campaign and worked not based on hours but based on this internal desire to be a part of something and to do something for our community and to support me. And I couldn't be more proud and I couldn't be more appreciative of the efforts of so many people. I'm not going to mention every single person because I will forget them, but I cannot give this contribution without mentioning Josh, Alyssa, Kitty, Raf, Deborah, Adele, Dakota, Sarah and Daniel, and of course the broader campaign committee team of Jane, Jack, John, Michaela, Libby, David, Robin, Peter, Madeline, Roman, Barney, Bridget, Jack and Julia and Graham, and all of the Labor branches who were street stalling and door knocking and phone banking. We set up our campaign office in Port Melbourne on Bay Street, and it was such a hub of activity and of campaigning and of events, and it was a place where people were just dropping in and people in Port Melbourne were walking by, and it was just such a great place to be based, and I loved it. And I just want to say thank you to all of the people who contributed to our campaign in McNamara. I also want to pay tribute to my political opponents, two people who worked extremely hard, and so did their teams, the volunteers for Benson Solo, who was the Liberal Party candidate, and Sonia Semmons, who was the Greens candidate, were incredible. They turned up and worked really hard for their candidates, and it was a great example of democracy in action. People were passionate, but they were respectful, and we all gave it our best shot. And I want to congratulate Benson and Sonia for leading their teams. They were both thoughtful and respectful, and it was a really good example of what elections and democracy can be, and I only wish them both the best for the future. To understand McNamara is to understand, as I said, some of the most diverse but also vibrant parts of our country. We have an incredible arts. We are the home, I think, Acting Speaker, of arts and cultural institutions in this country, in South Bank and South Melbourne, Port Melbourne. Everything from the incredible national institutions, the National Gallery of Victoria, which we are investing in their redevelopment of the National Gallery Contemporary, but also we have a large Jewish community, a vibrant LGBTIQ community. We are full of young professionals, people from every corner of the globe. McNamara is extremely multicultural, growing Indian diaspora, growing Chinese diaspora. We are proud of each and every nook of our wonderful part of Melbourne. But one thing did bind and unite a lot of them when I was speaking to the literally thousands of people in my community in the lead up to the election. And in the lines or on the doors, the question I would often ask my amazing constituents was, what do you care about? What matters to you? What's going on in your world? And the answers that came back, Acting Speaker, were a wonderful reflection and a wonderful mirror on the sorts of people that I'm privileged to represent. There were often concerns about their kids, their community, their family, the direction of their country, the sort of things that they want to see for our local community. It was rarely a situation about their own, personal needs or anything like that. It was like, what does our family need? What does our community need? What do the people I care about need? And how do we help get through, frankly, pretty difficult economic times? And when you speak to parents concerned about whether their kids can buy a home, or there's kids are at university and they've got huge debts, or even being able to go and see a doctor, these were the sorts of things that kept coming back to me over and over again. And I think that this election, there's a lot of things that are said and done about what happened here, why was it so successful, why wasn't it successful. Ultimately, I don't think there is a silver bullet. It's just about people, Acting Speaker. And what I heard from the people of McNamara was that people cared about healthcare, they cared about jobs, they cared about being able to have financial security, they want to be able to buy a home, they want to be able to do things for themselves and their family and the community that they love. They want to be safe, and they want Australia to stand up for the values that they feel and that they feel as representative of our community. I don't think it's more complicated than that. I don't think it's about tricks and campaigns and all of these sorts of other things. I think it's ultimately people think about their own lives. And they think about what matters to them and they think about what matters to their family. And for every single person I spoke to in McNamara, it was clear that the people that live in our community, they are thoughtful. They do watch politics in as so far that they think about what does it mean for them, their family and our community. And that was ultimately what I think we got an endorsement from, not only the community of McNamara, but the broader Australian public in order to deliver on. We got a mandate to deliver on policies that will hopefully make a tangible difference to the lives of Australians. And we've already started to roll them out and already started to deliver them in this place. The first bill that we all voted on was to reduce university debts by 20%. And that is a fantastic acknowledgement of the genuine difficulties that young people and people with HECS debts are facing, but also the importance of what this place can do and the meaningful difference it can have. And if it means someone leaving university is going to have $5,000 or $10,000 less to pay off at HECS over the life of the loan, well, I think that's an important contribution and one that I was so proud to support and one that we got done already. And even this week we announced that we are bringing forward the 5% home deposit scheme, which is going to help first home buyers. And that is something that kept coming up over and over again. What matters to you? Well, we'd like to be able to buy our own home. And in McNamara, I met hundreds and hundreds of people and couples and families saying to me that's something they want to do, but it's just not possible. And it's not possible because of the first home deposit. And the conversation that often came back to me, Acting Speaker, was, it is really hard. We're not saying it needs to be easy, but it just needs to be possible. And without being able to get into the housing market, it's just not possible. And the deposit for too many people is the biggest barrier. While you're paying rent, rents are expensive in my community. It just was impossible for people to be able to get into it. But that policy is really important. It's going to mean that thousands of people across my electorate are going to become homeowners. They're going to move out of the rental system and into the homeowner market. And I think that that's something that is really important and something that we as a government and as a Labor Party need to be doing more of supporting ambition, supporting people accumulate assets and find financial security in this country. But it is not just the national policies that are so important at this election, but also the local ones. And that is one of the powers that you can have of being a member of a government and being a local member and a Labor member of government. And part of my pitch and my request to the people of McNamara is to say, if you vote for me as a member of our team, I will be in there supporting and fighting for the community inside government, but we can also get things done for the community from government. And I am obviously privileged to represent such an amazing part of Melbourne, but some of the projects that we have funded and committed to as part of the election are so exciting and will transform the way in which our community gets to experience so many different things. And I'm going to run through a few of them that I'm exceptionally proud of, Acting Speaker. The first one is for the Australian National Academy of Music. This is an institution that was founded by Paul Keating, one that trains Australian classical musicians. They've been in this building many, many times, Acting Speaker. If you haven't been to an ANAM concert, make sure you go down to the Speakers Gallery or the Marble Foyer when they're next in the building. They are extraordinary Australian musicians from electorates right across the country who are training to be world-class musicians. And previously, ANAM has operated in South Melbourne. There was a structural issue with the roof. It fell through, pretty bad structural issue, Acting Speaker, but we are repairing that and we're restoring the old South Melbourne Town Hall so it becomes the home of the ANAM, home of the Australian National Academy of Music, and it's going to be there as a hub of music and community life right there in South Melbourne, and it's going to be so exciting. I went through there only recently with the Minister to look at the work that's being done there, and that is going to be such a wonderful feature for ANAM and for South Melbourne. We committed to $1.5 million for community safety, for a range of supports for councils and the Victorian government around CCTV. That was something that did come up a lot in the election, and while we obviously don't control Victoria Police, that is a matter for the state government, what we did ask ourselves was what can we do to help, and having more CCTV and more lighting in some of those amazing high streets and thoroughfares where there are a lot of businesses and a lot of people trying to make a living running an amazing small business. We funded that and we will deliver that across the city of Port Phillip. The See Up Temple in South Melbourne is a beautiful, incredible part of history of our local community, and this Chinese temple is one of the, I think it is the oldest continuous operating Chinese temple of its kind in Australia, and unfortunately there was this fire that came through the temple which destroyed a lot of the temple. Amazingly, a lot of the most spiritual and sort of elevated parts of the temple were actually, the fire burnt around it, and it's almost a bit mysterious, Acting Speaker. I don't want to get too wooey on Hansard, but to see the See Up Temple being restored and us funding some of the restoration efforts is something that I was really proud of. It is such a beautiful community there, and I look forward to seeing the See Up Temple restored to its former glory, and even more so. Joy Media is another example of one of these community institutions in McNamara that make our community so vibrant and strong. It's the only LGBTIQ media organisation or radio organisation in the country, I believe, that does it to this scale. They have community-led programs, but in such a professional way that give voice and amplification to the issues and the opinions and the characters and the people inside the LGBTIQ community. I couldn't be prouder that we are going to support them to ensure that their operations are full and vibrant, they are able to do everything they need to do to help reach more people and to be able to broadcast into more areas so that more people can see themselves, hear themselves, and be a part of the LGBTIQ media programming. We have committed $4.3 million to Save the Windsor Community Children's Centre. This is a partnership that we are going to do with Stonington, and one where this is one of the great local community-run early education centres. The land is currently owned by Swinburne University, and we are working through those details, and we will work through them in good faith with Swinburne, but this is such an important community asset. It is a magical little place where it is one of the best and highest rating early education services in my electorate, and we will fund and help ensure that that can continue. We are funding the Jewish Arts Quarter, which is going to be an amalgamation of a whole range of Jewish institutions in Elstonwick that are going to come together and build a sort of hub or a quarter in the same way that we imagine Lygon Street in Melbourne being a hub of Italian life. We've got Chinatown being a hub of Chinese food and culture, and this is what the Jewish Arts Quarter is going to be for music, for food, for performances, and for the Jewish Museum and for some of the other cultural institutions. It is going to be a really exciting project, and we were so pleased to announce our federal support for that. We're going to be investing in the Port Phillip Eco Centre, a small, modest contribution, but one that's going to invest in citizen science products and ones that equipment so that the community can get involved in citizen science and environmental protection, and working to be involved in this amazing organisation that doesn't just work in Port Phillip, it works right across Melbourne, but it is going to, our small contribution is going to make a big difference and provide equipment and facilities for our local community to get involved. We're going to restore St Demetrios' Hall in Windsor, which is a Greek community hall, and my community in McNamara is home to one of the most proud and vibrant Greek communities in Australia. Melbourne is one of the great Greek cities of the world, but Albert Park in South Melbourne has been home to the Greek community for generations, and we love all of our Greek institutions, and this hall in Windsor is a massive hall that with a little bit of a touch-up will make a big difference and be a vibrant place for the Greek community and the senior Greek community to come together and to be a part of that community. They are some of the things that we're doing in McNamara. It's also, they're vast and varied, and they reflect the fact that our community in McNamara is vast and varied, and we were proud to commit to all of them, and also rolling out the projects that we have already been committed to, including improving Albert Park sports facilities, including building the Yalakawillam Nature Reserve, which was a commitment we did in 2022, which is going to be, and already is, this incredible environmental wetland in the heart of inner city Melbourne, on the border of Elwood. So many things that we're doing around the country, around the electorate, and things that I'm really proud of, and how we can make a real difference for our community. So, Acting Speaker, I would say that this election was pretty brutal. It was pretty hard. It culminated in a couple of years of very difficult politics, and it seems like difficult politics like to drive through my electorate of McNamara from time to time, as the last couple of weeks have also demonstrated. But one thing I know about the community that I'm privileged to represent is that the people are kind, they're generous, they care about our community, they care about their families, they care about our country. And it is the absolute privilege of my life to be the member for McNamara. I'm extremely grateful for the extraordinary result that we achieved in McNamara. I'm very grateful for the team that worked so hard to achieve this. This is our victory, but most of all, I am grateful to the amazing people of McNamara who have given me this privilege to be the member for McNamara for the third time, and I'll continue to work as hard as I possibly can to deliver for them, their families, and our wonderful community. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
I thank the member for McNamara. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak on behalf of the people of Canning, my constituents, the families, the workers and the small business owners who embody the very best of our nation. The people living in my patch are hard-working, self-reliant and deeply community-minded. They don't ask much from government, just a fair go, respect and the freedom to get on with their lives. And our community is resilient, ambitious and proud. We stand together in tough times and we celebrate each other's success. And that's the spirit of Canning, which is the Peel region, for those of you who don't live in WA, and I'm very proud to represent them in this place. This year I was honoured to be re-elected as the member for Canning. After a redistribution that reduced our margin to just 1.2%, I was grateful that my constituents once again placed their trust in me. We achieved a strong result with a 5.4% swing and a margin of over 13,000 votes. And I'm deeply grateful for the support shown by our community and the way they've sent me back to Canberra to be their voice here in this chamber. Our result was a testament to the strength and unity of our local community, and the grassroots campaign we ran focused on issues that affect real people. We didn't campaign in the abstract, we campaigned very much in concrete terms. And while national security concerns dominated headlines, my campaign was firmly local. Every day I met with residents, listened to their concerns, and committed to fighting for the things that matter most to them. And today I bring their voices into this chamber. My team and I campaigned on the issues that mattered to them: cost of living, local infrastructure, and community safety. We campaigned on health. And for nearly a decade, the Western Australian Government has promised to a $152 million upgrade to the Peel Health Campus. When they put that figure to the public in 2021, $152 million, that was before we'd seen inflation over the last 4 years. That's now about $180 million. They haven't increased the funding in real terms, so we've actually taken a $30 million cut to the upgrade. Now, that promise has been repeated in press releases, budget papers and media statements, but the reality on the ground hasn't changed. 1 year after the hospital was handed back into public hands, with great fanfare from Labor, there's still been no redevelopment, no new facilities and no relief for the families, children and seniors in my community. Ambulance ramping is at record highs, doctors and nurses are exhausted, and clinicians warn the system is in a death spiral. It's not just incompetence, this is actually really dangerous. People are left waiting in emergency, people are even sent away, and I have countless stories from seniors particularly who are really struggling. For seniors who need to see a geriatrician, they have to wait up to 18 months. And some of them, by the time they get to see a geriatrician, they've had further decline, whether it be physical or cognitive, and some have even passed on. So we have a very acute health crisis in my electorate. Now, Labor's own member for Mandurah has admitted the funding isn't enough, yet the Premier continues to sit on a multi-billion-dollar surplus while our hospital bursts at the seams. We all know the WA budget is doing better than most other jurisdictions, and yet we're not seeing the investment in our health system that we need. And so locals are angry. They've shared their shocking experiences at Peel Health Campus. They're angry, and they have every right to be. And I'm calling it as I see it. This is a betrayal of my community. So I'll keep fighting until the Peel Health Campus is fixed. No more spin, no more empty promises, just action. Because, Deputy Speaker, our community deserves better. And it's not just in health. Right across the Peel region, we are being let down on the infrastructure that underpins our daily lives. We need infrastructure that keeps pace with growth, roads, public transport and community facilities. People travelling to and from Perth every day on the Kwinana Freeway experience a massive opportunity cost. A journey that used to take about 70 minutes now can take up to 2 hours at a time, and that opportunity cost is time with family, time exercising, time doing admin and other important things that happen in our daily lives. And Labor, for a decade now, has promised a train station at Carnup, and for a decade now they failed to deliver it. Another train station would help a lot of my constituents and would provide another alternative form of transport to and from the city every day. But we've got no funding, we've got no timeline, and we've got no commitment. The land on which the train station will be built sits vacant, while our growing suburbs of Carnup, Singleton, Golden Bay and Secret Harbour, suburbs recently added to my electorate as part of the redistribution, are ignored. They're taken for granted by Labor. Not even a mention in the latest state budget. It's pretty shameful, and a lot of people agree. These are vibrant, fast-growing areas, and they deserve the same level of infrastructure investment as the rest of the region. I'll also note that they're also part of the AUKUS catchment, so we have a growing presence of Royal Australian Navy families, defence families, people involved in the future AUKUS industrial base. And I should also add that we're going to see Americans moving in over the next couple of years as well. Admiral Cordell, who's a senior US naval officer, said from 3,000 to 9,000 Americans over the next 5 years or so. That's a lot of people to integrate into our community. They're very welcome to come. I'm sure they'll bring a lot of opportunity as well. There are a lot of spouses in the US military who are teachers and nurses. We have shortages in both. And I hope this government here is working on ensuring that they can be employed in our communities when they arrive. I also want to note as well that my electorate will take in about 25% of the new defence housing which has been slated to support AUKUS. So we need more investment from the federal government and from the state government as well. But instead we're being left behind. The Carnup train station is a key data point for that. Labor's failure to act is not just a broken promise, it's a clear message that these communities just aren't a priority. Now, I've raised this time and again, and I've launched a petition to hold the Cook Labor government to account. A station at Carnup isn't a luxury, it's just a necessity. People don't expect us to make fanfare when we deliver these things, they just expect government to do. They pay taxes, they expect government to do these projects and do them on time. The train station would ease pressure on nearby stations, reduce congestion and give families the access they deserve. Labor wants us to forget about it, but I won't. That's why I'm speaking. And I'm more than happy to raise state issues as well, because most constituents, they just want a better future for their families. They want a fair go. And whether it's local, state or federal, I'll keep fighting for my people. Now, I first heard about the need for a local train station while I was door knocking back in 2016. Locals were frustrated, ignored by their Labor MPs and fed up with broken promises. Despite fierce resistance from WA Labor, we stood firm and we delivered the Lakelands train station. Let's not forget that Labor ministers publicly dismissed the project. Rita Safiotti called it embarrassing, Paul Papalia said it was a station no one needs, and David Templeman sat at the cabinet table for years without delivering a cent for the Lakelands train station. Yet when the station finally opened in June 2023, closing a 23-kilometre gap in the Mandurah rail line, they were very fast to show up for photo opportunities. That station wasn't delivered by Labor, it was delivered by the people of Lakelands who refused to give up, and I'm proud to have stood shoulder to shoulder with them, and together we got it done. And I'll do the same with those living in and around Carnup. Now, that same determination for a fair go on infrastructure is driving our campaign to reinstate the Pinjarra heavy haulage deviation. This is another critical infrastructure project that WA Labor abandoned, despite its clear benefits to safety, heritage and quality of life. Hundreds of trucks thunder through the heart of Pinjarra. Pinjarra is a beautiful old historic town right in the centre of the Peel region, settled around the 1830s. And every day we have these big trucks carrying huge loads, whether it be jarrah logs, whether it be minerals, critical minerals that have been mined, or whether it be massive mining equipment, which often needs an escort front and rear. These trucks pass through our little town and people are getting tired of it. We've invested money to make that a tourist town, and these big trucks make it very difficult for locals. So the deviation would divert heavy vehicles away from the town centre, it would protect local families, businesses and the character of our community, which is sitting there on the Murray River, very beautiful part of the world. Now, Labor's decision to cut funding for the deviation is short-sighted and reckless. We're not backing down. Just like we did with the Lakelands train station, we'll keep fighting until Pinjarra gets the infrastructure it needs. But this isn't the only way that Labor is letting down regional and outer metropolitan communities. Labor's cost of living crisis has hit outer metro and regional Australia hardest. Fuel costs are up, many people drive, there's limited public transport, so everyone has petrol or diesel costs in their family budget. Health premiums are up, there's a real lack of confidence in the public health sector run by Labor, so people are paying health premiums but they're creeping up, and mortgage and rental costs are up. We have a housing demand crisis. I've seen people at my local beach get out of their car in the morning after sleeping in the car, take a shower at the beach showers and then go off to work. This is Australia in 2025. We have an abundance of geography here, but somehow we have this housing shortage. It's a housing demand crisis, and I think this is because Labor's uncontrolled immigration has caused a lot of pressure on the housing sector. From the years 2000 to 2019, the net overseas migration average figure was 190,000 people. Labor in the last 2 years has brought in about 500,000 people, and we wonder why we're struggling for housing. We shouldn't have people living in their cars, we shouldn't have kids living in caravan parks, we shouldn't have kids living in tents in the backyards of friends. It's shameful. And it's always in the outer metropolitan and the regional areas where people do it tough are hurt the worst. And now Labor has introduced a new tax on the vehicles Australians rely on most. The diesel Prados, the diesel Rangers, Land Cruisers, MUXs, D-Maxs, they're the workhorses of outer metropolitan and regional Australia. If you come down to the school where my kids go every morning, you'll see mums and dads dropping their kids off in four-wheel drives and utes because their partner's a tradie, or they work on the mines, or they just like to go four-wheel driving because that's why they're living in the regions. And Labor's so-called fuel efficiency standard is nothing more than a car and ute tax. It's driving up the cost of popular vehicles like the Ford Ranger, the Toyota Hilux and Mitsubishi Outlander. vehicles that are essential for people living in my community. And I mentioned, the metaphor, the workhorse of our local economy. It's true. My community, more than 100 years ago, relied on horses for the local economy. We provided a good number of light horsemen that fought in the First World War. These vehicles do the same job today. These are the vehicles that tow the boats, the floats and their caravans. Tradies, farmers and families shouldn't be punished for driving the vehicles they need. And Labor's fuel efficiency standard is driving up costs and limiting choice, hurting the very people who keep our economy moving. We have very, very few electric vehicle charging stations. We have very few, but we've got a lot of people paying fuel excise. We've got a lot of people paying fuel excise. It's not just bad policy, but it's an attack on our way of life. And while they're taxing our youths, Labor is also pushing ahead with a massive offshore wind farm off my southern coast, all the way down the coast to Dunsborough, a beautiful stretch of the WA coastline. And they're doing this without proper consultation and against the wishes of my community. The proposed zone spans thousands of square kilometres of ocean, just 26 kilometres from our coastline, and not far south from the proposed AUKUS submarine base. Now, this project threatens our local environment, it threatens tourism, and it threatens our recreational activities. It risks damaging marine life, ocean floors, and bird habitats. We're very proud of our whales in WA, we're proud of our dolphins, and these are the sorts of creatures that live in our oceans which will be affected by these wind farms. It will impose enormous costs on Australian families and businesses because, let's be frank, wind power only works when the wind is blowing. And there is incredibly expensive transmission infrastructure which needs to be built to connect these solar and wind farms that Labor are putting all over our country. And I think one thing that is overlooked is that these wind farms and a lot of these solar panels, if not all, are manufactured overseas, often in China, using our fossil fuels, whether it be coal or gas that we export. It's a reality that this country exports 25% of the world's coal, 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. It's a huge source of revenue. It underwrites the NDIS, it underwrites health, it underwrites our welfare system. And so whilst Australians are being forced to pay more for their energy needs, countries who we export are getting their energy much, much cheaper, which makes them more competitive long term. And so what we're doing is under this government, we're seeing local communities and their wishes overridden. We're seeing inefficient, expensive and environmentally damaging solar and wind farms pushed on local communities. They're outsourcing emissions. This is a government that does a lot of carbon leakage. They claim they're green, but they do a lot of carbon leakage. And they're increasing our dependence on foreign supply chains. We're not building these wind farms, we're not making the solar farms, we're importing them from China. So effectively, we're dismantling our comparative advantage in energy, which comes from our coal, our gas. We could have nuclear power because we've got a lot of uranium. We're dismantling that comparative advantage and we're making ourselves dependent on the importation of power made overseas. I think it's unfair and it's unsustainable. Now, another issue is the unbearable odour affecting residents in the northern suburbs of my electorate. And for those here, it might sound like a minor inconvenience, trivial even, but for those living with it, this smell emanating from waste and compost facilities is making homes unlivable and outdoor spaces unusable, particularly in summer when temperatures hit 35 plus and you get a roaring easterly out to the coast. These smells are dumped on a lot of our coastal community living in the north of the electorate. Kids can't play outside and people can't open their windows in the middle of summer. In fact, I still remember door knocking in Singleton and an elderly couple came to the door and everyone else in the street was talking about the stink and they said, we can't even turn our air conditioning on because it smells like blood and bone in our living room if we do. So this is a serious disruption to their lives, their health and their homes. I've held community meetings, I've called for action from the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation and invited the Minister for Environment to see the impact firsthand. And this is just one of the many challenges facing our community. But despite this, my constituents remain hopeful. They are proud of their community and they are determined to build a better future. I just want to acknowledge the people who come up to me in the street, have a chat. They might give me a word of encouragement. Some of my favourite moments are, in fact, shopping at Coles in Halls Head, doing constituent work in the aisles. I still remember the seniors I spoke to recently who were trying to work out whether they could afford eggs for the week. You know, a great community, but rarely do I hear people whinge. They've always got constructive feedback or encouragement, and I thank them for that. I'm proud to be a leader in my community, and I don't take that responsibility lightly. Leadership is about service. That's what I learned over the lake there at the Australian Defence Force Academy and the Royal Military College Duntroon. The motto for ADFA is to lead, to excel, and at Duntroon it's learning promotes strength. Leadership in those institutions was always about service, and it's a privilege to continue doing that in public office in this Parliament. It's about listening, learning and standing firm in the face of adversity. It's about representing the values of the people who sent us here: hard work, honesty and a deep commitment to our country. Mr Speaker, our schools are filled with bright, curious and capable young Australians. They're ready to take on the world, but they need a future that they can believe in and one that they want to step into. A future built not on debt and decline, but on opportunity, stability, cohesion as a country and national pride. And that future begins with a commitment to the people we serve, not just in election years, but every single day. And it's not easy. We're all imperfect people. There is not a single perfect person on this earth, and particularly in politics, our imperfections can sometimes be magnified. That's just what comes with public office. But nonetheless, we need to fight for our constituents, for fairness, for prosperity, and for the dignity of every single Australian. That's what leadership demands. It's about standing firm when it counts, speaking up when others stay silent, and never forgetting who you represent. Now, before I conclude, I want to thank my campaign team who worked tirelessly through the rain on hot days because they believe in our community and our cause. I want to thank our volunteers who gave their time, energy and heart to our campaign. It's always encouraging when you meet new people who are willing to put on a T-shirt and stand with you. You know this, Deputy Speaker, because they believe in what you stand for. And so I want to thank all those people. I also want to thank my family, my wife Ruth and our children for their support and sacrifice. Next month I'll be 10 years in the Parliament. My wife has spent the last 10 years having kids and raising kids, often without me present. And she does it because she believes in what I do in this place. So I want to acknowledge my wife, Ruth, for her love and her support, but also my kids. My 3-year-old said to me on Friday, "Why don't you live with us anymore, Dad?" Which was hard to hear, but my 10-year-old boy and my 8-year-old daughter explained that I go to Parliament and I do it for a good reason, and I hope that one day she'll understand why I've taken this job on. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
I thank the member. The question is that the address be agreed to. I call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples of this region, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The community of Aston, which I represent, exists on the lands of the Wurundjeri and Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin Nation, the outer eastern suburbs of Naarm, Melbourne, the place I've called home for the past 37 years. I acknowledge and pay my respects to their peoples past, present and emerging, always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I came to live in the outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne because 3 of my older sisters had done the same. So naturally, when it was my time to move out of home from my hometown of Echuca, this is where I gravitated to, because connection to family is so important. I'm the proud mum to my 24-year-old son, Clancy, and my 21-year-old daughter, Lillian, and the proud great auntie to 19-year-old Jamila, who came into my care 5 years ago at the age of 14, when her beautiful mum, my niece, Melanie, tragically died from a brain aneurysm at the age of 42. This sudden devastation occurred in Tasmania not long after the start of the COVID lockdowns in 2020. Having Jamila join Clancy, Lily and me in our home was something I never questioned, as she needed connection to her mother's family. Being re-elected as a member for Aston was an enormous honour, one that was so humbling. It was also akin to being welcomed back to a family of sorts, in fact a couple of families. The family of the electorate of Aston, such a vibrant multicultural community. one where I have gained all kinds of siblings, maybe a few different mums, dads, grandparents, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews and cousins. Then there's my family of colleagues in Canberra, the MPs and senators I have come to know and respect, and their staff members too. It's good to be back in the big house, and that's an enormous honour as well. Having run 3 elections in 3 years has been a lot of fun. Well, some of the time. In 2022, when I ran against the former member for Aston, Alan Tudge, it was a steep learning curve for me as a first-time Labor candidate. At that time, in 2022, Aston had been Liberal since 1990, and my fledgling campaign for Aston was extremely grassroots. I shared a campaign office with 2 other first-time Labor candidates, the now current member for Deakin, Matt Gregg, as well as the Labor candidate at that time for Menzies. I funded a lot of that campaign myself, with financial help from the wonderful ASU, my union, local ALP branch members, my friends and many true believers. I had 0 delusions of grandeur, let alone any delusions of winning Aston in 2022, but I was amazed, as were many of my friends and colleagues, by a swing to Labor in Aston of 2022 of 7.3%. Incredible. Having Labor win the whole election, the whole federal election in 2022 was brilliant, and that was the best win overall. But I wondered about the victor in Aston that year and if he'd hang around for a full term. I wonder why he'd ever run at all, in fact, in Aston that election, quite frankly. The former member for Aston's resignation from office followed 9 months later, thus necessitating a by-election in April of 2023. I then had to gear up for an election campaign again, not even a year after the last one. This time was vastly different, as the nation's media was focused solely on this one federal electorate. Once the safest Liberal seat in the whole country. How would it all turn out? Could you win, Mary? No pressure. And against all odds, that is what happened. The first time a sitting government had won an opposition seat in 103 years in a by-election. Such an historic political event. It was a bruiser of a campaign, not going to lie. There were sniping comments and barbs from my opponent's volunteers, some of them yelling right in my face as I was speaking to voters at pre-poll, but it was nothing I couldn't handle. My volunteers and supporters were fantastic, always there for me at all of the street stalls, early morning train station visits, just as they were in 2022, handing out for me on pre-poll and by-election day too. And I will never forget that rousing reception I walked into at Boronia Bowls Club on the night of the by-election. It was electric and so overwhelming. It is safe to say my face said it all that night. I had not expected to win at all, and I was so overwhelmed and excited as I made my victory speech in front of all the nation's media and the crowd at the Boronia Bowls Club. To go through another federal election campaign, this time as the incumbent, was a totally different experience again. Another campaign, another Liberal opponent. This one was an entirely different beast. I'm talking about the campaign, not my opponent, of course. The opposition had chosen their candidate well ahead of time, and he'd been out and about very early. Excuse me. He and his people flagrantly telling story after ludicrous story about me personally, about our government and about his own past, where exactly he was from, as in born and raised, about the location of the school he was a local teacher at, and even changing his first name to try and hide certain facts about himself, as the failed Liberal candidate for Bruce in 2013 and the failed Liberal candidate for Holt in 2007. On day one of pre-poll 2025, my 2 volunteers and I at one booth noticed a stark difference to both the by-election and 2022 election pre-poll kick-off. The number of Liberal Party volunteers not only outnumbered us, their numbers far exceeded what's considered normal by the standards of elections past. And this new guard weren't familiar with the etiquette of ordinary how-to-vote volleys of all persuasions. They were mean and also coordinated in their meanness and their moves. I would move to a different area, then be shadowed by one or more of them, or my volunteers would be. They would also loudly sing strange chants and at the largely befuddled voters lined up and jiggle their candidates' corflutes at people walking in. The candidate himself would try and pick a fight with me or another of the candidates and then film what he hoped would be some kind of altercation with one of his young male volunteers, accusing one woman, independent candidate from another electorate, of yelling when she clearly was not yelling at all. It was all very weird, and I honestly couldn't understand how he thought this behaviour would win him votes. In the lead-up, too, all over the electorate, I had my corflute signs pulled down again and again and again. I'd put them up, they'd get pulled down again. While his corflutes, and he had so many of them, stayed put. Then the nasty, blatantly sexist and factually wrong corflutes and large banners about me went up all around the electorate, which the Liberal Party denied having anything to do with. However, I witnessed their volunteers pack down these corflute signs at the conclusion of voting on pre-poll. Huge amounts of money were spent in Aston by my opponent and those that backed him in. But my volunteers and I stayed strong once again. For months, we had been focused on the people of Aston through door knocking, phone calling, regular visits to shopping centres, coffee shops and the like, and the response we received was incredibly positive towards me as their federal member and towards the Prime Minister and our federal Labor government, what we had achieved already in the 3 years in office and what I had delivered as their new member for Aston for the past 2 years. The Bayswater Urgent Care Clinic in particular was a huge winner for our community of Aston. People in Aston loved it, and if they hadn't heard about it, they loved learning about it. Cheaper medicines and 60-day scripts too. The tripling of the Medicare incentives for GPs, making bulk billing easier for people to access. Again, the automatic $300 energy bill relief for 2024-25, and then having that extended for another $150 to the end of 2025. These were the things that truly helped people, that truly mattered to people. During the 2025 federal election campaign, I was supported by an incredible team of wonderful and loyal volunteers, staff members and friends who once again rallied for me to be the member for Aston. They helped me with knocking on 20,000 doors, make 14,000 phone calls and letterbox tens of thousands of dwellings within Aston. I would especially like to thank the following: Isabel Machuca, Kale McFarlane, Katie and Leah, Pat and Ken Rivet, Lance Cadman, James Gann, Jackie Cherry, Sally Larwood, Pat Kelly, Alison Fitch, Paul Sparks, Darcy Trewin, Jessie Williams, Ashley Jackowitz, and my staff, Russell, Hannah, Manny, Divya, Shauna, Sunny, Chunying, Jacob and Mary French. And former staff are Richard. Thank you all too. Thank you so much to my state Labor colleagues, the member for Bayswater, Jackson Taylor MP, and member for Monbulk, Daniela D. Martino MP, as well as Michael Galea, MLC, and all of their wonderful staff. To one of my dearest friends of many, many years, and now Senator for Victoria, the Honourable Lisa Darmanin, Senator, thank you for your continued support and friendship over the years and also during the times I've ran as the Labor candidate in Aston. You've been at all 3 of my campaign launches and have championed me all the way. I cannot thank you enough, Lisa. Thank you also to the Senator's amazing staff for assisting me and my team throughout the last year. It's been incredible getting to know you all. To Senator Jess Walsh, thank you for all your assistance with door knocking and for your support and friendship during my election campaign as well. Excuse me. Thanks also must go to those ministers, assistant ministers and senators who came to visit my electorate of Aston during the last term, and some during my re-election campaign too. Senator Penny Wong, Senator Katie Gallagher, the member for Chifley Ed Husick, the member for Isaacs Mark Dreyfus, Minister Claire O'Neill, yes, Assistant Minister Jed Carney, Minister Catherine King, Minister Christian McBain, Minister Matt Keogh, Minister Tony Burke, Minister Annika Wells, Minister Amanda Rishworth, Minister Anne Ali, Minister Andrew Giles, and of course Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Having you all visit Aston was most welcomed by me and our community of Aston. Thank you to all the wonderful people of Aston who came out to support me and to re-elect me. As your MP in Federal Parliament, I am here to listen to you, learn from you and advocate for you to the best of my ability. Thank you for putting your trust in me. And I'd also like to thank my wonderful family, Clancy, who's here today for me. Thank you, Clancy, for being here. Thank you to my wonderful partner, Anthony, and Lily, my daughter, and Jamila, my great niece. Thank you.
Thank you to the member for Aston, and Clancy, it's great to have you here today. The Minister for Aged Care and Seniors.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm absolutely honoured to rise here as the re-elected member for Hawke and as the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. I'd like to start by thanking the people of Hawke, from Sunbury and Diggers Rest to Melton, Hillside, Balan and Bacchus Marsh, across parts of Hume, Melton, Moorabool, Brimbank and Wyndham, for putting your trust in me to fight for our community. I will continue working hard every day to serve you. This election was a historic win for the Labor Party and for our Labor movement. I want to pay tribute to the I want to pay tribute to the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, the Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles, ALP National Secretary, Paul Erickson, and ALP National Assistant Secretary, Jen Light, for their extraordinary leadership. I also want to thank the Victorian Labor team, led by Steve Stakos and Jet Fogarty, who delivered an incredible result in Victoria and showed once again the strength of our Victorian movement. Can I welcome and congratulate the new members of the Labor caucus from Victoria, so many friends amongst them. Alice Jordan Baird in Gorton, Bassam Abdo in Corwell, Matt Gregg in Deakin, Gabrielle New in Menzies, Sarah Whitty in Melbourne, Joe Brisky, this legend here, in Maribyrnong, as well as the former member for Higgins and now Senator Michelle Ananda-Raja. Each and every single one of these people is working extremely hard every day for their communities, here in the Federal Parliament and at home, and I'm honoured and proud to work alongside you. Australians went to the polls on May 3 asking for real cost of living relief. They were given a choice between a government delivering lower taxes, lower inflation and higher wages, and an opposition obsessed with waste and who promised to legislate higher taxes for every Australian taxpayer. The scale of the Albanese Labor government's victory and our mandate shouldn't be surprising. We listened to Australians and we made a promise to deliver on the things that matter to them. And we haven't wasted a single moment getting on with the job. From the 1st of October this year, first home buyers will be able to purchase with a 5% deposit without paying lenders' mortgage insurance, brought forward so that more Australian families can get the keys to their first place sooner. That's practical help for millions of families across Australia, including in my electorate of Hawke. We passed legislation to cut student debt by 20%, wiping billions from the balances of around 3 million Australians and lifting the minimum repayment threshold, fairness for graduates and apprentices who keep our economy moving. And from 1 July, we extended energy bill relief, an extra $150 off household power bills in the second half of this year, supporting families while inflation continues to moderate. We've backed this with investment in skills. Fee-free TAFE is becoming a permanent feature of our training system, building a pipeline of workers in priority areas like construction, clean energy and care, which is critically important to me in my role as Minister for Aged Care. We've delivered to make medicines cheaper, first with 60-day prescriptions, and now we're capping scripts so that Australians will pay no more than $25 under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Labor's free TAFE program, just another thing the opposition threatened to gut, delivers training for our next generation of workers, allowing young people to access the qualifications they need
at no cost. My home, Hawke, is one of the fastest growing parts of the country, and it's where I'm proud to be raising my family. People moved west for affordability, for community and for opportunity, and our responsibility to them is to make sure that services keep pace with their ambition. I was proud to make commitments throughout the campaign that I know will make a difference to families in my community. This included $1 billion to upgrade the Western Freeway, and we backed in the electrification of the Melton Line, both of which my community has campaigned hard for. Upgrades to Sunshine Station are also essential for Airport Rail to become a reality and to deliver faster travel for commuters from the west. We'll build the Diamond Interchange at Calder Park Drive to finally fix one of the region's most dangerous and congested pinch points. And we promised to deliver the Bacchus Marsh indoor pool, which I know many families, including my own, are excited about. These are real investments that cut travel time, improve safety, and connect people to their jobs. As the newly appointed Minister for Aged Care and Seniors, my priority is to deliver the historic reforms to our aged care sector that give older Australians the safe, dignified and high-quality care that they have always deserved, but that a system neglected for a decade was failing to provide. We're hard at work preparing for the transition to the new Aged Care Act on the 1st of November, which will put the rights of older people first and make our aged care system more sustainable for generations to come. The Support at Home program will also kick in to replace the old home care packages program, giving people higher levels of care so they can stay in the comfort of their own homes and communities for longer. We've already delivered historic pay rises for aged care workers, because valuing care means valuing our dedicated, hard-working, highly qualified and passionate carers and nurses who work around the clock to care for our loved ones. Locally, aged care matters. In a community where parents are caring for their parents while raising kids and paying mortgages, reliable home support, properly staffed residential services and fair worker pay are not abstract policies, they help local families every single day. We're strengthening Medicare, investing in bulk billing, primary care and the urgent care network so people can get help earlier and stay out of hospital. I'm proud to say that the Medicare urgent care clinics are now operating in Melton and Sunbury, providing free extended hours walk-in care for urgent but non-life-threatening needs, taking pressure off emergency departments and saving families time and money. Door knocking across Hawke through the election, I met dozens of families who have used these services, whether it's sick kids or injuries on the footy field. In fact, my own family has seen the inside of the urgent care centre pretty regularly, and we're very grateful for the care and support that the nurses and doctors there continue to provide. Labor governments will always protect and strengthen Medicare, and I'm proud to see firsthand the differences that these policies make to families in my community. People in Hawke are often young, first home buyers, looking to settle down close to essential services. Homes for Australia is the centrepiece of the Albanese Labor government's plan to cut costs and give Australians a leg up. Already, Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme is helping first home buyers into a home of their own, with a 5% deposit and no lender's mortgage insurance. We've delivered a 45% increase in Commonwealth rent assistance, the biggest back-to-back increases in more than 30 years. We've started the biggest housing build in Australia's history, with an ambitious plan to build 1.2 million homes over the next 5 years. And we're delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes for the Australians that need them most. Our promise and our plan is simple: more supply, the right infrastructure, and practical help to get first home buyers into the market. The election result in Hawke was a massive team effort. We knocked on thousands of doors and made thousands of phone calls to the community. To our Hawke Labor branches and branch members, you are the foundation of everything that we do. To Daryl Baker, Derek Simpson, Chris Wells and the whole team at the Bacchus Marsh branch, thank you for putting in the work and turning up every day against incredibly difficult opponents. To Jeff Dawson, Ravinda Kaur, Nathan Miles, Nat Davies, Bob and Jean Rao, Jasmine Kaur, Rhonda Edmonds, Barry Agg, Jared Bell, Ross Van Brink, Anthony Rhodes, Andrew Jeans and Kylie Spencer, thank you for your hard work on the ground. To the Ballarat East branch and all the legends in Blair, I'm incredibly grateful for your hard work. To Jessie, Amy, Shami, Josh, and everyone from Josh Bull's office, thank you for your support. Thanks also to Michaela Settle and Steve McGee for your support and friendship throughout the campaign. To our legendary field team, Norden Hamouche, Gabby Saffa, Aaron Kelly, Oscar Dobson, Ryan Drage, Dennis Southon, Bella Conroy, Tal Palak, and the crew at ACT Young Labor. Thank you for your door knocks, your phone calls, your hours spent on pre-poll, and the respect that you afforded to my people across our community. Thank you to Millie Page and Henry Fox, who led the campaign efforts with humour and determination. Two extraordinary young people who will continue to make such a profound impact on our community and our country moving forward. To my office manager, Di McAuliffe, and our electorate office staff, thank you for keeping everything steady, organised and running smoothly behind the scenes. To Avtar, Gadashan and the community at Calcasione, thank you for your friendship, your faith and your overwhelming support. To my friend Sam Lynch and the mighty Transport Workers Union, my union, thank you for being there every step of the way. And to the RTBU, the AMWU, the HSU and HACSU, thank you for standing up for working people and standing with us through this campaign. To Victorian Trades Hall, thanks for backing us and fueling this campaign with your strength and your solidarity. To my mum Penny, and to my partner Zoe and our kids, Honey, Banjo and Mac, thank you for keeping me grounded. I couldn't do any of this without your extraordinary love and your support, and I love you all so very much. Serving the people of Hawke over the past 3 years has truly been the greatest privilege of my professional life. Earning your support and your trust to represent our community for another 3 years continues to be the honour of my professional life. My job in this place is to make sure that the prosperity and the opportunity of our nation reaches every street across Hawke. That means safer and quicker commutes, more local training for the jobs that are hiring, a stronger Medicare and cheaper medicines, and care that treats every Australian with dignity. There's a big job ahead of us, but as your local member, that is exactly what I'll be fighting to deliver.
Thank you. The member for McEwen.
Just pop up there. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 3rd of May this year, I was given the great honour of being returned to this place by the people of McEwen. And I've said before in every one of these addresses, I pledge to work day and night to fulfil my commitments to them. I pledge to do that all that's within my power and the power of this government to make our lives better. I will always bring their interests to this place and give our communities a seat at the table. It's a great privilege and honour to have this job. In Canberra, we each speak with the voice of over 100,000 people and we act in their interests. We have spent the last 3 years in government listening hard and laying the foundations for our nation for the next 3 years. We see those foundations everywhere in McEwen. In May 2022, Australia voted for change from 9 years of stagnation, rorts, rip-offs and scandals under those opposite. I'm proud to report this change has been seen across our towns and our communities in McEwen. Over the last 3 years, we saw essential programs expand their reach in the communities, be that in health, education, whether it cost of living support or, importantly, roads and infrastructure. And I point that out because one of the biggest challenges we face is the infrastructure in our communities and roads. Under the Coalition, our state, which is 25% of Australia's population, received only 7% of infrastructure spending. Now, I'm glad to report Victoria is now receiving the funding that it deserves to maintain and develop our state road network, and our communities see these benefits happening. In the last 3 years, there's been a lot of change and growth in McEwen. We have seen a series of major grants. We secured $1 million to expand the Diamond Creek Men's Shed. We'll deliver the space to expand their operations, supporting the mental and physical well-being of men in our community. It's a success measured in mateship, in conversations that would have gone unheard. It's also a chance and an opportunity for men to talk about their health and well-being, and a great opportunity for them to be able to have those conversations comfortably and talk about things that we don't normally like to talk about. But it's important we do that, and it removes the isolation for many people in our towns. In 2022, we secured disaster relief funding after the Durack floods. The government supported locals through this time as they dealt with damage to their homes and to their lives. We invested $7.1 million for the Johnson Road estate in Mernda through our Housing Support Fund to help the City of Whittlesea meet the growing residential demand. We are delivering on our major commitments, something that has been dear to me from day one, to always make sure that I deliver what I promise. We secured $900 million for Cameron's Lane Interchange and the Beveridge Intermodal Precinct. And I'm pleased to see the planning is well underway with the state government delivering this project. We are commencing stage 2 of the Macedon Ranges Sports Precinct in cooperation with Macedon Ranges Shire. And works are well underway with the $1.5 million investment in the Diamond Creek Pool upgrade, which I just spoke to the Mayor upstairs, and we're getting ready for a fantastic summer. There's also the Hilltop Splash Park in Mernda, something we promised, somewhere that's free for families to be able to take kids on hot days and have a great bit of fun. And when we announced this, we partnered with the state government and Whittlesea Council to now develop the $3 million park there with all new swings and nature rides and all just great things for families to do that's close to home, and as I said, importantly, in a time when dollars are tight, it's free. And this is something that I think will be just sensational as it's delivered around October. We also are sealing Old Sydney Road in Beveridge. Beveridge is an area that has struggled with one entrance in and one entrance out, and when you've got primary schools on both sides of the freeway, sometimes it can take 45 minutes to go that 3 k's from one school to the other. But this gives a second exit out, which will be great for growing communities, but also in times of need. Donnybrook Road at Calcallo, we're duplicating there. From around Cloverton onto the freeway. New bridge, removing the roundabout and putting traffic lights in. Again, having governments working together is so important, and we partner with the state government in that to actually make the lives of so many people so much better. The upgrades at Green Hill Reserve in Wallen and the works at Wellington Street and Durack Road. That's just only naming a few of the many different road projects that we've been doing across our communities. With funding of $90 million for the Watson Street Hume ramps at Wallen kicking off works later this year. This is a long-awaited project, a project that was neglected under the previous government, but as soon as we got into government, we started the move to get the funding in place for planning, and now we see it happening. And I know there are going to be many people sigh of relief when the work start. Along with Yan Yan Road Stage 2, which is now well progressed towards commencement. Things that need to be done in growing communities to help people get around and to make it easier to get to work and from work, and then a lot safer. We can see that from the recently completed bridge and road upgrades, that projects like these are game changers. Projects will make our life safer and easier while delivering important economic outcomes for communities. In May 2022, the Australian people voted for change. In May 2025, the Australian people voted for positivity and voted for growth. They voted for Australian values, fairness, aspiration, opportunity for all, and the values that drive our Labor government. However, nothing good comes easy. And in reflection of my journey back to this place will be incomplete without the story of the last election. We know that every election is tough. And when you're one of the most targeted seats by the opposition, you know it gets even tougher. But we prevailed. We prevailed in a situation where we had these blow-in candidates come in with deep, deep pockets, spending a lot of money, making promises they could never keep. McEwen is, I don't know, for some reason seems to be a magnet for cashed-up, parachuted candidates. It's a tradition with the Liberal Party. For better or worse, though, our local communities have not forgotten the 9 years of squib promises and a failure to deliver by those opposite. At this election, it was hard to forget them. One thing that did stand out this election for me was the abundance of volunteers in blue T-shirts, especially at pre-poll and on election day. But these blue T-shirts weren't being worn by die-hard true believers of the Liberal Party. No, sadly for democracy, those people are almost extinct. They were being worn by members of a third-party group trying to use their resources to change the outcome of a democratic election. And I'm not talking about locals here. These are people that were bussed in to do their work for the party they hope would deliver a quid pro quo. And the question has to be asked, what did the Liberal Party promise these people to make them come out in such aggressive, bullying manner? Like many other places across the nation, the exclusive Brethren descended on the towns of Gisborne and Wandong for pre-poll. And surprisingly enough, they didn't do the Liberal candidate any favours. With at least 20 of these so-called volunteers there on any given day, they turned the task of people choosing to exercise their democratic right at a pre-poll to running the gauntlet with in-your-face, pushy behaviour and deliberately blocking people trying to get in. The feedback we received from locals was they did not appreciate being accosted as they made their way into the polling place, just to have their say. The presence of the Brethren didn't end at the pre-poll. On election day, it was worse, with many of our volunteers subjected to the aggressive methods of these thugs as they harassed people while handing out for the Liberal Party. It's bad enough with Liberals not being honest, but these parasites were openly and deliberately lying to people. One thing that really struck me was on pre-poll, we had a young female there, first time voting, still in her school uniform. By the time she got to the front of the election clue, she was crying because she had all these people just surrounding her and badgering her all the way through. Luckily, we had Senator Jana Stewart with us. Senator Stewart was very forthright with the Liberal Party in explaining that this is not on. We can't have people for their first time to vote being forced into tears just to try and exercise their right. It's just not on. As a Member of Parliament, it's a concern to me that the use of groups such as the Brethren can have a direct impact on the integrity of our democratic process. These groups, with their insular and highly controlled nature, can be used to manipulate the political process in ways that are not transparent or representative of the broader election. And I would absolutely recommend this matter being looked into by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and any other authority which has the jurisdiction on election interference by these so-called third parties. Predictably and welcomely, the people of McEwen saw straight through them. I've always been proud of being a local, living and working in the electorate that I get to represent. It's something that I think is important, to make sure that you're down at the shops like everyone else. You drive the same roads, your kids go to the same school. All these sorts of things are just so important to what we do. And what the Liberals had to offer was a deceitful candidate who was prepared to spend tens of thousands of dollars on advertising, but predictably failed to listen to the needs of our communities or understand them, because he wasn't one of us. We were proud to fend off the multi-fail blowing and the confidence, and we had the confidence of the people in hand with our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Our communities delivered a swing to the ALP in this election, which is so important. It showed the faith and the trust they have in us to deliver what we said we will do. And I think that was borne out right across the electorate. That was part of my journey to get back here, and now there is a lot of work to do. So we look at the future for our nation. It looks bright. It's a privilege to be in the largest ALP caucus since Federation. And I just joked about the first caucus meeting. It was so unusual to find there wasn't enough chairs. Luckily, there was a room down the other end that we could go and borrow some from, because that was fairly empty. In this term, our government is committed to doing a range of things. Continuing to provide cost of living assistance with energy bill relief for households, small businesses, and of course tax cuts for every taxpayer and cheaper medicines. A stronger Medicare, where 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by the end of the decade. An expanded network of urgent urgent care clinics, including the one in Diamond Creek, to take the pressure off our hospital emergency departments. We know the Northern Hospital has the busiest emergency department in Australia, and the more that we can do to keep people out of clogging that system up, the better. And slashing the prices of PBS-listed medicines, and a boost for women's health, which is so important. And I want to thank Assistant Minister Jed Carney, who came out and held a women's health forum with me. It was really enlightening to sit there, and a great bunch of locals that came and talked about the women's health issues and the problems they faced. And I was pleased that they allowed me to stay in the room to listen to it. But it really showed what had been neglected for a long time. So having a direct focus on women's health, like we do with men's health, through our envoy for men's health in the member for the Hunter, Dan Repicoli, these things are important to make sure that the focus is strong, it's consistent and delivers results. Now, one of the other things that we're proud of, in one of the fastest growing regions in the nation, we're always battling up there in the top couple, is to see getting more people into the homes through the 5% deposit for first home buyers. 100,000 homes built exclusively for first home buyers and the expansion of the Help to Buy scheme, providing incentives of $10,000 for building apprentices to boost the workforce, the critical workforce shortage we have. Ensuring education is available and affordable with a further 20% cut on student debt, raising the income threshold and capping the indexation rate. That ensures that help debts cannot grow faster than wages, and it's so important for young people wanting to buy their first home. In addition, making TAFE free. That is a key feature for our national vocational education and training system. And by funding 100,000 fee-free TAFE places in a year from 2027, we're fully funding public schools to make sure no child gets left behind. We are helping families with children in early education get ahead by scrapping the childcare activity test and replacing it with a 3-day guarantee for subsidised care each week, as well as building 160 new childcare centres over 4 years. We are delivering cleaner, cheaper, renewable energy. And it's so important for the future of our nation that we do this and we get to net zero. And you've got to ask a question. If you just got the biggest thumping in your life against the side that is supporting net zero, why the hell would you go and scrap it? It makes no sense, but that's okay. We're not going to give them any tips. I think the Liberal and National parties can deal with their own shrinking base themselves. But we are delivering this cheaper, cleaner energy because it's so important. We're delivering a 30% discount on home batteries to make better use of solar panels and permanently cut power bills. The vision of Labor is clear. We are the party of growth, and growth is a big factor at home too. We sit in Melbourne's northern growth corridor, smack bang in the middle, and we need to be ahead of the curve. We know every day the effects that the Liberal government neglected over 9 years that we got. Like other peri-urban regions across the nations, communities have a shifting set of needs. What we need from government today is different from 20 years ago, and I guarantee it'll be different to what we need in 20 years' time. But now we're not just catching up, we're building for the future. Our record investment is more than just bitumen and bridges, it's about delivering opportunities safely and responsibly to our communities. We are delivering the change the communities in McEwen need. Communities waited for far too long for government to see them and understand their needs. Now, just in closing, I want to, as is traditional and as is to make sure I get home safely and get that support, is to talk about the supporters and the help that we got to all those people that contributed to the win in McEwen. I may get the chocolates of being here and delivering this speech, but I know without the many, many thousands of people that get in behind us, it doesn't happen. And it's so important that we acknowledge some of those, and I know I'm going to miss people, and I apologise for that. But I want to thank my team that I have in my office. We are a great collective of people that work with one goal, and that's to service our community. To Adam, Kath, Jed, Gareth, Jenny, Sasha, Ella, Goeshi, Kate, who came out from UK Labor to help and be part of it, absolute legend she was, to Spiro and Dylan, and to Carmel, who is just a great sounding board for advice. To Paul Erickson, to Jen Light, to Jet Fogarty, Gabriella Dawson, just what a team. What a team they are. The unions, TWU, who are proud to be a member for 25 years, and to the RTBU, who offered great support and help in sounding out with our multicultural communities. So for Jed for doing all the coordinating, the 215 volunteers, the 282 shifts at pre-polls, and the 70 scrutineers that it takes to do these things. I want to also put special thanks to a man who I openly call my brother Avatar, to Diego, to Casey, to Jan Mapleston, Margot Clark, John Benson, John Frierson, Terry Larkins, who's been the chair of our FEA for a long, long time. He is the Yoda of our communities, which is an amazing person. To my mate Simon Fury, to Kobe Hay, Hayley Emmons, Jared Lappin, Kerry Pastras, the Haxu volunteers and all the branch members and supporters in our community that just deliver these things. They make you want to get up in the morning and do your best. They're just great people. Local supporters, including Graham Newman from the Diamond Creek Men's Shed, Michelle Neal, Northern Pride Netball Association, an amazing lady. To Michelle at Romsey Neighbourhood House, who does just a fantastic champion job. And to a man who I would say, in all honesty, is one of the greatest human beings I've ever met in my life, and that's Jeremy Scrivens from Love in Action. He's an amazing human. He's going through a rough time, but we're backing you. To Neil Langbourne from the Wallen Football Netball Club, a great mate and someone who's always there to tell you right for wrong what you're doing and do it in a forefront way, and I really appreciate that. We had to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Treasurer, the Minister for Trade, Special Minister for State, Minister for Infrastructure and Transport. I think Catherine King's almost got her own place out there. She's been out so often. To the Minister for Health, Minister for Sport, and to the Assistant Minister for Health, thank you for your support and being part of this special time we had. And a special shout out to Jana Stewart, Senator Jana Stewart, who was an absolute rock during the pre-polling. To former Minister Stephen Conroy, a great mate, great sounding board, and one of the frank and fearless bits of advice you get from him. To Tess Baster, and of course to my family with Lisa, and the two greatest hander-outers on pre-poll day, which was my grandkids, Ava and Lacey. They did a wonderful job. They kept a tally of who took the pamphlets and who did it, but it was great to have both of them out there. It really just, really warms your heart to see, and it was just great to have those two kids there. And of course to Hawker Britton, who just never let us down. So with that, as I said, I'm very thankful for this opportunity again to be here, and I won't waste the day.
Thank you. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to the First Nations people of my region, the Wadawurrung. It is my great honour to stand here as the elected representative for Corangamite for the third time. I thank the people of my region for placing their faith in me. That trust I carry with me every single day. It drives me to work hard on behalf of my communities that are diverse, thriving and resilient. From the Surf Coast to the Bellarine, from Geelong to Armstrong Creek, my region is growing rapidly. We are one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. And while we have seen much change, our character remains. The character shaped in the swell of Bells Beach, forged in the old factories of Grovedale, Marshall and Moolap, and nurtured by the farms and schools stretching from Torquay through to Queenscliff. This is who we are. We are resilient, caring, compassionate and creative. We love our unique natural environment. The sharp red cliffs of Jan Juc, the sweeping grasslands of the Bellarine and the rolling hinterland, yellow glums that stretch from Armstrong Creek to Point Addis. Together we share a commitment to protecting our unique natural environment and our ocean. We look out for one another, and like all Australians, we value fairness. Together we are determined to make a positive difference. And Deputy Speaker, on May the 3rd, my communities made their priorities heard for the future. They voted for a government that will continue to tackle cost of living pressures act decisively on climate change, deliver world-class services in health, in education, and ensure we are a nation where everyone gets a fair go. In Corangamite, these issues were at the heart of every conversation I had. These issues are grounded in lived realities. Families told me how our cheaper childcare subsidies have changed their lives. Pensioners shared their enthusiasm for our cheaper medicines policy. Young people spoke to me on the pre-poll line about how our cuts to student debt will mean they get ahead. Women spoke of Labor's focus on gender equity and our strong women's health policy that reduces costs for essential medications. And local businesses in Warn Ponds and Drysdale talked about how free TAFE is opening the doors of opportunity for workers to pursue new career paths, and our investment in the local infrastructure of our communities that they need and deserve. Deputy Speaker, Labor's first term of government and our recent election campaign offered practical, compassionate, forward-thinking policies that are delivering for Australians. From strengthening Medicare and making free TAFE permanent, to cutting student debt and investing in housing, emissions reduction and energy bill relief. We put forward a plan that resonated with voters because it responded to Australians' concerns and their aspirations. Of course, there are people in my electorate of Corangamite who did not vote for me, and my commitment is clear. I will always be there for you, because that is what matters most to your representative, to most of us. It is the foundation on which I will fight every day in this place. But as every member in this place knows, taking on that fight is not possible in isolation. Behind every public moment, there's a private foundation, our families. To my husband Hugh, my daughters Izzy and Lily, my siblings Marty, Stephen and Janet, and my mum Fran, thank you. You've been with me throughout my journey as a quirky, inquisitive kid who became a teacher, a journalist, a business owner, a councillor, a Surf Coast mayor, a candidate for state parliament, and as your member for Corangamite. Through wins and losses, through long days and even longer nights, you've kept me grounded. You have believed in me and backed me in with sound advice and strong principles of compassion, inclusion and respect for others. I could not stand here without you. Deputy Speaker, I also want to take a moment to sincerely thank every person who participated in the election. Whether you voted, cooked snags at a local fundraiser, handed out how to vote cards, or worked tirelessly for the Australian Electoral Commission, your efforts make our democratic process possible. Our democracy rests on those quiet acts of service, those hours volunteered, and those ballots carefully counted late into the night. But I cannot stand here today without addressing the conduct of the election campaign, particularly in my electorate, because while elections should be a celebration of our democracy, too often this one felt like a contest of intimidation. At pre-poll voting centres in Torquay and Drysdale, groups of up to 10 to 12 volunteers linked to the Exclusive Brethren and supporting the Liberal Party encircled me literally. They stood in a diamond formation, blocking me from speaking to voters. Every step I took was mirrored by them. At times, it was an ugly, coordinated performance. This experience wasn't mine alone. Candidates from the Greens, Legalise Cannabis and an independent all came forward with similar stories shared publicly on ABC 774. I want to thank the ABC for enabling the discussion and bringing attention to this unacceptable behaviour. We need frank and fearless media to provide unbiased and robust reporting. And Deputy Speaker, I must say, why was the Liberal Party backed by the Exclusive Brethren in such numbers? What was offered in return? Australians have the right to know, and they have the right to vote without being harassed. Deputy Speaker, my communities also endured a signage war. The signage war was Corangamite was relentless. Signs were removed and vandalised, illegal signs were erected and deliberately replaced within hours. There were dirty tricks. They were attacks on democracy, on integrity, and beyond integrity, there was an environmental question too. Thousands of plastic corflutes and wraparound bunting are now destined for landfill. It is wasteful, it is costly, and it undermines credibility of politics when communities see our streets turned into advertising battlegrounds. It's time to modernise the way we conduct elections. We must address the overuse of plastic corflutes and bunting and seriously consider these environmental and democratic costs. I also believe we need to look at the number of volunteers who stand for a party or a representative. This needs to be considered. We do not need 12 people, 20 people to be handing out for one candidate. I wholeheartedly encourage the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to include these issues in its inquiry into the 2025 election. Our democracy is robust, but it's not unbreakable. It must be protected. And that's why I've invested time and energy into strengthening civic education across my electorate. For the past 3 years, I've led a Democracy in Schools program, visiting schools and working with students to better understand how our system works. As a former teacher, I love going into schools, and my work is inspired by our Speaker, whom I congratulate on his reappointment. His leadership in promoting civic engagement and the initiative of the National Youth Parliament is exceptional. He knows, as I do, that rebuilding trust in our democratic institutions starts with education. Too many Australians feel disconnected from the mechanisms that govern their lives. And when young people feel politics is a separate entity to them, irrelevant from their daily lives, when misinformation spreads faster than facts, and when cynicism replaces trust and respect, that is when democracy falters. I have seen firsthand the difference civics education can make. When a student in Armstrong Creek explains the meaning of preferential voting to their peers, when a group of Year 12s in Drysdale debate whether the voting age should be lowered, or when students grasp that numbers in the chamber matter, that their vote matters, these light bulb moments show democracy is not static. It is dynamic, it is alive, it is contested, and it must be strengthened. Teachers have told me that students come away from these sessions with a changed perspective and a sense that politics is not something that happens out there here in Canberra, but it is something they can influence. They do have power, Deputy Speaker. This is how trust can be rebuilt. Trust must also be restored in one of our most important social programs, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. The NDIS changes lives. It is a Labor reform, and it has given people with disability choice, control and dignity. But in recent years, that trust has been shaken. And our government is absolutely committed to restoring that trust and to ensuring that the scheme delivers on its promise to Australians with disability and their families. This is a monumental task, but is one that, together with the disability community, our government is committed to tackling. And that's why I'm deeply honoured to have been reappointed Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS. I take this responsibility seriously. With my friend and colleague, Senator Jenny McAllister, the Minister for the NDIS, and Minister Mark Butler, I'm committed to working alongside my committee to help rebuild the confidence of participants and their families in the scheme. Deputy Speaker, like Medicare and superannuation, the NDIS is a symbol of what we can achieve when we prioritise fairness, dignity and opportunity for all. It represents the very best of who we are as Australians. And Deputy Speaker, if there is one theme that comes up again and again across my electorate, it is the opportunity to get a good job and to learn new skills. That's why free TAFE has been an absolute game changer. I have met students who never thought tertiary education was for them, young people who left school early, parents retraining after time at home with kids, workers who've lost jobs in old industries. Free TAFE opens doors. It is a pathway into areas we desperately need workers in. Areas like nursing, aged care, disability support, early childhood education, clean energy, construction and advanced manufacturing. And I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the Minister for Skills and Training, who is driving reform in this space. Deputy Speaker, in my region, the clean energy transition is not an abstract debate. It represents jobs being created in wind and solar, in building new transmission and in advanced manufacturing that underpins it all. Local apprentices and workers are wiring solar panels, laying transmission lines, installing subsidised batteries in homes and businesses, and welding the infrastructure that will power our future. And when people in Corangamite look ahead, they can see a future of secure, well-paid jobs. That is what the Albanese Labor government is determined to deliver. And Deputy Speaker, this term of government is about delivery. We have already cut student debt by 20% for university and TAFE graduates, increased the HECS repayment threshold from $56,000 to $67,000, allowing people to earn more before repaying, reduced the cost of medicines on the PBS to $25 from January next year, made free TAFE permanent and nationally accessible, and expanded marine protected areas to more than 50%. And we're not stopping there. We are undertaking the biggest investment in Medicare since its inception, rolling out more bulk billing and giving Australians better access to primary care without out-of-pocket costs. And we've expanded paid parental leave to 26 weeks by mid-next year. And we're including superannuation because having a child shouldn't come at the expense of a woman's retirement. Labor is also delivering infrastructure that shapes our communities and sets us up for the future. In my electorate, that means funding Stage 2 of the Bowen Heads Road upgrade, a new Medicare urgent care clinic in Torquay, a Medicare mental health prevention hub also in Torquay, and significant sporting infrastructure in Leopold, Drysdale, Grovedale, Bowen Heads and Ocean Grove. These projects are not just about roads, buildings, footy and netball facilities. They're about connection, opportunity and care. They're about creating spaces where young people can thrive, where families can access urgent care and where local communities can come together. And of course, at the heart of building stronger communities for the future is housing. Young families in Armstrong Creek want the chance to buy their first home close to work and schools. That is why Labor's investment in housing is so critical. And it's why our announcement this week to fast-track the 5% home deposit scheme is such a game changer for people across my electorate. This is not only an economic reform, it is a social reform that underpins security and dignity for every Australian. And it's part of a broader agenda to build 1.2 million homes in the next 5 years. And Deputy Speaker, as we build at home, we must also continue to stand up for Australian values on the world stage. I want to acknowledge the work of our Foreign Minister and Prime Minister for their measured leadership on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The scene from Gaza is horrific. Children starving, families displaced, hospitals overwhelmed. Our government continues to call for a ceasefire, the release of hostages and the genuine advancement of a two-state solution. And let me be clear, Israel does have the right to exist and Palestinians have a right to statehood. And I'm proud that Australia has joined our international partners in calling for this to occur. Recognition must come, not as a gesture, but as a genuine step towards peace. It is the right thing to do, it is the fair thing to do, and fairness is at the heart of what we stand for as Australians. Deputy Speaker, none of the work that we do in this place would be possible without the people who put in the long hours behind the scenes. To our grassroots volunteers, thank you. I would not be here but for your passion and your commitment to Labor values. You know who you are. Your friendships matter so much to me. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Maddie, Atticus, Lottie and Alfonso for their tireless work. I'd also like to thank Paul Erickson. To the Australian Union Movement, particularly the Australian Services Union and the United Workers Union, you are the engine room of Labor values. Your fight for fairness inspires us all. I'm deeply grateful to my parliamentary colleagues who stood with me on the pre-poll line and in the community. To my friend and electoral neighbour, our Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles, thank you for your wisdom, your wise counsel and your support. Together we share the immense privilege of representing the broader Geelong region. Your support throughout the campaign was invaluable. To Senator Jess Walsh, Senator Lisa Darneman, to Jed Carney, Andrew Giles, Catherine King, Senator Wong, Brendan O'Connor, Lisa Neville, and my state colleagues Alison Marchant, Gail Tini and Christine Cousins. Thank you. And of course, the Prime Minister, who during a frenetic election campaign took time to stand with me and my communities. You are an amazing visionary leader. To my staff, to Brenda, Moshi, Ellie, Grace, Nathan, Julian, and to my Chief of Staff, Kylie Rawson, your commitment, your compassion, your friendship and your resilience are unmatched. Whether helping with visa applications, Centrelink issues or local government advocacy, you go above and beyond every day to help constituents in my electorate. It's so important we do that. And finally, a special acknowledgement to Lee Hubbard, my former Chief of Staff, on his retirement from the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation. Lee's lifelong dedication to the Labor movement is a legacy we all admire. So, Deputy Speaker, in closing, Australians faced a clear choice on May 3. Unity or division, optimism or grievance, progress or the politics of the past. They chose unity. They chose courage. They chose a government that will stand with them to build a stronger, fairer, more inclusive future. It's my privilege to help shape that future alongside my communities, one rooted in the values of fairness, decency and hope. Australians have placed their trust in us, and it is our duty, it is my duty to honour that trust every single day. Thank you.
And the question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to deliver this address in reply to the Governor-General's speech on the opening of the 48th Parliament. It's not my first rodeo. I've been to a few of these, but I have to say this election is a particularly special one because Labor now holds 94 seats out of the 150 in the House of Representatives and 29 out of the 76 Senate spots, so 123 representatives across both chambers. Our caucus is now 57% female, Cabinet is 52% women, and we are a modern diverse government with more representation of our diverse Australian community than any previous government. That's important because of that we make better decisions. We represent all Australians. We had a terrific result in the electorate of Sydney thanks to the hard work and commitment of volunteers and supporters. Supporters in their hundreds stood out on bus and ferry stops, train stations, light rail stops, outside markets and shops to let people know about our first term achievements and to tell them of our plans for our second term. I'm very pleased to say that the federal electorate of Sydney achieved 55.15% of first preference votes for Labor. That is the highest first preference vote for Labor in the entire country. And of course our two-party preferred vote was also outstanding at 70.95% of two-party preferred votes. It doesn't happen without an incredible amount of hard work from party members, and I'd particularly like to mention Alberto Castillo, Connor, Anne Daly, Vicky Clay, John Dixon, Halcyon Dunn, Brian Frankham, Jonathan Gilliland, James Godschalk, Michael Hattrick, Shane Healy, David Hetherington, Marco Ho, Susan Cable, Clara Klemsky, Nicholas Lynn, Tom Lovelock, Zan Maxwell, Wayne Moody, Vanessa Burke, Michelle Perry, Luke Pratt, Judy Quirk, Linda Scott, Tamira Stevenson and Kate Sullivan. Of course, they are not the only ones who worked very hard during this campaign, but I do need to mention them for really outstanding effort. I also want to thank Campaign Director Christine Hawkins, an incredible effort from Christine, and Kerry, Will, Nell, Luke and Tony in the office. I want to take this opportunity as well to mention a few of the ministerial staff from my previous portfolio that have moved on. Dan Doran, David McElray and Rachel Durant. They're not the only staff that moved on, but each of those had been with me for over a decade, and it's hard to say goodbye to people, but they've all gone on to bigger and better things. During the campaign, I was very pleased to announce several important commitments in my electorate, including $10.2 million to deliver a new harbour pool at World Heritage listed Cockatoo Island, Warima, on beautiful Sydney Harbour, west of the Harbour Bridge. That'll be a great day out for people who'll be able to go there for the cost of a ferry ride and spend the day and swim in our beautiful harbour. $27,000 in funding to support 8 events to be hosted by the Newtown Synagogue in 2025 to promote community cohesion. So important in light of yesterday's revelations about the Iranian government involvement in anti-Semitic attacks in Sydney. Of course, Newtown Synagogue was one of those places that was attacked during that spate of horrible anti-Semitic attacks. With Penny Wong, we also made a commitment of $2.6 million to the Museum of Chinese in Australia, located in Haymarket, and with the Prime Minister, an $8.5 million commitment to funding for the Jewish Museum, which of course has now moved into the Wentworth electorate. We're also rebuilding the Griffin Theatre in Darlinghurst. This is a much-needed investment of $5 million, an announcement made with Catherine King. I can't wait to see further progress on these very important local commitments. Voters in Sydney and across the country voted Labor because of the difference that we made in the lives of ordinary Australians. Cost of living relief for millions, tax cuts for all Australians. In fact, there are 147,000 taxpayers in Sydney and 123,462 of them received a tax cut. We provided 2 years of energy bill relief for every household and small business. In the Sydney electorate, 101,373 households received energy rebates and 75,015 small businesses received rebates as well. My electorate has benefited from our historic increases in Commonwealth rent assistance. We've helped 6,330 households in the Sydney electorate in 2025 with increases to Commonwealth rent assistance, particularly important in an electorate like mine where rents are so expensive. We funded a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators and aged care workers while making sure that childcare centres cap their fees to support affordability and fairness, making sure that early childhood education is more affordable for families. Out-of-pocket costs were cut by an average of $7,000 for a family earning $168,000. We introduced 60-day prescriptions and triple bulk billing incentives, saving electors in the electorate of Sydney around $9 million so far. We've wiped $3 billion from student debt for more than 3 million Australians in Sydney. That's more than 1 in 5 voters who will benefit from that, cutting the average student debt by $6,820 and delivering $183.9 million in direct financial relief to 26,972 individuals in my electorate. Our fee-free TAFE funding has been wildly successful and it's benefited over 3,500 students in the Sydney electorate. We now see across the country same job, same pay, now law. Gender pay gap, the lowest it's ever been, with women $1,900 better off a year because of that. We're building 1.2 million new homes in Australia, plus the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in many years. And I was just delighted recently to visit a new project in Waterloo, which City West Housing is building with the assistance of the state government, the federal government, and some assistance from local government as well. How great to see those new homes going into my electorate. We passed landmark legislation to lift federal government funding for public schools, which had been capped at 20% by Malcolm Turnbull when he was Prime Minister. So much done across the board, and I'm always very proud of what we managed to achieve in the environment portfolio. As we move towards net zero, in just 3 years I approved 83 renewable energy projects, enough to power 10 million homes. That's every home in Australia. Renewables are powering well over 40% of the national grid now, and we're on track to achieve that 82% target by 2030. And in recent weeks, about 40,000 households have taken up our support for much cheaper home batteries as well. We invested $550 million to protect threatened species, including Lord Howe Island's phasmid and little mountain palm. Lord Howe Island is a beautiful part of my electorate, Mr Deputy Speaker. We increased recycling by more than 1.3 million tonnes a year, stopping paper, soft plastics and difficult to recycle plastics going into landfill. I was the first Environment Minister to block a coal mine. We protected almost 100 million hectares of land and sea, an area bigger than Italy, Germany and Norway combined, massively expanding the Heard Island Marine Park, Heard Island and McDonald Island Marine Park and Macquarie Island Marine Park, amongst others, beginning the World Heritage listing process for Murrujuga and Cape York, setting up new Indigenous protected areas, expanding the Indigenous Ranger program, stopping Jabiluka from being mined from uranium, and a range of fantastic projects around Australia, including supporting a bid to include the original 1978 Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras parade route on the National Heritage List, and the Melbourne and Broken Hill trades halls on World Heritage listing for workers' architecture around the world. Since that time, of course, Minister Watt has been doing a wonderful job in this important portfolio, and I wish him all the very best. I'm delighted to take on the portfolio of social services, and I'm very grateful to Minister Rishworth for her extraordinary work and skilled stewardship of the portfolio in our first term. The social services portfolio is where you see Labor's DNA. Neil Blewett, Brian Howe, Carmen Lawrence and my very dear friend Jenny Macklin have held this vast and vital portfolio since the 1980s and have led some of the most important reforms that Labor governments look back on with pride. To give a sense of the scale, the payment system supports around 5.5 million people, family payments support around 1 million families, and the child support scheme supports around 1.1 million children. Overall, the system supports more than 6 million Australians at a cost of $152 billion in 2025-26, almost 20% of all government expenditure. Shows why it's so important to steward this scheme right and to make sure that we've got the settings right. Since the election of the Albanese government, we've made considerable strides in improving job seeker, Commonwealth rent assistance and paid parental leave payments and arrangements. And that really makes a difference in people's lives. A single-age pensioner in receipt of a full pension now receives $1,178.70 a fortnight, about $5,000 more each year than when we came to government, and an additional $1,800 per year if they're renting. We value a system where resources are directed according to need, and we're always looking for ways of making sure our system is fit for purpose. We've been very lucky over the years to receive expert advice, the Henderson Poverty Line, the McClure report on the adequacy of social security payments, Jeff Harmer's report on pensions and other payments. Those processes have changed the thinking of communities and they've helped drive really durable change. The equivalent today is the advice of the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee, that's known to most people as EAC. The Albanese government has the great good fortune to draw on Jenny Macklin's skills and enthusiasm as the chair of the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee. Some of EAC's 2025 report considerations reflect interest in making sure that we integrate services and invest early in prevention rather than focusing once disadvantage has already taken hold. I'm very grateful to EAC for their work, and I'll continue to work with them to make sure that our system is fair. Australia is an enormously prosperous country, and we've got one of the best performing economies in the world, but the benefits of economic growth haven't reached everyone equally. There are 235 communities in Australia that together account for the top 10% of disadvantage in the country. 65 of these communities are home to more than half of Australia's most disadvantaged people. These communities face complex, persistent social and economic challenges that can't be solved by one-size-fits-all universal programs. This is where place-based work comes in. Local leaders who are embedded within their communities know the solutions that are needed in their communities. But aligning the services of government departments with the community sector and philanthropy is challenging. This term will see me focus more on place-based approaches which require local and joint decision-making with investment guided by locally developed data-driven plans. We now have an opportunity to bring the many place-based approaches which are working in different parts of Australia together to share effective practices and to extend these benefits to more communities. Our $230 million Targeting Entrenched Disadvantage package has laid the groundwork for place-based work in Australia, and will continue to do that work with the community and not-for-profit sector. Community sector organisations help to advance many of our social goals. These organisations run parenting programs, playgroups, counselling services, crisis response teams and so much more. They foster community resilience, cohesion and wellbeing. Currently, many organisations have to apply for numerous small grants over long periods of time, piece together the funding they need to work holistically with individuals and families. With every grant program comes a range of duplicative and unnecessary administrative burdens. The key takeaway from our partners in the community and not-for-profit sector is that we need to move towards funding models that are simpler, longer term, more relational and which reward success. Reporting should be focused on outcomes and provide meaningful insights back to the sector about what isn't working, so that we can continue to improve outcomes for people who need a hand. We've seen amazing employment growth numbers since coming to government, 1.1 million new jobs created, the minimum wage up by $9,000 a year since we came to office, but too many people are still locked out of the labour market. We need to make sure that our social security settings support and incentivise people wishing to take up work or to increase their hours, and that we stimulate demand to employ people from groups who have a greater distance from the workforce, especially Australians living with a disability. Because work is about a lot more than just a paycheck. It shapes our identity, it builds confidence and self-esteem, and it connects us with our communities. My focus is on supporting more Australians into the benefits of work. It is disconcerting that in 2022, just 60.5% of people with disability aged 15 to 64 years were in the labour force, compared to 85% of people without a disability. We have to do much more than just provide payments to these people. We need to make sure that we are unlocking opportunities for people to join the labour market. We need to, as a government, work to reduce complexity within the social security system, improve communication to encourage people to take up work, and to ensure the system supports people to move easily from income support into work. As you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are also as a government committed to closing the gap, and in my own portfolio, Closing the Gap Target 12, reducing children in out-of-home care, and Target 13, reducing family, domestic and sexual violence, are top of my list of responsibilities. Mr Deputy Speaker, First Nations children have survived and prospered in this country for millennia, but today we find we are going backwards with too many children entering out-of-home care. We know that the earliest years of a child's life lay the foundations for who they become and what they might achieve. It is not okay that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are 12 times more likely to be in out-of-home care or connected with the child protection system. We have to do much better than that. I've recently appointed Sue-Ann Hunter as the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commissioner to elevate the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people. I'll work with the Commissioner and all my colleagues to try and reduce the placement of First Nations kids into care. And on family, domestic and sexual violence, closing the gap, target 13, the figures here too are stark. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 33 times more likely than other Australian women to be hospitalised due to family violence, and up to 7 times more likely to be homicide victims. No one thinks this is acceptable. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have been calling for targeted programs to prevent violence, and they've been calling for a standalone Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety National Plan. We've heard those calls, and we're in the final stages of developing that plan and establishing a peak body to oversee the delivery and the implementation of that plan. More broadly on family, domestic and sexual violence, across our nation, rates of family, domestic and sexual violence continue to be tragically and unacceptably high. On average, each week, a woman is killed by a man's use of violence, in almost every instance, a man that she knows. Young women whose lives were only beginning, older women who had so much more to look forward to. Each life taken has a profound impact on loved ones left behind, kids facing a future without their mum, a daughter, a sister or a best friend no longer there, and so many more women whose lives are forever changed through physical injury and psychological harm by the men who choose to use violence. It's why that we have invested more than any government before, and I have to pay tribute to the member for the work that you did, Justine, in the last term. Really was transformative. More than ever before, $4 billion across government focusing on specialist services for women, tailored support for children and young people to heal and recover, and on men's behaviour change. We've invested $700 million in new matched funding with states and territory governments for frontline services so women and children can live more safely. We're investing almost $1 billion in making the leaving violence payment permanent to make sure that women have the support they need to leave a violent relationship. And we're making that payment permanent. We're investing around $1 billion in emergency and transitional housing. We've committed $27 million over 5 years to work in partnership with all states and territories to explore innovative approaches to address perpetrator behaviour. And because if we want to see change, we need to make sure there's accountability. And during the election campaign, we announced another $8.6 million to add to that work, including approaches like electronic monitoring or ankle bracelets, intensive behaviour change, and specialist early intervention for young people who are at risk of using violence. And we've reformed the family law system. We've invested with the E-Safety Commission. We've had targeted education campaigns for young people to understand consent and sexual violence. We're working in the higher education sector and so much more, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a big term and coming, and I'm hopeful that my time in this portfolio will be marked by a sense of urgency, purpose and engagement, making sure we do what works to make people's lives better. Thank you.
And the question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I say what an honour it is to be here and to have been re-elected to this Parliament, the 48th Parliament. And I really want to thank the people of Richmond for putting their trust in me for the 8th time. It is, as I say, an incredible honour and indeed a massive privilege to be elected to the Federal Parliament, and I take that honour very seriously. And to have been re-elected for the 8th time again, I do want to thank the people of Richmond for putting their trust in me. And of course, nationally Labor won the election and won with a very large majority, 94 seats, and more seats than any political party in Australia's history. And right across the country, we saw that people voted for Australian values of fairness, aspiration, opportunity, and these are the values that drive our government, the Albanese Labor government. And of course, our caucus is much bigger and so much more diverse, with 56% women and our new members being incredibly diverse and bringing a whole range of different skills and histories to our caucus and to the Parliament. And it's wonderful to see. I think we all agreed from seeing the first speech speeches, the incredible array of people that have been elected to the 48th Parliament. And of course, since we've been back here, our government's been extremely busy on delivering on particularly many of our election commitments, reducing HEX debt by 20%. Now, this was a huge issue, Deputy Speaker, in my electorate, out and about talking to locals who had those huge HEX debts. To have that decreased by 20% will make such a big difference to them. And of course, also, since we've been back, we're ensuring that medicines are cheaper. Again, vitally important in areas like mine, far north coast of New South Wales, and we have a large proportion of elderly people. So ensuring their medicines are cheaper, ensuring it's cheaper for families, all vitally important. And also, since we've been back, working to protect penalty rates, one of our many election commitments, because we know how important it is to have penalty rates in place. And Australians know that they can only rely on Labor to deliver for them when it comes to their working conditions and particularly protecting their penalty rates. Now, in terms of my seat of Richmond, I really want to thank all those that work so hard for Labor to retain the seat. And I really do want to thank those that assisted on polling day, pre-poll, door knocking and the phone calls. Big thanks to all my wonderful staff, all of our local Labor members and those other Labor members that came and assisted us, the wonderful union movement, to our New South Wales head office and to the National Secretariat for their great work, and to all those volunteers and supporters that provided help to us. Together, we made more than 50,000 phone calls and door knocks in this campaign, out and about every day, talking to locals about the issues that are important to them. And I do want to thank everyone who did assist. Of course, special thanks to all of my family, my husband Craig and our children, and to our extended family as well. Thanks to all of you for your continued support over the last 8 terms and throughout this campaign as well. It means the world to me. And of course, in Richmond, we ran a very positive and optimistic campaign the whole time, and we were focused on delivering real cost of living relief for locals, including the tax cuts for every taxpayer, incredibly important in my area, strengthening Medicare, an issue that comes up all the time, fixing our housing crisis, which has made it so difficult in terms of people being able to access a house, housing affordability, rentals, also investing in renewables, boosting wages, free TAFE, which has been a real game changer across the country. And in my seat of Richmond, more than 5,000 people have been able to access our free TAFE plan. And what a difference it makes, not just for them getting those increased education, but also their capacity to find work, and it strengthens our economy as well. And as I referred to earlier, cutting HEX by 20%, we've got more than 19,000 people in my electorate who will benefit from that. Our cheaper home batteries plan, which as we know is being taken up at a huge rate across the country. Indeed, Richmond is one of the highest electorates for the take-up rate for that, which is great to see. Other policies like energy bill relief for every household, cheaper childcare and medicines, more rent assistance, again, making a big difference. And of course, we've also always had a very strong focus on strengthening our economy, creating more than 1 million jobs in that last term of government, keeping our economy strong so we can keep delivering on all the vital services that we do. And of course, the campaign, like all, as we know, all tough campaigns, we had on one hand the Liberal National Party, who were in disarray and talking most of the time about their nuclear policy, which I know, speaking to all those people in my community, they totally rejected that. The cost of it, just the danger of it, they were just honestly thought it was quite absurd, and clearly that's what Australians thought right across the board. And of course also in my electorate the Greens were rejected as well, again because of the extreme nature, particularly blocking so many good initiatives like housing. Everywhere I'd go people would say to me they were done with the Greens in terms of the fact they were blocking really good initiatives that we have, and I think that both the Greens political party and the Liberal National Party did pay the price for constantly blocking our initiatives, and I think the Australian people have spoken very loudly and clearly to both those political parties that Australians don't want to see constant blocking. They want to see improvements, and they wanted to see in place the improvements that we had, particularly when it comes to housing. Now, of course, throughout the campaign, full credit goes to our wonderful Prime Minister. He was out there every day focused on building Australia's future and talking about Labor's positive policies. And I made it very clear during the campaign to my community they could always count on me to keep delivering for our region as part of an Albanese Labor government. And at the election there was a very clear choice between building Australia's future with us or taking Australia backwards with the Liberals and Nationals, which we know would have left us all worse off. And we pointed out, and I point out every day in my region, that our cost of living relief was all at risk under the Liberals and Nationals because they opposed every single one of Labor's cost of living measures and even voted against tax cuts as well. People just found that absolutely appalling. And as I did point out many times, Peter Dutton, the former opposition leader, when he was health minister, he wanted to scrap bulk billing and introduce a tax on every single visit to the GP, started a 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates and cut $50 billion from our hospitals. So locals know that when the Liberals and Nationals say that they'll cut public services, that affects Medicare, bulk billing, our cheaper medicines, veterans' claims and the age pension as well. And indeed, Peter Dutton himself had said there were too many free Medicare services, and locals completely rejected all of any of the measures by the Liberals and Nationals when it comes to healthcare because they don't trust them. But indeed, since the election, unfortunately, we've seen no reflection or change or policies from those opposite or from the Greens political party. No lessons have been learnt. They haven't listened to the community right throughout the country in terms of why they've been rejected. And I think they all need to be doing that and reflect upon the policies and their actions as well. Because the fact is, Labor is strengthening Medicare, and we're very, very proud of that, with more bulk billing and training more doctors and increasing the Medicare rebate. It's so important. And of course, also in my region, I made a number of election commitments like the free bulk bill Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, the Medicare Mental Health Centre, the Crime Action Plan and funding for the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. Again, initiatives that I'll detail in a minute that will really have positive improvements for the New South Wales North Coast. And of course, throughout the campaign, I talked about my record of delivery and working very closely with the community and what we have delivered. And indeed, I've delivered more than $3 billion, in fact, for our area, including all of my previous election commitments from the 2022 election. And I'll run through those in a minute in a little bit more detail. We've got the new Animal Power, the new Veterans Hub, Social Enterprise Laundry, and the Lennox Head Village upgrade, because people know that when I make a promise, I will always deliver on it, and we've seen all of those election commitments delivered. Now to the 2025 election. Earlier this year I announced that a re-elected Albanese Labor government would deliver a Medicare urgent care clinic for the Tweed region, and we're now delivering on that with the tender process started and underway from the 22nd of August, and that will identify a provider to operate that Tweed urgent care clinic. And this clinic will give more locals access to high quality and free walk-in urgent health care that they need. And I've said to many people in our community, as your local Labor MP, you can count on me to deliver that urgent care clinic in the Tweed region so you can get the free, fully bulk billed urgent care you need. All you'll need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. And the new Tweed Valley Medicare Urgent Care Clinic will be open over extended hours, 7 days a week, with no appointment needed, and all patients will be fully bulk billed. And what a difference it will make. And the clinic, of course, is intended also to take the pressure off the Tweed Valley Hospital and will fill an important gap in services across extended hours and over the weekend. A tender process led by North Coast Primary Health Network has commenced, as I said, to identify that provider to operate the new clinic. It'll be open to general practices, community health centres and Aboriginal community-controlled health services. And this really does extend on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to strengthen Medicare. And of course, we've had the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation more than 40 years ago, and we are very, very, very proud of our continued investment in Medicare. Now, I also announced earlier this year that a re-elected Albanese Labor government would establish a Medicare mental health centre in Tweed Heads. And when we have that, it will mean that locals will have access to free walk-in mental health care when that centre is open. Again, it'll be open for extended hours, no appointment needed or referral to access those services, just walk in and they are free. It'll be staffed by qualified mental health professionals to provide the support for what people need. And and it will be a tender process through the North Coast Primary Health Network, who will commission the Tweed Medicare Mental Health Centre. And this is really important because, as we've discussed here, we discussed a lot at home too, the mental health needs of my community, indeed throughout the country, are quite extensive, and particularly in our region after our devastating 2022 floods. There are still many people that do require support from that as well. So having that in place will be vitally important, particularly that people can just walk in and that it is free as well. Again, it builds on all the things that our government does to provide health services. Now, also late last year, I was very pleased to announce this in Lennox Head, and the Prime Minister was there for the announcement that if re-elected, that we'd be delivering $3 million for a North Coast Crime Prevention Infrastructure Action Plan. And I do want to note and thank all of the community. Again, this is a real community victory. Labor always listens and acts, and our community had called for this. And I do want to thank the Prime Minister for coming to Lennox Head to make that announcement late last year. Now, this $3 billion commitment will fund infrastructure measures for crime prevention and community safety in our North Coast communities. It includes $1 million for each of those 3 local government areas, Tweed, Byron and Ballina. And I certainly know, as a former frontline police officer, firsthand how important it is that we have more resources, including CCTVs, to combat crime on the North Coast. Now, of course, it's up to each of the councils to decide how that money is used in terms of community safety, but it could be delivering CCTV, it may be lighting, bollards, fencing and landscaping to improve community safety and reduce crime risks, whilst enhancing the vibrancy and usability of shared community spaces. And again, I do want to stress a community victory, and thanks to everyone who advocated for this. And again, another election commitment, a very exciting one, $2 million for the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. And of course, yes, they are fantastic. They opened in 2020. They operate 7 days a week. They've treated more than 9,000 native animals, including hundreds of threatened species. And the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital is a hospital that operates inside a custom-built semi-trailer, making it Australia's only mobile wildlife hospital. And it can also be deployed during natural disasters and treat impacted wildlife. They do an amazing job, and I do want to acknowledge the whole team at Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital for their important veterinary work rehabilitating native animals and, really leading the way for wildlife protection across our region, and for their strong community advocacy as well. Thank you. It is, again, another community victory that I was able to announce that election commitment. I very much look forward to delivering on that as well. As I said, Deputy Speaker, locals can always count on me, and I've delivered all of my 2022 election commitments, and great to see them all in place. The $1.5 million towards the completion of the Lennox Head Village upgrade, a wonderful village, one of our most beautiful coastal villages. We have many in my region, and it makes a huge difference to the local infrastructure having that. Also, the Beacon Laundry, and in fact last year the Prime Minister and I officially opened the Beacon Laundry in Bangalore, which is a jobs-focused not-for-profit social enterprise run by White Box Enterprises, who run similar projects across the country. And our election commitment was for $750,000 to help fit out that laundry. And of course, that laundry is now up and running and employing more than 100 locals, and it provides vital job opportunities for long-term unemployed locals, where they get to gain work experience and receive ongoing training in a fully supported environment. But it's also of huge benefit to our local tourism industry, as we didn't have a large-scale commercial laundry on the North Coast, but now we do. And Beacon Laundry provides that laundry option for businesses in tourism, and they are very, very busy and constantly employing more people. And also, my election commitment of $5 million for the Veterans Hub, and the temporary hub's now open, and it's fantastic. It's in Tweed Heads, and I really want to acknowledge RSL Life Care Veteran Services and RSL New South Wales, who we work closely with to get that open. It's located in Wharf Street, Tweed Heads, and the temporary hub's and the permanent hub's opening in the same spot. And they've got tailored veteran supports and services, and that's so important for local veterans to improving their health and well-being and whatever services they may need. Important to provide that for those who've bravely served our nation and for their families as well. And I know these Veterans Hubs have been a great success across the nation, so very proud to have one in our region. And the last of my 2022 commitments I want to speak about is the Tweed Shire Council Pound, the new pound, which we're going to be opening up very soon, and it's a new pound and rehoming centre in South Murwillumbah. And I do want to acknowledge the Tweed Shire Council, who advocated strongly for this and are currently building or finishing that off. And my election commitment in 2022 is for $1 million for the pound, and also built on the $1.76 million in federal funding we'd already secured. So a massive federal funding initiative for the pound. And the design and build of the facilities in line with the latest in animal welfare guidelines and features new dog kennels, catteries and facilities, and replaces the old pound at Stotts Creek. And I especially want to acknowledge the remarkable people at Friends of the Pound who do such a great job in looking after our animals. And Deputy Speaker, I have told the House this before, but when we did make the announcement about our election commitment in late 2021, Friends of the Pound brought along some wonderful animals, including some rescue dogs, and I met and fell in love with Teddy, half Chihuahua, and we adopted him, and 6 months later adopted his sister Cindy Lou. And I know that locals at one know they're doing very well, and we keep in constant contact with Friends of the Pound, acknowledge the remarkable work they continue to do, and having this new facility will just add to that great work. And Deputy Speaker, in the time I have left, I do want to speak about all of our initiatives around housing, and indeed this is one of the biggest issues that we do face in our region and right across the country. And so pleased to have the announcement the other day that we are in fact as a government helping more Australians realise their dream of home ownership sooner by launching the 5% deposit for first home buyers early on the 1st of October this year instead of next year. And what a response there has been to that. So important that so many people, younger Australians, can buy their homes sooner, and it builds on all of the initiatives that we've had in place in terms of providing housing support, access to it. We need to have more houses built. We need to have all these initiatives we have in place, and we are absolutely committed to doing that. And also earlier this year, I did announce a very important initiative for my region, and that is that the Albanese Labor government's delivering 15 new affordable units in Brunswick Head through the first round of the Housing Australia Future Fund. And of course, we're committed to improving more social and affordable housing. And these particular homes for renters, first home buyers, women and children fleeing domestic violence, for those at risk of homelessness. That's why having these units will make such a big difference when we know the needs when it comes to social and affordable housing are quite extensive. So I was very proud to have that announcement in place. And of course, we'd previously announced the 26 safe places for women and children fleeing domestic violence in Tweed Heads as well. But as a government, we are totally focused to improving the housing situation across the country, whether it be those home deposits or whether it be through Housing Australia or one of our other many initiatives that we have. It is a strong focus, I know, for the Prime Minister and the entire government. And just lastly, I do want to mention yet again another great initiative from our government that helps us so much in terms of healthcare. There was a reclassification of Murwillumbah from a city to a regional area, which meant it was a game changer for those local GPs and patients. It meant they could bulk bill more and they could also attract more doctors. And I really want to thank the Health Minister for one, visiting Murwillumbah and saying it's not a city, a regional area, and that it needed to be changed. And we corrected a mistake by the previous Liberal National Government, which was making it impossible previously to get bulk billing in Murwillumbah. But the Albanese Labor government listened, we changed it. There are now so many more doctors that are bulk billing. In fact, we've had a practice that now is universally bulk billing everyone ahead of our 1st of November changes. But it really shows that we are a government that really does listen to communities, acts on their concerns and improves it. And the fact now that so many people in Murwillumbah and surrounding areas can get a bulk billing doctor is so important, because previously they couldn't do it under the previous government. But we are a government with a big agenda, and as I say, Deputy Speaker, it's an absolute honour and privilege to have been re-elected for the 8th time, and one that I take very seriously. And I certainly want to thank all the people of Richmond for re-electing me.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services and Prevention of Family Violence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in reply to the Governor-General's address, and I thank her most warmly for her wonderful service. Well, the 2025 election was won by an Albanese Labor government, and it was won based on a belief towards a more equal and caring Australia, with greater opportunity for all. The Australian people chose a future based on positivity, on hope and trust, over negativity and division. Reflecting upon it all has been such a positive experience. Our pitch to the Australian people: more cost of living support, free TAFE, lower HECS, safer penalty rates, action on climate change and cheaper energy, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, valuing workers and cheaper contraceptives and women's health care, just to name a few things. And the women's health package was particularly popular in my electorate of Cooper, as were the wonderful Medicare urgent care clinics. During the campaign, while tracing the streets of Preston, I met a lovely woman about 50 years of age. Let's call her Sue. Sue was a public servant and managed her life by working from home. Her house seemed beautifully chaotic and full of life. The sound of her dog barking and her teenage daughter yelling in the background made me reminiscent of when my 3 girls and my son used to all live at home with me. She told me her life was difficult but fun and full of love. When I told Sue how the government was slashing the cost of estrogel, she was actually ecstatic. And then when I told her how we were cutting the cost of contraceptives and endometriosis care, her face lit up again. Sue was so happy to hear that a government was not just taking women's health seriously, but prioritising it. The hundreds of dollars Sue would save from cheaper medicine for herself and her daughters was life-changing. It gave Sue more room to breathe and more room to enjoy her beautiful and chaotic life. Her experience is emblematic of so many women I met on the doors during this campaign. And it struck me that what women wanted was really simple: to be heard, to be seen, and to live with respect and to feel equal. It wasn't luxury, it was safety and it was time. Time to be with family, time to be their own person. And what they wanted was to live, not just survive with their heads just bobbing above the water. It's what I always wanted too, because hearts starve as well as bodies. And Sue's story was echoed right across my electorate of Cooper, from the cafe belts of Northcote to the sporting clubs of Reservoir. It didn't matter what class or what background women came from. That desire for dignity, for fairness and for joy, not just the daily grind, is what I heard again and again. And I know this not just from my own conversations, but all the conversations my incredible volunteers had too. I'd like to take a moment to thank all those who committed so many hours during the campaign, rain, hail or shine. In Cooper, we ran a people-powered campaign. We relied on volunteers having real conversations with community members, whether it was knocking on thousands of doors across the electorate, phone banking night after night, early mornings at train stations, or long hours at pre-poll. It was the principled and driven members of Cooper Labor that made the campaign so successful. Thank you to the incredible people who sacrificed time out of their weekends and lives to help deliver historic victory in Cooper. This win is your win. To Daryl, Stefan, Aston, Tharun, Thomas, Shelley, Christine, Vasilius, Matt, Emily, Tracy, Phil, Geraldine, Peter, Kate, Georgie, Cheryl, John, Jordan, Kiz and Div, David, Rami, Coda, Riley, Jane, Marco, Andy, Masada, Arjalil, Brendan, Jane, Charlotte, James, Chris, so many others. Thank you so much. And of course, all of the Northcote and Preston Labor branches, Uni Melbourne Labor, La Trobe Labor, my staff and my wonderful family, thank you. Your energy, your care and your belief in something better was the heartbeat of the Cooper campaign. During the election, we spoke to thousands of women and men, of course, across Cooper about their concerns and had some very frank conversations, good conversations, and we made some very big promises. Cooper is a place of radicals and pragmatists, workers, business owners, professionals and academics, and people from every background and walk of life. And people in Cooper are incredibly politically engaged. They keep me on my toes and they know my every movement. They hold me accountable. So often I would knock on a door, a person would answer it, they would recognise me, lean on the side of the door and say, "Jed Carney, have I got something to say to you?" Sometimes I would worry, but most times it was because they cared deeply about the many things that I care about the environment and climate change in particular. In fact, during the campaign, there was one man in his 40s I met in Reservoir who managed to list almost every single climate initiative. from the Future Made in Australia bill to our solar initiatives and subsidies for home batteries. As a young father to young daughters, he expressed a terrible sense of dread about their future. Yet when he was met with a choice between voting for the Greens candidate or myself, he chose me. He chose to vote for me because he knew that only a Labor government would deliver practical change, and he knew that I would fight for that delivery. I do not take his vote lightly. My fight is quite easy with a climate change and energy minister like Minister Bowen. However, who made some genuinely progressive and impressive commitments during the election. During that time, I was also proud to announce in my own electorate $3 million to support the local environment, including much needed funding for Edwards Lake, Mary Creek, Edgars Creek, Darebin Creek, and our local grey-headed flying fox colony. I also got to announce upgrades for the Darebin Falcons, for Reservoir Northcote Senior Citizen Centres, for funding for Preston Lions, supports for Northcote Baptist Church, the Melkite Community Hall, Kachowski Social Club and the Dar es Salaam community, and importantly $3 million to the Aboriginal Advancement League to see a Women and Girls Sport and Wellness Centre built in the next year. All of this goes into my theory of change and why I think Cooper gave me the honour of representing them. I believe change should be grounded in the simple belief that every person and every community matters. I believe in the politics of empathy, where we build community, where we don't drive competition, where governments don't step back but step up to support people to live with dignity and opportunity. And we need a government that cares, that acts and leads, and that fights for gender equality, for example, so that all women can thrive, that backs strong unions, that lifts all workers, and takes bold climate action that leaves no one behind. I also believe that change happens and matters at every single level, from sweeping national reform to local community-driven work. Everything that we do in this building, no matter how big or small, has the power to shape someone's life. That's why we must always ask, who is this policy helping? Because at the end of the day, policy is not abstract, it's very personal. And one of the promises closest to my heart, and one that truly defines who I am as a former nurse, a unionist and a feminist, is our commitment to women's health. This includes listing endometriosis, menopause and new contraceptive medications on the PBS for the first time in decades, all of which have now been capped at just $25. I'm so proud of this policy because when we announce policies targeted towards women, we're saying we see you, your pain is real, your needs matter, your health matters. And we're also saying you deserve to do more than just survive. You deserve to live. And this is just one part of the broader feminist agenda. On top of this, the Albanese Labor government is also changing the way we value care. We've expanded paid parental leave to 6 months with dedicated time for both parents. And from this year, we'll pay superannuation on that leave for the first time ever. We're also making childcare cheaper. This was a very popular promise with both women and men during the election because by pushing costs down, we are pushing opportunity up. What was also popular was our support for real pay rise in feminised industries, because for too long, too many industries and unscrupulous employers had relied on historical sexist presumption about women's work and the care economy. On top of this, we've introduced employer-level gender pay gap reporting and achieved our lowest gender pay gap on record. We are also working to end all forms of family, domestic and sexual violence. Already, we've made a record investment of over $4 billion in new prevention and support services to combat family, domestic and sexual violence. And we're investing in incredible programs that are working to address sexual violence, including Consent Can't Wait, Teach Us Consent, Stop It at the Start and Our Watch. And we've almost completed the development of the First Nations National Safety Plan, Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices. Today, I have the privilege of working alongside the new Social Services Minister, Tanya Plibersek, who is committed to transformational change for women. The Attorney-General is also doing some transformative work, building on reforms initiated by the former Attorney-General to strengthen justice responses to family, domestic and sexual violence, including through harmonising consent and sexual assault laws across jurisdictions and increasing supports for those navigating the judicial system. The Minister for Housing has done some incredible work, making housing more accessible too, including by investing over $1 billion for housing for women and children fleeing family and domestic violence. And Minister Wells in the communications portfolio is delivering much needed safety measures. There are reforms that she's introduced in banking and financial abuse, protecting women. And of course, last term we also delivered 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave, something I'm particularly proud of because I had been fighting for this for over a decade, including when I was president of the ACTU. I fought alongside the mighty ASU and so many other unions for paid family and domestic violence leave because no woman should choose between fleeing safety and putting food on the table. This initiative also supports women to continue their careers because they shouldn't have to choose between surviving or thriving at work. Now, as the Assistant Minister for Social Services, working with Minister Plibersek on the prevention of family violence, I'm as fired up as ever to keep fighting. I'm fired up for people like Hope in my electorate. Her story tells the insidious nature of family and domestic violence because it's not just the moment of an attack that's painful. Abuse seeps into every aspect of life. Hope and her mother experienced terrible abuse in the home. One attack leaving Hope's mother deaf in one ear. Now, people would ask Hope and her mum, why don't you just leave? Hope told me of the shame she felt whenever that question was asked. A shame that should never have been felt, and a question that actually should never have been asked. Because the reality for Hope was that when her and her mum did flee, they were met with increased threats, financial abuse, intimidation, stalking, and an attempt to set their home on fire. And after receiving a protection order and many other supports that get them to safety, the mental recovery began, which took years. Hope is now doing very well. Actually, she's not just doing well, she's thriving. She's thriving because she had access to social security, free mental health support and good legal support. But what she wants people to know is that violence isn't just physical and fleeing isn't so simple. We must stop violence before it starts and we must address it in all forms, including coercive control, sexual violence, financial violence and verbal abuse. And if we want to stop violence, we need to make a concerted effort across all government departments and all parts of society. That's why all of us in the Albanese Labor government are deeply committing to stopping family and domestic and sexual violence in a generation. And I want to quickly acknowledge the incredible prior work of my dear colleagues Amanda Rishworth, Minister Rishworth, and the member for Richmond, Justine Elliott, in this portfolio, who've enacted incredible change, making the Albanese Labor government the largest investor in women's safety in history. Now it's time to build and grow on that, and grow rapidly. To get there, we must fight for cultural and social change, and that means working with men and boys. That means building healthy relationships and attitudes towards women from a young age. That means talking about consent, respect, digital literacy, healthy masculinity. But it also means fighting those factors that we now know lead some men and some boys down a path of violence, including social isolation, mental ill health and addiction. And it means prioritising protecting children, fostering their recovery and stopping the cycle of violence for them. None of these circumstances excuse the use of violence, but they do explain how it can happen, and we must do everything possible to stop that violence before it starts. This is part of our feminist agenda. And it's a feminist agenda focused not on survival, not just on survival. It's an agenda focused on truly living. To Sue and Hope and all the Sue and Hopes out there, this is why, or one of the main reasons I came to this place, for you, for your safety, for your life. To look at the heart and not just the body. We want women not just to survive, but to thrive and to have choices, opportunity, love and family. And we want the same for our men and boys. I'm deeply proud to do this in the Labor government. I'm deeply, deeply proud that the people of the electorate of Cooper elected me to represent them. I know that they care about the things that I care about. I know that they want me to stand here and speak up for them over and over again and to fight for policies that actually change their lives. The women of Cooper have spoken. They have told me that the policies we enacted in the last term of government have changed their lives. They have told me that they can now absolutely afford the medications that they need. So many of the women in Cooper have sent me pictures on their phones of how much their bill is, the dockets, the actual dockets of when they go to the chemist, when they pick up their medication, and when they see that no longer are they paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars every year for their medication. They are now getting it for so much less. So many women have cried. I've heard wonderful stories about our endometriosis clinics that have changed people's lives. Women have said to me, for the first time ever, they will walk into these clinics, they are heard, they are believed, and they are given treatment that absolutely validates years and years of their pain and suffering, years of being gaslit, years of being told there's nothing wrong with you, years of being told that it's all in your head or that it's just a woman's lot to put up with it. And that is not the case. We can do something about that. And then there are the wonderful organisations in my electorate who work every single day, who volunteer to make sure that their communities are kept safe and that their communities are not isolated and they have somewhere to go. From the amazing organisations like the Tchaikovsky Social Club, like the Elderly Citizens Club, like our football clubs who do so much for our communities, making sure people are fit, people are mentally well, and that people can have a life that feels fulfilled. Isolation is a terrible scourge in our community, and to support our very important social clubs is an incredibly important part of making sure we have a cohesive and strong society. And Deputy Speaker, working with our First Nations communities is also incredibly important to me. I have a vibrant and amazing First Nation community in my electorate. I'm very proud to be home to so many of the peak bodies that do great work in Victoria and beyond. The Aboriginal Advancement League is an amazing organisation that promotes the well-being and a healthy future for our Aboriginal community. So it was with great pleasure that we announced the $3 million to support their Women's Wellness and Sports Centre. I know that this sports centre will make a huge difference to that community. It's been in planning for a long, long time. And finally being able to show that the federal government is willing to support that meant that the state government was also willing to come on board and deliver much needed funding. So not only will they get now a beautiful new centre for their community's women and the girls to partake in sport, to stay well, to stay connected and to be proud of their culture, we will have a brand new turf for the much beloved Fitzroy Stars Football Club. So I'm very proud to be part of that. I'm very proud that we have been able to deliver for the people of Cooper. And with that, Deputy Speaker, I say thank you.
Thank you. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
I don't know who's our duty person, but... Yes, questions. Does that matter? What are you speaking on? It's address and reply.
Oh, address and reply, right.
Yeah. Talking about love hearts and butterflies.
That's it.
I am.
And bunnies.
I actually am. Not bunnies. They're at the bottom of the ladder on mine.
Yeah.
There's always ones there.
Oh, that's yours. Telling me
They're on their way.
they're on their way.
Here we go. To open is a big deal, right? Yeah, I was only starting there. Yeah, pretty many times. So after question time. How long is these? Yeah, it's once they restart, it's always got to make sure you're on time. If there's someone already there, you can usually get an extra 5 minutes out of it. And we have a board. So that's here. Yep, and you just got to stand for the speaker. So that's the afternoon one, so I'm up for it. And just make sure the next one's there, but you know the light flashes there and the phone's under here.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My second speech to the last Parliament was about a wonderful local girl, Harper Rowlandson, who gave her first speech in Parliament House 3 days after I gave my first speech to the Parliament. Harper spoke about her cochlear ear implants. When I first met Harper, she told me she wanted more love hearts and butterflies in the Parliament. And I think about that often as I go about my day-to-day duties here in the Parliament and also in the electorate. I have tried to focus on a positive and proactive approach to my duties and acting out of kindness and empathy, particularly for the most vulnerable in our community. And I thought about this again during the Governor-General's speech at the opening of the Parliament, where she said, "We are the product of generations of migrants who, coming here in search of a better life, have found a place of courage, kindness and a fair go." I am really pleased to have this opportunity today to talk about some of the amazing things that I have been fighting for in my community over the last 3 years to improve the lives of people in the Illawarra. During the last term of government, as a first-term MP, I was absolutely devoted to working as hard as I could to deliver real results for my community. My focus has been on seizing the opportunities of the future, preparing for the transition that we must have in our energy sector, and supporting local people with the rising cost of living. I have been so incredibly proud to be part of a government that has achieved so much positive change over 3 short years, both locally and nationally. During my first term, I have delivered nearly $1 billion of investment and cost of living relief to the electorate of Cunningham. We've delivered a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer so that people can keep more of what they earn. Energy bill relief for every household. Cheaper childcare for local families. Cheaper medicines. Pay rises for some of our lowest paid workers. And so much more. We have proudly delivered Medicare urgent care centres at Corangamite and at Dapto so that local people can get free urgent care when they need it the most. Vital services taking pressure off Wollongong Hospital. Aged care is another huge issue in my electorate, with bed block and access to high-needs aged care beds a real issue. I worked hard with the Minister for Aged Care during the last term to secure $17.4 million for new local aged care beds and upgrades in Cunningham. I have also delivered $6.2 million for 35 new transition aged care places for the Illawarra Shoalhaven Local Health District to help get vulnerable people out of our overburdened hospital. I would like to acknowledge the work also of New South Wales Minister for Health and Member for Keira Ryan Park for his dedication and support on this issue at a state government level. There is still a lot of work to do on aged care in the Illawarra. I have already reached out to the new Minister for Aged Care and Seniors to invite him to beautiful Wollongong to meet with our local aged care task force and hear firsthand the challenges facing our aged care sector. I very much look forward to this engagement in the near future. Deputy Speaker, it is well known that nationally we are suffering a housing and homelessness crisis, and the Illawarra is by no means exempt from the impact of this. Nationally, we have developed the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund to build more social and affordable homes. I was delighted to see the Housing Trust receive support under round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund facility for 3 projects in the Wollongong LGA with a combined value of $34 million. This will provide 45 dedicated long-term social and affordable rental homes. We have provided SASI with $4.6 million to purchase, remodel and expand 6 dwellings in the Wollongong LGA for both women and children experiencing family and domestic violence and older women at risk of homelessness. Our government also supported SASI with 32 safe places, assisting up to 256 women and children experiencing family and domestic violence through the Safe Places program. We know that there's much more to do, and we are absolutely committed to eliminating family and domestic violence in one generation. We have also delivered the expanded Home Guarantee Scheme, benefiting 680 local people, as well as increases to rent assistance. This is making a big difference in the lives of local people right now. I can see so much opportunity for the Illawarra. With thriving industry a stone's throw from the Sydney CBD and a world-leading university calling our region home, we are ideally positioned to play a critical and important role in our energy transition. Over many years, I have received a real in-depth understanding of the thrival local industrial innovation that is happening in my hometown. Just recently, I attended the groundbreaking of new world-class advanced materials production centre in Coniston. Gravitas Technologies has been backed by $1.5 million under the Albanese government's Industry Growth Program to build new state-of-the-art high-technology warehouses to sit alongside its existing facility. As CEO Sam Morica said, this is more than just a building. It marks the arrival of another high-tech industry in Wollongong, helping them innovate faster, bring their product to market faster and create new jobs for the future. A future made in Wollongong. And this is only one example. Our government has also invested in our local renewable hydrogen industry with $15 million to Hysata through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and nearly $30 million in grants from ARENA since its days as a start-up out of the University of Wollongong, getting this technology off the ground. All up, during my first term, I worked incredibly hard to see over $180 million invested in local industry and innovation, including supporting the Port Kembla Steelworks. We've provided $1 million for community batteries in Warrawong and Dapto and $5.4 million for the Electrify 2515 home electrification pilot. Our government has also invested in the incredible work of the University of Wollongong, with more than $56 million in Australian Research Council grants, $10 million for the Energy Futures Skills Centre to train our workforce of the future, and over $1 million through ARENA for a harmonic study which will progress renewable energy grids. We've also invested over $42 million for additional Commonwealth-supported places at the university to train more teachers, nurses, engineers and mathematicians. And that's on top of fee-free TAFE and over $3 million for upgrades to 15 local schools. Our Labor government believes in regional communities. We believe in investing in the infrastructure that regions need for our future, like $312 million for the Mount Ousley Road interchange, a long overdue project that will revolutionise the gateway to Wollongong. Deputy Speaker, this is merely a snapshot of the incredible support that the Albanese Labor government has given to the Illawarra during my short 3 years as member for Cunningham. It has been my absolute honour to represent this community through that time and to be part of some incredible future innovations that set us up on the world stage. But our work is only just beginning. We have huge plans for this term. Starting with the very first piece of legislation of this Parliament, cutting student debt by 20%, a change that will benefit more than 22,800 people in Cunningham. With our local world-class university training the workforce of the future, this is simply huge. From the 1st of July, we have also supported our next generation of local teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers with paid prac during their training. Helping to address the shortages in these industries and removing the cost burden of getting this vital experience will make a huge difference. And that's just the start when it comes to continued cost of living support under the second term of the Albanese government. Already the House has voted in support of our bill to protect penalty and overtime rates for millions of Australians. This important bill will enshrine penalty and overtime entitlements for around 2.6 million modern award-reliant workers. Under Labor, inflation is falling, unemployment remains low and real wages are rising again. We have created 1.1 million jobs and we're seeing interest rates coming down. This is because of the good economic management of our government. We've also gone a step further on cheaper medicines, with new legislation introduced to cap the cost of prescriptions under the PBS to no more than $25 from 1 July next year. And this is great news for all Australians. Our early learning sector should be a safe place for our kids. Australians have been utterly devastated at the recent revelations showing a system in urgent need of reform. Our government has moved quickly to pass legislation giving the Commonwealth stronger powers to protect children in early learning settings. Under the reforms, the government will be able to suspend or remove funding from providers that fail to meet national safety standards, conduct unannounced inspections and prevent non-compliant services from expanding. We have also committed to decisive action to deliver a national approach and address systematic gaps in working with children checks to improve the safety of children across Australia. This is vital work and there's more to be done, but I am pleased to see that the government is wasting no time in addressing these shocking revelations. There is certainly a lot more work to do to address some of the biggest challenges facing our community right now. I will keep working hard to deliver on my promises, like the $10 million for the Southern Suburbs Community Centre and Library in Warrawong, the $5 million for the Regional Multicultural Community Centre and the $13.6 million for the St George Illawarra Dragons Community and High Performance Centre. I will keep working to deliver improvements to local housing and homelessness services, aged care and health services. And I will continue my push to have a clean energy future made right in the Illawarra. And there's just a few more proud moments and some butterflies from my first term that I'd like to quickly touch on. During my first term, I also joined my good friend Lachlan Stevens, who's the Vice President of Wollongong RSL sub-branch and founder of Walk With Us Kokoda, and I walked the Kokoda track. On day 2 of the track, you cross the same river 22 times, but we were also surrounded by beautiful blue butterflies that often perched on your shoulder, and again I thought of little Harper. You have a lot of time to think on the track as you were climbing the mountains that never ever seem to end. And I thought a lot about all of the things that still needed to be done. In fact, Lachlan, Maria Murray and I compiled a stuff we need to fix list as we walked, which included things like processing veteran claims, the NDIS and aged care. And these are the things that keep me up at night. All issues that need to be approached with kindness, fairness and empathy. Another achievement of the Albanese Labor government during our first term was bringing home the remaining 5 men who were incarcerated in Indonesia since 2005. I have worked with the Stevens family for over 20 years, mostly in my capacity as a staffer to my predecessor, the Honourable Sharon Bird MP. A beautiful and tight-knit family who have endured so much since their son Martin was arrested. I have spent so many hours with his mum and dad the amazing Bill and Michelle Stevens, and helped them through their great pain throughout the 20 years that Martin was incarcerated. I was so very proud of our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister when, during our first term, they secured the release of these men due to the strong relationships that they have built with our friends in Indonesia. The closure of my longest ever constituent case. I think perhaps the longest in the Parliament. Martin is working, he's doing charity work, he has a car, he's keeping fit, he's looking after his family and trying so very hard to be a good and constructive member of our community, and I am so proud of what he has achieved since his release. I was also delighted to finally meet Scott and his new partner and catch up again with his mum and dad, the strong and courageous Chris and Lee Rush. They are another family that I have worked closely with for many years. I was very touched to receive a card and a beautiful letter of thanks from Scott and his partner. And again, butterflies made their way into my parliamentary term, and this is the envelope for the card adorned with the butterflies. Like Martin, Scott is working hard on his future, and I can't wait to see what he achieves. I am so very proud of him too. I would like to take a moment to thank President Prabowo Subianto for his kindness and compassion, which has led to the men returning home. I would also like to thank the team that I have worked for many hours with to help bring the men home. Marshall Irwin, Sarah Bradley, Stephen Kime, Julia McMahon, Peter Strain and Erskine Roden, and the hundreds of public servants who worked on ensuring the boys' health and safety while incarcerated and also helped to bring them home. I would also like to extend my sincere condolences to the families of the men who did not make it home. My latest butterfly interaction was recently with Gloria Holloway from the Country Women's Association in Stanwell Park. What a dynamo she is. When I met Gloria, she was a little bit miffed at being taken over as the oldest member of the CWA, she's 91, by a new member who was 92. She had on the most beautiful butterfly necklace, and she is a passionate advocate for the women involved in the CWA and the local Stanwell Park community. And let's not forget the love hearts, another reminder of Harper following me around, like this beautiful piece of pottery made by Daniela Legazio and proudly displayed at the Green Acres Outsider Art exhibition recently. This will now be displayed on my local wall of art in my Parliament House office. There's been love hearts and butterflies everywhere. There are so many people doing amazing work, far too many to mention here, but I am so very privileged to be able to work with and visit so many people and organisations doing amazing things in my local community. So to Harper, I have been so privileged to have encountered so many butterflies and love hearts during my first term. Thank you for putting them out to the universe for me to find, small pieces of joy in my day and special reminders of why we are here. I am so grateful to the people of the Cunningham electorate who have once again put their faith in me to represent them in this place. I take that responsibility and privilege very seriously, and I am looking to 3 more years of hard work delivering for my community. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, and the member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I know that you don't hold a seat when you were sitting in that chair, but I do want to particularly acknowledge the events that are happening in your electorate as we speak. It's somewhere I've visited regularly. My nephew's just bought a house in Pulpunka, has had his wedding there last year as well. I know what a beautiful community it is, and devastated for the community, but the members of the police force who've lost their lives, and I know it'll be a very important, you will play a very important leadership role in helping the community post all of these events, but I did just want to acknowledge that. It is an enormous privilege to stand here before you today as the re-elected member for Ballarat. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands of my electorate, the Wadawurrung and Djadjawurrung peoples, and pay my respects to elders past and present. The past few years in particular have taught me even more about the resilience of our First Nations people and how we, as non-Indigenous people, have so much to learn from them. I thank the local traditional owners for their ongoing generosity in sharing their culture, and their grace and wisdom with which they conduct themselves and support community each and every single day. My electorate, like all of the 150 in this place, is a really special place, one of history, diversity and of opportunity. I never take for granted the incredible honour it is to represent my community here in our nation's capital, and I'll continue to work every day to get the best outcomes for the people of Ballarat and for every Australian. While I have other responsibilities across the whole of the nation, it never ever escapes me that the only reason that I have the incredible opportunity I have to be a minister and a cabinet minister in this government is because of the people of Ballarat. While I have other titles, the one I am most and deeply proudest of is being the member for Ballarat. I'd like to say a special thank you to every person who helped and supported me during the campaign. My family, my fabulous, fabulous staff, my friends and my volunteers. I'm extremely grateful to all of you for your contribution, and I could not have done that this without you. I'm not going to name everybody. I have done so in the past, but I've only got a limited amount of time, but I do want to particularly acknowledge my electorate office staff and my personal staff who worked incredibly hard, as well as people such as Craig Fletcher and the union movement locally who also assisted so diligently. Throughout the 2025 campaign, I had the privilege of standing on pre-poll for 2 weeks, pretty much continuously on the same spot. I didn't move, speaking with many different people from our community. I met young mums and dads worried about the rising cost of childcare and how they can balance work and family life. I spoke with students anxious about their growing HECS debt and how it might impact their future opportunities. I met young people eager to build a career by learning a trade, but worried about the cost and availability of apprenticeships. I met doctors and nurses working tirelessly in our hospital system telling me how much they need more funding for health services. And I spoke with older Australians who are concerned about the cost of living and the quality of aged care services. These are the people who make up our Australia, and they are exactly who the Albanese Labor government and I are working to deliver for. Our policies ease the pressure on families, support education for the next generation, strengthen our health system, back regional communities and ensure dignity and security for older Australians, because we believe in building a fairer, stronger future for everyone. We've done this, of course, by delivering on our promised tax cuts for every taxpayer, helping you keep more of what you earn. We've opened 87 bulk billing Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in Sturt Street in Ballarat, and I thank them for their excellent, excellent service. I think many, many in our community, including my family, have needed to call on their services. We're investing an extra $1.7 billion to actually fund our public hospitals properly. We've started the largest housing build in Australia's history to get more people into a home of their own, including in my own electorate. We're wiping $3 billion off student HECS debt, saving the average person in my hometown over $5,755. We've delivered free TAFE, and I, like many people, have met young people and older people changing careers who have taken advantage of free TAFE, and it is changing the economic opportunities for a generation, and it is unbelievably terrific to see. We've provided $300 in energy bill relief for every household. We've delivered cheaper childcare, pay rises for childcare and aged care workers and expanded paid parental leave. We've doubled the Roads to Recovery funding to $1 billion, meaning every single council in this country, including in and around my community, is now receiving double the amount of money from the federal government to fix our local roads. And that is making a real difference across the community. We've we've increased the amount of money for black spots and for projects such as bridges, renewal and heavy vehicle productivity as well, and increased that funding. We're investing over $4 billion in women's safety initiatives, boosting and securing frontline services, delivering financial and housing support for women, escaping violence and much needed law reform. And we're protecting the penalty and overtime rates of millions of Australian workers just this week in the Parliament. Each of these policies have and will continue to deliver real and lasting change for those in my electorate, but we know there is still more to do to build a better future for all Australians. Throughout the election campaign, I worked with a number of local groups and organisations to commit to projects that will make a real and tangible difference for our community, and they build on the commitments that we made in 2022 that are now well and truly coming to fruition. I've spoken before in this place of Ballarat's history of institutional abuse and the way that it continues to echo through generations. For some time now, local survivors and supporters have been working together on the design of a memorial for our community, a place of healing, recognition and quiet reflection, a place in the heart of our city that acknowledges and honours all survivors of sexual abuse and assault. I was incredibly proud to commit $500,000 for the Continuous Voices Memorial in Victoria Park. This commitment from the Albanese Government, together with previously announced support from the Victorian Labor Government and the City of Ballarat, ensures that this worthy project will actually be built. This commitment assures survivors that we see you, we believe you and we support you, and if the Royal Commission and the recent events in my hometown, but in Victoria, as well as in Queensland, have taught us anything, is we have to be eternally vigilant when it comes to child sexual abuse. Ours is a proud and welcoming community and one where people support each other. The Ballarat Regional Multicultural Council operates out of an old high school building called the Ballarat Welcome Centre. It's a beautiful site. The building itself is pretty old, as a lot of buildings in Ballarat are. We're lucky that way, but it does mean that it is often hard to find facilities. We've pledged $500,000 to revitalise facilities for the Ballarat Regional Multicultural Council to continue to do the amazing work that they do, welcoming migrants but also showcasing our different cultures. Our Ballarat Agricultural Society, our Ballarat Show, has played an iconic role in Ballarat for over 170 years. The annual show is something many families look forward to, and it's always a brilliant day out. The Ballarat Agriculture and Pastoral Society doesn't just deliver the show though. The organisation is run by a terrific group of volunteers who play an integral role in supporting primary producers and showcasing agriculture through the region. They have big plans for the future of their new site and what the organisation can achieve, and we were pleased to back them with $1.5 million towards their new event and exhibition centre. It will be able to host the Ballarat Wine Show, agricultural workshops and private events, and in essence it'll ensure the sustainability of the showgrounds for years to come, to be able to have that stream of revenue to support the producers in our community. We also committed over just on $1.2 million for community soccer upgrades in Creswick and Daylesford. Maybe it started with the Matildas, maybe it's because these two clubs are so welcoming and so inclusive, but both are seeing a huge influx of women and girls wanting to play soccer. Girls getting changed for soccer in cars or behind trees, particularly if you're in Daylesford or Creswick, if you know how cold that can be. Although if you're watching the block at the moment, which is in Daylesford as we speak, it looks like it's sunshine every single day, but that unfortunately is not always the case. Capping the number of girls who can play has been what's actually been happening, because facilities just can't simply handle it. It really isn't good enough, and I know there are lots of demand across communities, but our commitment has been to get these fantastic local clubs the facilities that they deserve, and it'll keep local kids active and connected. About an hour south of Daylesford is the beautiful community of Teesdale. We're also ensuring that everyone has the facilities there that they need, with the Don Wallace Rec Reserve, a $1.5 million commitment to help deliver much-needed female-friendly change rooms, a new septic system, a new accessible toilet with baby change facilities, power upgrades and paths and landscaping to really secure the site. Finally, we've invested $3 million to establish a fit-for-purpose veterans, families and community hub in Wendouree. I'm really delighted that the City of Ballarat has made a premise available. It's one of the old council chambers from amalgamation that has been really sitting vacant for a long period of time. It is an ideal place for a veterans hub in our community, which has been sadly needed for a long time. It will be a place of connection and practical support for the servicemen and women who we owe so much, for their families and their supporters. Thousands of veterans live in the Central Highlands region, and the benefits of this project will extend far beyond the boundaries of Ballarat. I've been speaking with the team behind the Ballarat Veterans Assistance Centre for many years now about this project, They are passionate and committed, and I believe in them and what they can achieve. I'm very proud to support this meaningful project, which will be delivered by the City of Ballarat and supported by the expertise of local government. Many thanks, as I say, to Evan King, no relation to me, but CEO of the City of Ballarat, who do such terrific work often behind the scenes to really work with communities in a way that delivers great outcomes for groups like the veterans community. I'm really excited to get to work and the benefits of that these projects will bring. As I said at the start, alongside being the member for Ballarat, I'm very proud to have been reappointed by the Prime Minister as Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government for a second term. It is an enormous responsibility and one that I'm very passionate about, and I thank the Prime Minister for trusting me to continue to fulfil that role. Through my portfolio, we'll continue to deliver for all Australians, and we've set a significant agenda before us. We're delivering historic reforms, including legislating an aviation consumer protection scheme for the first time, ensuring Australians living with disability can access essential transport services with the dignity that they deserve. And I went recently to one of the co-design workshops that is the aviation sector and my department working closely with those with a disability to actually design the new aviation disability standards so we can actually get a better outcome for the treatment of people who have a disability, wanting to travel by air to go and do all of the things that we love and enjoy. We're also driving productivity through the freight and supply chain, and we'll continue to do that work. We continue to deliver a record investment in infrastructure across the nation. That investment stretches right the way across the country, throughout our regions, our cities, our towns and our suburbs. I've been very focused in our first term to ensure that pipeline of projects are focused on enhancing the productivity of our industries, improving safety of our local road users, connecting us with our loved ones and saving us time when we're travelling to and from work, and that those projects are across the nation. We have increased funding, in fact, for infrastructure, whilst we had to do a review of the pipeline to ensure its deliverability. I can assure the House that despite some of the rhetoric from those opposite that still seems to continue, not a single dollar has been cut from the infrastructure pipeline. In fact, it has actually increased under the Albanese Labor government. And it's important to understand that whilst projects may have not proceeded, no money has been cut. In fact, there's been increases to funding for infrastructure everywhere across the nation. In Queensland, we're delivering our record $7.2 billion investment in the Bruce Highway. The Rockhampton Ring Road is proceeding well. The Olympic infrastructure in Queensland that will leave a lasting legacy. We've signed the new intergovernmental agreement with the Deputy Premier there just recently. In New South Wales, Western Sydney Airport is pretty much complete. It's looking fantastic and the aviation agreements are getting in place. Looking forward to that opening, and in addition to that, we're delivering that critical road and rail infrastructure in roads from 15th Avenue, Mamre Road and Elizabeth Drive, and in rail, the rail line's well underway with having visited the station box just recently out at the airport. In Victoria, we're funding and working very closely with the Victorian Government on the Melbourne Airport rail link and unlocking Sunshine, the Sunshine Station precinct, which is a really important enabler of not just airport rail, but also untangling the network to enable future electrification of the Melton line. We're also delivering significant investments that are continuing with North East Link, suburban rail loop, and of course to the Western Freeway. There is, of course, more to be done. In Tasmania, we've delivered and opened the Bridgewater Bridge. We're investing in the Mornington Roundabout that's finally getting done, and the Lyell Highway. In WA, we're delivering Metronet, a new ferry expansion, the Brooking Channel Bridge, as well as I'm looking forward to going and opening alongside Minister Safiotti the Byford Line extension shortly. In South Australia, one of the biggest road projects, I think North East Link might be the biggest one, but Torrens to Darlington project is huge. The Mount Barker to Verdon interchange upgrades, and of course funding investments in heavy vehicle productivity. In the Territory, we're improving the Tanami, and in the ACT, we're expanding Canberra Light Rail. And again, these investments come at a time when it is really important to keep that pipeline of work going, but also when we know there are significant capacity constraints that continue with our workforce and with supply chain, and continuing to do the work in that space as well. Again, in finalisation, I do want to thank very much the people for Ballarat for putting their faith in me to represent them once more, and to look forward to another term of delivery for them, but also the opportunity that they have given me to deliver not just for them, but also for the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in 2010, the electorate of Wright was first formed as a byproduct of a redistribution. So I am the inaugural member of the seat of Wright, and it is a privilege, and it is something that I feel immensely proud to be able to represent the good people of Wright. This is my 5th time I have been returned to this amazing building to be their voice, to carry their concerns, to come and lobby for the infrastructure that's required, to speak with our ministers and departments down here about the reduction of red tape for businesses, so that mums and dads and families can end up with more money in their pockets, and that businesses can become more profitable. This year, it is more likely that we'll have another redistribution. The average electorate size is around 100, 120. I'm at over 140,000 people, and my next door neighbour of Blair is very similar. And I see the member for Ford in the room. Are you over as well? 135 for the benefit of Hansard. So it is more likely that all of our boundaries will not look the same in a future redistribution, but we will work actively with the Australian Electoral Commission to secure what hopefully is the best for our local communities. Our regions are growing. On those numbers, they are expanding, and with that comes growing pains. The community of Yarrabilba, communities right across my electorate, Plainlands, urban sprawl, as we're located just on the outskirts of Brisbane and Gold Coast, and as the entry points into the housing market are becoming more and more difficult, people are choosing to come and live in the regions and commute a little further from a price point perspective. And there's another cohort as well, Madam Speaker, those have lived in the cities all their life, taken the opportunity to downsize, cash out of high-value properties, come and buy, in often cases, a superior property, with reference to its age in my region, and seek to retire. It is absolutely a picturesque region, from the Gold Coast hinterlands to Tamborine Mountain. The Scenic Rim, who Lonely Planet say is one of the top 10 destinations in the world to visit. We have some of the most exquisite restaurants, and across the restaurant, and we have an Eat Local Week campaign that goes for an entire month, where restaurants in Brisbane and Gold Coast will bring their clients, just say if they buy local produce from our community, pork or cheese or honey, they will bring their clients out and set up pop-up restaurants on the farm where the honey and the cheese and the pork is grown, long table lunches in the spring. It is such a, and they converse with the locals and the community. They bring out their chefs, they bring out their wait staff, and they sell these tickets, and it's such a popular event, and you have to be very quick to get into the pop-ups that you need, otherwise they disappear very quickly. Agriculture is still the largest contributor to GDP in my electorate, and this year, over in Withcott, a company probably not known to many people in Australia, but Southern Cross Windmills is celebrating its 150 years of manufacturing here in Australia in my electorate. And it's worth noting in the current debate in the other House, as agriculture is the largest contributor to GDP, my original farms, the original blocks, every single one of them would have had at some stage a windmill on them. And then when the windmills broke down, we went to solar pumps. That in turn making my growers, my farmers, the early adopters of renewable energy. They didn't do it because they were looking to save the planet. They do it because it was the most efficient and cheapest way to pump water for stock and domestic usage. And we're very proud to have Southern Cross in our electorate celebrating their 150th anniversary. To be returned to this place is a great privilege, and it's not something that one can do on their own. I'm very humbled by the 400 plus strong volunteers that helped me get re-elected. And I'm also very blessed that nearly all 400 of them will give their advice freely to you with their recommendations on what's best for the great region of Wright. Encompassed in my electorate, which is just under 8,000 square kilometres, is a number of state seats. And I want to acknowledge the state members who worked so hard alongside our campaign. John Krause, who was the Deputy Speaker in the Queensland Parliament, Jim McDonnell, who heads up most of the committees in Brisbane, infrastructure, policing, and an infrastructure, state development. Ros Bates, who is the skills minister, along with the trade minister up there. And then I have Linus Power from Logan, who predominantly sits within the electorate of Wright as well. Encompassed in those geographical footprint, 4 shires. So I have the Lockyer Valley Shire, who they boast in the Lockyer Valley to have the 7th most fertile valley in the world. So when you come to Lockyer Valley, you can smell the soil. It is really such, and just to be driving along and see the tapestry when we're in full production of cauliflowers next to broccolini, next to carrot, next to lucerne, and the different vegetable varieties. It is such an evocative view, and the odour and the smell. You can nearly pick the vegetable as you drive past it at 100 kilometres. Often I just get out of my car, pull over, get out of my car and go over and feel the quality of soil, feel the moisture content, and it really connects you to the amazing work that our local farmers and growers do to feed our country. Unfortunately, in the Lockyer Valley at the moment, there are a lot of farmers that are just choosing to back out of the high value crops and grow lucerne because it's just too hard to do business with our large retailers. The cost of production spiralling, the difficulties trying to procure labour for family farms is becoming increasingly difficult, and often mums and dads are saying and encouraging the next generation to go and pursue a career elsewhere other than farming. The way we entice the next generation back to farming is to make it profitable, and they'll return overnight. Tanya Milligan is the local mayor over there who does an amazing job. She has served in the council for over 20 years and a well-known identity, and there's nothing in that community that she's not across her and her entire council. Tom Sharp, a newly elected member for the seat, for the Shire of Beaudesert, or Scenic Rim. And it's aptly named Scenic Rim because it is truly a scenic rim, and the rim part of the descriptor is part of the range, on the Cunningham range, the Great Divide, and cracks around the Lamington Rainforest and Lamington State National Park, and Tambourine Mountain. It is truly a spectacular event. We host a number of gliders who come down and take advantage of the thermals that present themselves because of the topography of the region. Tom's a tireless workhorse for the region and is getting his feet under the desk and getting some real wins on the ground. Over on the Gold Coast, Tom Tate, a well-known political identity on the landscape down there, an enormously big thinker when it comes to infrastructure. And of course, in the city of Logan, John Raven, filled with energy, and you walk away from every engagement from John enthused and energised. His commitment to the city of Logan is absolutely commendable. I want to acknowledge in my area, Madam Speaker, the amazing work that our sporting organisations do and just how important it is for our children to be involved in sports. It's too easy for a child to be armed with Wi-Fi, a phone or a PlayStation. I just think the quality of a child who competes in a team sport on a regular basis, who attends training, develops skills that advance their communication techniques, it advances their confidence, and it advances their social skills to interact and guide. So to all of our sporting organisations who potentially run on volunteer hours, I thank you for the work that you do. I've got 86 different schools across the electorate between high schools, private schools, state schools. Our teachers do an amazing job. Some schools can have up to 5 deputy principals. Bow Desert High School is an extremely large school, and I've got other small schools that might have 18 kids in them. And when one makes considerations for this and acknowledge the Speaker of the House who travels to schools to spread the good word, it is a difficult deliberation for me to try and work out which are the best schools for him to deliver, because I'm so blessed that with the skill sets and the way that these kids develop. We have enormous amount, and I know they have these in the city as well, but our service groups and our volunteer bases, really, you can tell the quality of your community by the quality of your community service persons and your volunteers, from your rural fire brigades to the people who'll just go up and help clean the pool, even though it's council. Our churches, my mum is 83 this year. She's part of Mahjong, she's part of the church group, she's part of the walking group. A couple of days of the week she goes and does craft, and then somebody else roped her into doing something for another organisation that does women's packs for Pacific Islands and sends them off. And I said, "Mum, you're never home." She said, "Well, I'm too busy." And I just love my mum, and occasionally she might iron a few shirts for me, and I love you very much, Mum. To all of our businesses that employ and put their houses up as collateral to go and borrow capital to employ the kids leaving school in our community, I thank them for what they do. For the risks that they take, can I say, all strength to your arms. Coming from a small business background myself, I know the challenges, but also I know the rewards that small business sector can bring. I want to acknowledge and say thank you to our agricultural shows. From Mudgeeraba to the smallest show we have at the Mama Creek exhibition. Every one of the 10 that I have in my electorate have a different appeal. And it's like trying to pick your favourite child. It's every agricultural show has its strengths, and unfortunately, I'm not able to attend all of them every year, just by the nature of scheduling and the parliamentary commitments. The projects. It's not my intention to bore the House with the amount of infrastructure that I have delivered in the last term, because I think that is our job. That is our job as a federal member to do that. But what I do want to do with the time that's left is share what my vision is for the electorate. There is still work to be done. the Mount Lindesay Highway, as I said in my opening comments, my communities are growing, and with that comes growing pains. People are choosing to come out, which means I've got more commuters on the road, potentially working still in Brisbane, choosing to live in the electorate of Wright. So I'm committed to making sure and partnering with the state government that we're making the right funding decisions today and into the future to deal with those infrastructure problems, to address those pinch points which can make what should be a pleasant drive to work often frustrating because of the time delays. There's a couple of spots on the Warrego Highway between Brisbane and Toowoomba that when we have considerable rain, and Lockyer Valley is no stranger to substantial flooding. There's a couple of places on the highway there where the highway is blocked, and we need to upgrade one of the intersections so that Brisbane and far west has still got connectivity to markets and to the greater Brisbane area. So we'll be pursuing and doing early costings on what that project looks like with our state colleagues. Tamborine Mountain, as I mentioned earlier on, there's a sporting association up there that have got an incredible vision for their community, and at sport at the heart of it. They want to get a business plan done, so we'll work with them to try and identify some places where we can find some money to assist them. We will continue to pursue the rollout of telecommunication towers to try and fix the inefficiencies. Whilst we have come a long way, we have come a long way. People will buy blocks and they'll buy them many thousands of dollars cheaper, and they'll think they've got a good deal. And then they'll come and say to me, the block doesn't have any power. Well, that's why you bought it cheap, my friend. And it may not have power, and it may not have mobile phone reception. So we will continue as more people come to negotiate with our telecommunication operators and telcos to address those inefficiencies as we grow as a community. In Bow Desert, there's a motivated group of within our community, potentially through the Chamber of Commerce, who are adamant that we're working towards building our own police youth citizen club, so that it can work with our children to prevent crime. We'll continue to work on the Mount Lindesay. There's an intersection just near the Amberley interchange that we had $75 million on the table some years ago, but unfortunately we were looking for a funding relationship, a funding partner in a then Queensland Labor government, and they wouldn't have a bar of it. So our community missed out on the money that we had on the table, and that money was repurposed. So we will continue to try and find a solution for the great people who use that intersection, most likely the people who work on site at Amberley. And of course the Bromelton precinct just outside Bow Desert. They're greenfield sites, and we have an enormous capacity. I will make a prediction today that within without putting a time frame on it, that there will be up to 10,000 jobs in that precinct in the long term, permanent, on hard to place industries. Our council's motivated to facilitate it. Our community's ready to harness it. We have the housing growth, the schools, the businesses motivated to see that precinct to expand. I'm sure there are those who will be offended by the fact that I have omitted them from my speech, and that has only happened as a result of the restriction on time, because hopefully all and sundry can get a sense of how passionate I am and proud to be the federal member for Wright. The position that I hold in this place as the Shadow Minister for Skills in Training is a great privilege, and I cannot do that unless I'm re-elected each year by our wonderful people. In closing, in the last couple of seconds, our family pay an enormous sacrifice for the time that we spend away, both in the community and down here. I just want to thank my family, and on the public record let them know that I am immensely proud of all of them, and I love them dearly, and thank you for the time.
I thank the member. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to rise to speak in the address and reply debate following a remarkable election victory for the Albanese government. The Prime Minister spoke during the election campaign about the importance of kindness and about looking after the most vulnerable. That message resonated with the Australian community and the number of seats that Labor now holds in the House of Representatives is higher than at any time in Australian history. The share of the seats are higher than at any time since 1943. I was really honoured in my own electorate of Fenner to receive a 6.4% swing, 53.8% of the primary vote, 72.1% of the two-party preferred vote. I want to acknowledge the candidates who ran in that election, Bola Albostanone, Danny Hunderford and Elizabeth Kickett, and to thank each of the 97,000 voters who participated. You might think, Deputy Speaker, that I'm approximating when I say 97,000 voters. No, I'm being exact. There were precisely 97,000 voters in the last election in the electorate of Fenner. I want to thank my staff who worked on the campaign, my campaign manager, Cal Slater, and Chief of Staff, Nick Terrell, Blair Arnold, Bronwyn Asquith, Chris Davis, Cohen Elliott, Cullen Saville, Felicity Wilkins, Francis Kitt, Maria Neal and Meg Thomas. And my volunteers, including Christine Deboo, Jerry Lloyd, Joe Corrigan, Naomi Nicholson and 93-year-old Trevor Smith. As the previous speaker did, I'd acknowledge the immense support that I received from my parents, Barbara and Michael Lee, my wife Gwyneth and my wonderful three boys, Sebastian, Theodore and Zachary. Since being elected, the government has turned our focus to the issue of productivity. Productivity is a significant challenge in Australia and the decade up to 2020 was the worst decade of productivity growth in the post-war era. The quarter in which our government came to office in 2022 saw a huge fall in productivity. And our government wants to boost productivity because we recognise that this is the way in which we raise living standards, the way in which Australia can be more generous to those who are vulnerable here and overseas. The Treasurer's Economic Reform Roundtable was preceded by a range of productivity roundtables across the country, more than 40 in all, and I was pleased to participate in a number of those. On the 13th of August, the ACT Labor Federal Representatives, Katie Gallagher, David Smith, Alicia Payne and myself held a roundtable focusing on how we boost productivity, resilience and budget sustainability. I'd like to thank the attendees, Blake Connor-Proberts, Devlin Bowles, Professor Abid Khan, Michael Thompson, Hala Basnar, Margot McNeil, David Marshall, Mandy Hill, George Cadmos, Adam Finessi, Matthew Caldegars, Marcus Doherty, Janet Salisbury, Maddie Northam, Corinne Dobson, Anna Maria Arabia, Andrew Mears, Greg Harford, Michael Matthews, Alison Percival, Frank Poirier, Gary Watson, Cathy Ehrman, Michael Hamill, Keith Cantill, Emma Sparks and Bill Shorten, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canberra. The discussion was free-flowing and thoughtful, engaged in topics such as how the ACT can help serve as the nation's social laboratory, how we can use our willingness to be at the cutting edge of reform in order to provide productivity lessons that benefit the nation as a whole. On the 7th of August, I drew together a range of economists from universities and think tanks to focus on the drivers of productivity growth. We met in Melbourne, holding sessions on technology and human capital, investment and allocative efficiency. I want to thank the many attendees, including Bob Brunig, Kristen Sobeck, Jenny Gordon, Timothy Moore, Beth Webster, David Byrne, Miranda Stewart, Simon Lochter, Cassandra Winskar, Flavio Menez, Janine Baxter, John Quiggin, Michael Brennan, Sylvia Griselda, Brendan Coates, Aruna Sathnapalli, Deborah Cobb-Clark, Richard Holden, John Piggott, Alison Preston, Janine Dixon, Leonora Rees, Peter Tulip, Guy DeBell, Alberto Posso, Ingrid Burford, John Asker, who joined us from UCLA, John Fingleton, Dan Andrews, Henry Sherrill and Saul Estlake. That conversation was the most wonkish productivity discussion that I participated in, and among the ideas that were discussed was the importance of ensuring that we get the very most out of assets. How we think about using the electricity grid in a way which ensures that we don't have to build too much excess capacity for those few hours a year when the grid is peaking out. How we make the very most of our transport network to ensure that we don't need to build roads that are only at their maximum capacity for an hour a day. There was also emphasised the notion of investment and how we make smart investments, evaluating those investments using rigorous processes such as randomised trials, as we've sought to do through the establishment of the Australian Centre for Evaluation. I thank all of those economists from academia and think tank land for the thoughtful way in which they engaged in that discussion. As a professor turned politician, I very much see one of my roles in this place as being to act as a conduit from the world of ideas to the world of power and welcome those who've raised their ideas and will continue to be part of that conversation. On the 5th of August, the Minister for Social Services, Tanya Plibersek, and I held a productivity roundtable with charities and not-for-profits. The focus of that roundtable was to ensure how the not-for-profit sector can deliver more impact, not by compromising values or chasing metrics, but through better systems, smarter incentives and greater capability. That roundtable explored how governments can support the sector with a focus on long-lasting positive intergenerational change, including for First Nations people, people with disability and those from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. There was a discussion around evaluation and how we ensure that government programs are better evaluated, a discussion around IT capability and the recognition that we need to do more in order to ensure that charities and not-for-profits are protected against cyber threats and are able to make the very most of the artificial intelligence revolution. I want to thank Tim Liu, Cass Goldie, Sarah Davies, Maile Azizi, Barry Sanderson, Harry Greenwell, Eleanor Williams, Travis McLeod, Aminé Nabadan, Heidi Peterson, David Crosby, Stephanie Harvey, Robin Clough, Marianne Geronimo, and Ian Ham, Julian Elliott, David Spriggs, Graham O'Connor, Jason Tabaris, Joe Barraquette, John Hartman, Marion Bennett, Christy Muir, Christian Siebert, Andrew Colvin, Nick Tebby, Mel Parks, James Toomey, Saffron Zoma, Toby O'Connor, Tanya Van Afflet, Rob Sturrock, Kristen Stevenson, Angus McFarland, Karen Douglas, Julia Keedy, Robin Milden, Adrian Appo, Paul Conroy, Geraldine Manair, Tabitha Farrer, Michael Carmody and Cassandra Goldie for their participation in that Charities and Not-for-Profits Productivity Roundtable. On the 12th of August, I was pleased to participate in a roundtable about productivity in Western Australia, organised by Tanya Lawrence, alongside WA Treasurer Rita Safiotti. That discussion focused on the unique role of the resources sector within Western Australia, but also the importance of ensuring a diverse industrial base for Western Australia. Attendees contributed a wide range of ideas about technological uptake, boosting investment and how to ensure that West Australians are ready for the jobs of the future. I was particularly impressed by the way in which Tanya Lawrence had engaged so extensively with the attendees, spending at least half an hour with each of them beforehand and adeptly drawing together their contributions in order to make the most out of that roundtable. All of these roundtable discussions fed into the Economic Reform Roundtable conducted here at Parliament House from the 19th to the 21st of August. That roundtable was convened by the Treasurer, and the Assistant Treasurer and I were pleased to be in the room for the 3 days of the conversation. 29 days sitting in a windowless room may not seem like everyone's idea of fun, but when you're talking about economic reform, there's nowhere I would have rather been. I admired the way in which so many of the attendees took off their sectional interest hats and put on a national interest hat, engaging constructively on how we boost productivity, and engaging in particular with those ministers who came into the room for particular parts of the discussion. We had Minister Tim Ayres, we had Minister Murray Watt, and of course we had Minister Claire O'Neill, who came in to discuss the significant challenges that she is grappling with in the housing sector and the vital work that she is doing across local, state and territory governments in order to ensure that we build the houses we need. Many members will be familiar with Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's book Abundance, which emphasises the way in which a series of well-meaning regulations can together overlap to create a thicket of regulation which prevents us building the homes, the clean energy infrastructure, doing the research that advanced countries need. That philosophy is very much in accord with a government led by a Prime Minister who was the former Infrastructure Minister, and who has a passionate commitment to seeing more homes built. While in the last Parliament we fought the housing supply denialists to our left and right, we are getting on with the job of building, not only with the Commonwealth balance sheet, but also in engaging with state, territory and local governments in order to ensure that the regulations don't stand in the way of construction. And I'm sure the Minister will speak much more articulately than me in her contribution next. The roundtable identified 10 areas of consensus: progressing work towards a single national market to improve and modernise the Federation, simplifying trade and tariffs, better regulation to cut the clutter, speeding up approvals in national priority areas, building more homes more quickly, making AI a national priority, attracting capital and deploying investment, building a skilled and adaptable workforce, a better tax system and modernising government services. We understand the importance of ensuring that government is more productive as well, and the work that we're doing through Minister Gallagher is vital, as is the better evaluation of government programs. In some sense, Deputy Speaker, the challenge that we face with productivity is akin to the challenge that we face on the sporting field. The sport doesn't face a trade-off between fairness and excellence, and neither should the economy. Our objective as a government is to ensure that we lift everyone up, that we don't simply look at average measured productivity and worry that it might go down if we move somebody from long-term joblessness into work. We recognise that it is the productivity of everyone that counts, and that we need to have measures of productivity that better capture the vital work that is done in the care economy. Deputy Speaker, in closing, can I just acknowledge an important milestone that has passed this year? The ANU Indonesia project has turned 60. The ANU Indonesia project is run out of the Crawford School of Public Policy at the ANU, and really has been a jewel in the crown for ANU. I want to acknowledge Professor Budi Resadamanto, the head of the ANU Indonesia project, and the faculty who work within that project. Hal Hill has played a critical role in the ANU Indonesia project throughout his career, somebody who has been a real mentor to me and to so many others within that project. Terima kasih banyak, Hal. The project's 60th anniversary saw speeches given by Stephen Kennedy, Dennis Richardson, Lisa Cameron, Murray Pegestu, Chatib Bastri, Bambarong Bosranto, Ross Garno and Penny Wong. It reflects the strong standing in which the ANU Indonesia project is held and the vital work that ANU does in strengthening the relationship between Australia and Indonesia.
All right, I call the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this year Australians made a choice. They chose a future shaped by fairness and ambition and care. They chose Labor. And, Speaker, they rejected division and negativity. What an incredible victory we had on the 3rd of May. 94 Labor members now sit in this place, each of them bringing with such eloquence the hopes and the dreams of their communities, the strength of their convictions and the promise and the vision of a better Australia. I am honoured to stand among them. Speaker, one of the very best experiences that I know we've shared since the election has been the 24 first speeches that we have heard from new Labor members to this place. Speaker, I was so moved by every single one of these individual journeys. 24 people who have come to our chamber through very different pathways, through a variety of life experiences, through a plethora of different backgrounds, and they come together to sit with us in a Labor caucus that really for the first time represents modern Australia, and that's something that I am incredibly proud to be a part of. Deputy Speaker, I joined the Labor Party when I was 16 years old, and I did that because I believed, and I now know, that Labor governments change the lives of the people that we care about and they reshape our country. And particularly, Speaker, back-to-back Labor governments. This will be the 12th federal Labor government that Australia has had since the Second World War. And in that time, our party, the one I am so proud to be a part of, has laid the foundations of our beautiful, great modern country. Medicare, paid parental leave, superannuation, land rights, the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, the Accord, the National Disability Insurance Scheme. These achievements were not accidents. They did not happen by some inevitability. They happened because brilliant Labor people got themselves elected to Parliament, stood up for what they believe in and reshaped our nation. And we have the opportunity now, Speaker, over the coming 3 years to do it again. Speaker, we have an amazing opportunity to build on that legacy. We're going to govern with purpose and we are going to deliver for the people who place their trust in us. Speaker, people outside of politics, I sometimes think they may not realise the complexity and the difficulty and the amazing feat it is to run a campaign in your local community. Our campaign in Hotham was built on the shoulders of volunteers who gave us their weekends, their evenings and their hearts. The Hotham branch members in particular were the beating heart of this operation. We could not have done it without you, comrades. We are so grateful for your efforts. And Speaker, I know you would have seen the same thing in your community of Swan. Speaker, the commitment and the grit and the grace that my community showed me, the work they did with me, got us to a point where Hotham is now the safest Labor seat in Victoria. And that endorsement from my community, I can tell you we have lots of ups and downs in politics. It means everything that the people that I represent in this chamber voted in such numbers to return our government to its position to be able to continue the good work that is improving their lives. Now, Speaker, I want to come back to our Hotham branch members because I'm thinking back to January when it all really began in earnest. We knew it was an election year and we gathered together at the Oakley RSL and we asked our community to get involved, mainly branch members, but not all of them. We asked people to step up and we asked people to be part of something bigger than themselves and make that big contribution to their local neighbourhood. We did train stations throughout January all the way to the election. And then all the way up to that epic election day on the 3rd of May, it was 4 months of hard work and probably a year before that of preparation. Speaker, we had hundreds of volunteers helping us out, giving out flyers, phone banking, door knocking, letterboxing. I want to thank each of them individually, but I can't thank everyone individually, but I want to give a few special mentions. To Andrew Williamson, Mark Giles and Mark Harding, 3 marvellous South East Melbourne men. Thank you for your leadership, your expertise, your tireless support. To our phenomenal yard sign team, Speaker, you know as I do the work that goes into identifying the sites all over the community that you're going to have your yard signs, making those yard signs, taking them down, putting them out and then taking them down again after the election. This was Alan Ide, Peter Wenborn, Gregory Neal, Dolphin Sharma. Thank you so much for your efforts across Hotham. We had a lot of phone banking going on, Speaker, but I want to mention by name Philip Graves, Amuna Ebenezer, Sue Rocco and Olivia Carroll. Thank you so much for the work you did connecting us into our community and talking to my constituents about the work that was being done. Speaker, as always in Hotham, we have incredible support from our proud multicultural communities. I am very lucky in Hotham to live and work in a community where most of my constituents were either born overseas or have a parent who was born overseas. I want to thank our fantastic Vietnamese community, to Dr. Kim Sun Vu and Semvac for running phone backs nearly every day, for the AUM SAI Santhan Temple for providing lunch to all of our booth captains, to our wonderful local councillors, including Nikki Lau, Richard Lim, to the Cambodian Association and their president, my dear friend, Yu Horn Chia. Thank you so much for your support and leadership. To Jane Rollison, Glenda Gard, Pat Dillon, Anne Barker, Joy Graves, Paul Clasaris, Hardy Saab, Lana Formosa and Luca Ragni, thank you for going above and beyond. I will never forget your efforts. Now, behind every great campaign is an amazing office, Speaker, and I want to acknowledge my electorate office staff in this last term. To Natalie Durkin, Lachlan Newman, Jane Foley, Natalia Genovese, Sophie Federico, Elijah Oakford, Dylan Kumar and Emma McGrath-Cohen. What an amazing team we were. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for your kindness, determination and public service. Speaker, Election Day was absolutely epic. We had hundreds of volunteers staffing booths. We had some experienced branchies who were showing that leadership role, and we had first campaigners alongside them. And I hope everyone who came along for this ride with us will be back there again in a few years' time. I'm really excited with this amazing momentum, what we can achieve next election. Speaker, being the member for Hotham is the absolute privilege of my life, and none of us come to this chamber without the support of our families. I want to thank Fee for her help and the care that she shows to our whole family. We would not survive without you, Fee. I want to thank my mum, Anne O'Donovan, who taught me everything I know about life, really, and she's always at the end of the phone when Brendan and I are desperate for a date night, so thanks, Mum. To my beautiful kids, Elvis, Louis and Greta, the joy that these three bring me is just incredible, Speaker. They're the best. And to my partner, Brendan, who is my best friend, the finest person I know. You know, the life of being married to a cabinet minister can be pretty thankless and unpleasant at times, Speaker, but he believes in what I do. I believe and support what he does, and I love him from the bottom of my heart. Speaker, I want to mention some specific groups around Hotham who deserve a little bit of recognition in this parliament. Hotham is a place of extraordinary diversity. It is just amazing. If you have not come and visited us in Melbourne's beautiful Great South East, you need to get down there. We have something from every part of the world, the best of every part of the world represented in our community. Around dinner tables in Hotham, you'll hear Tamil, Khmer, Mandarin, Dari, Greek, Hindi, Vietnamese, and pretty much every other language there is in the world, and it's spoken with pride, Speaker. My community is home to temples and churches, mosques, market gardens, manufacturing floors. It is a place where Australia's fantastic story of opportunity is being written every single day. Speaker, in Hotham, difference is not just tolerated, it's celebrated, and it's the very best thing about living in our beautiful area. Now, Speaker, we have a large and very important Indian community that's growing in my electorate of Hotham, and I want to say namaste to my beautiful constituents, in particular those from the Sri Venkata Krishna Brundavana Temple in Murrumbeena, who recently hosted me for the most amazing visit. Like, it was beautiful, and I wish I had the capacity to go back there every single week with my family. The temple leaders, Ashwin Bindu and Ranesh Rao and Raj Saini, are incredible leaders in our community, Speaker. This is a community that really got going around 2015 when the Priest House was first established. But we have seen devotion in this particular community grow massively across Melbourne. And when I visited recently, I got to experience this teeming joy and energy of celebration around spirituality. I just wish I could paint the picture for you, Speaker. A suburban street, but a community of hundreds of people gathering together to celebrate, to support each other, to build and support a great life in our country. And it just made me so damn proud to be Australian, Speaker. I absolutely loved it. So I want to acknowledge that community and thank them for welcoming me so beautifully, and I can't wait to come back and visit you again very shortly. Speaker, Hotham is a place of service, and I want to acknowledge some outstanding individuals from my electorate who were appropriately recognised in this year's Australia Day Awards. Jim McGee, OAM, my old friend from Bentley East, who was a very long-serving councillor and a fierce advocate for all abilities access and protecting services for the vulnerable. Now, I think we've got a Jim McGee in lots of parts of Australia. We're lucky to have it. Jim is one of those amazing people who is just in every walk of his life making a contribution, making efforts, trying to help people step up and get involved, whether it's sport or education or aged care or all of the other things that he's passionate about. He's championed so much good that's happened in our local area, and he remains a staunch supporter of seeing access to sports and recreation for people who are of different abilities, and also just growth and prosperity in Hotham. And Jim, mate, I'm so pleased for you. Congratulations, very well deserved. We also honour Senior Sergeant James Egan, APM of Bentley East, who passed away in November 2024. He has an amazing story, Deputy Speaker. This is a proud Bandarang and Gunjatmara man. James was, would you believe it, Speaker, he was the longest serving Aboriginal employee in Victoria Police. He stayed in that organisation. He was a mentor, he was a trainer, he was a change maker who helped shape the next generation of officers and improve cultural safety right across the force. It was appropriate and a really important moment for our community to celebrate the work of this remarkable individual who received an award on Australia Day. Speaker, we remember Adam McKay, OAM of Oakley, who was of course the founder of Helping Hoops. This is a charity that revolutionised access to basketball for children and young people. Adam's legacy lives on in the thousands of lives that he touched through sport and inclusion. I pay tribute to his work today, and I'm so pleased that the Australia Day Council was able to give that appropriate recognition to him on Australia Day. Speaker, in this new term of the Albanese government, we're delivering real investment for the people of Hotham. One of those big investments that we were able to announce during the election campaign was almost $4 million to create equitable, inclusive and accessible playing fields and park across the electorate. And this includes 4 local projects that I'm very excited to champion. We've got Bailey Reserve in East Bentley, which will receive new facilities for women and girls, supporting clubs like the Glenara Moorabbin Softball Association, GEMSA. Speaker, I have to tell you about GEMSA. What an amazing group of women. I had so much fun with Minister Wells going out and announcing the grant for their organisation. This is a sporting club where I don't think I've ever felt the warmth of inclusion at this level before. And I spoke to so many women who were involved in the club, you know, who, frankly, Speaker, have had some troubles in other parts of their lives. And this club was that place where they felt like home, where they felt loved and accepted for whoever they were. And GEMSA, I think you're amazing, and I'm so pleased to be able to support you. So let's get that grant out the door and your beautiful new club rooms built. Speaker, we're also going to see investments at Ross Reserve in Noble Park that will see female inclusive change rooms and upgrades to athletic tracks. We've got Jack Edwards Reserve, which is coming online pretty soon. We've got Princess Highway Reserve in East Oakley and Namatjiro Reserve in Clayton South, which will also receive funding, and we're pretty excited to see what that's going to mean for accessibility, safety and inclusion in parks right across my electorate. Speaker, I want to mention one piece of Hotham that I haven't talked about yet. I am so lucky to represent the heart and soul of Melbourne's Greek community. In fact, I get to not only represent Oakley in the Federal Parliament, I get to live in Oakley myself, Speaker, And I really can't put into words the warmth and the love that this community embraces me, and not just me, but my family, my kids, my husband and my mum. It is amazing to live amongst Greek Australians. Speaker, this is a culture that celebrates food, art, philosophy, politics, caffeine, drinking and dancing. So I'm just like, tick, 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 this is fantastic. I love it. And this community is just absolutely brilliant. So it's been wonderful during the election campaign to be able to work with this community on a really big contribution that our government will be making to really what is the centre of this community. That's St Anagiri Church, which is in Oakley, and Oakley College, which is the school that sits next door. Speaker, these are two absolute institutions of Greek Melbourne. They perform incredibly important roles for our Greek community. And so it was fantastic during the election to be able to announce $4.5 million to back culture and inclusion through the construction of a Greek cultural club in Oakley. I want to thank Chris Damatopoulos and Mark Robertson for their absolutely impeccable advocacy around this project. This is going to mean a transformative difference to our ability to pass on that incredible Greek culture to the next generation. And we have a vision together of a community centre where we have older people doing computer classes, we've got young people learning Greek dancing, we've got young people in there learning their Greek language, and people who are that bit older really finalising and putting those finishing touches on their grasp of an ancient language. This is a really exciting development for the community. So I want to thank those two leaders, and I also want to mention our school captains, Alexander Korlos and Natasha Kanadakis. The students at this school are just incredible. I loved visiting the school during the campaign. I'm there really frequently, and they're just a bunch of legends. So thanks so much, guys. Speaker, another important area of contribution that our government is making is to support our local Ukrainian community. Our government has led the country in the strongest possible condemnation of the illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We continue to work at a diplomatic level, Speaker, to do whatever we can to support the Ukrainian government. But I want to acknowledge the extraordinary Ukrainian community that we have here in Australia. I'm very lucky to have a Ukrainian community centre in my electorate in Noble Park, and it was fantastic during the election to be able to announce an investment of $225,000. That money will restore and enhance the Ukrainian Community Centre in Noble Park. They are a fantastic community. They were even before the invasion, but of course, Speaker, this community is now welcoming and supporting and providing that beautiful love and support to Ukrainians who have fled the war. So it's fantastic to be able to provide that practical support to this community, and I thank the community for welcoming me to their art show a couple of months ago. Speaker, thank you so much for the time of the Parliament to talk about some of these critical issues in my electorate, and I can't wait to contribute more as we work together in this term ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Public Service, Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before I begin my remarks, can I say how wonderful it is to see you in that chair, chairing the Federation Chamber, making an incredible contribution not just to the Parliament, but also in the running of the Parliament. You and I share a electorate border, the beautiful Swan River, and we've shared a friendship of some 20 years, and it's just great to see you there. I'll begin by thanking the Governor-General for her remarks at the opening of this 48th Parliament. Her Excellency highlighted, quote, "Our democracy is the golden thread that unites Australians across geography and generations." I could not agree more. In my electorate of Perth, I see that golden thread in action. In every community group, in every person who turns up to vote, and everyone who finds their unique way to have their voice heard. Democracy doesn't just happen in Parliament, but it happens in the values of the people of Australia and the people of Perth. And what Her Excellency said was this, quote, "The government is ready to return to the task of building Australia's future," because that's what we were elected to do. That's the promise that we made to the Australian people when they chose to support us on the 3rd of May. And that spreads across a wide agenda, helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, strengthening Medicare, making medicines cheaper, making education and training more affordable by protecting the investments we've got by fully funding our public schools, and making sure that free TAFE isn't just something that happened for a period of time, but it's there permanently for the future. The commitments we made in Perth, where you and I attended, the Labor's launch, it was launched in the electorate of Swan in 2022. They went one better in 2025 and launched in the electorate of Perth, where the Prime Minister stood up and made a commitment that we would make it easier for people to buy their first home with just a 5% deposit. And we deliver on that in October this year. Now, I don't know, Deputy Speaker, whether on the 27th of September the Dockers will win the grand final. That is for the players to determine in their excellent work. But what I do know, Deputy Speaker, is on the 1st of October, every first home buyer will be able to buy their own home with just a 5% deposit. And I'm really excited to be part of that agenda, just as I am of the work that we're doing in making sure that we protect the penalty rates for some 2.9 million Australians. Something that's currently being slightly held up by the opposition, but we are determined to get that done because we know that working Australians work hard, deserve those penalty rates and deserve to have that money in their pocket. Similarly, we'll continue to do the work that we said around making sure that Medicare is more accessible. It is a universal health system, but it's not always easy for people to get to the doctor or nurse that they need to talk to. That's why we committed to create 1-800-Medicare. Simply being able to pick up the phone and call 1-800-Medicare and get access to the healthcare you need within minutes of realising you might need some medical assistance. And not just that, but 1-800-Medicare will be, like so much of the Medicare system, it will be free. You will not have to pay a cent. The first question you'll be asked when you call 1-800-Medicare will not be, what's your credit card number? It will be, what is your Medicare card number? If you've got time, or they'll get you straight on to referring you to the appropriate services. And we did see that we also wanted to build on the success of the excellent Medicare urgent care clinics, including the one on Rudlock Road in my electorate, by having Medicare mental health centres. I went down with the Labor candidate for Forest, Tabitha Dowding, down to announce that we would have that in Bunbury, a growing region, somewhere that's got such huge potential when it comes to renewable energy, huge potential when it comes to the future of manufacturing in Western Australia and indeed for the rest of Australia. And just on that, I think one of the things when you come and have the privilege of giving an address and reply is you do kind of reflect on the fact that you are fortunate to get here, but not everyone you might campaign alongside does. And so in that, I do want to pay a little tribute just to those who, in terms of my party, stood in Western Australia for seats and may, sometimes through no fault of their own, you know, I don't want to live in a country where everyone votes the same way. But some of them worked incredibly hard, gave up weeks and weeks of their time, but I just want to pay tribute to the Labor candidates who stood in WA. Tabitha Dowding, who ran an excellent campaign in Forest, and I don't think it's the last we'll see of Tabitha. Jared Gould in Canning did an outstanding job, and Jared had an interesting challenge in that he was running against a Liberal who didn't want to use any Liberal branding, was trying to pretend they're an independent. But Jared did a great job despite those odd circumstances. Darren Moyer, who stood in O'Connor, he's a great farmer and he did an excellent job there. My friend Karen Wheatland, who stood in the seat of Durack. City of Perth Councillor Victor Coe, who stood in the seat of Curtin, and Deep Singh, who stood for the Senate. I think it really is a contribution to democracy, Deputy Speaker, that people stand, even if they know they may not succeed in getting into Parliament. They stand because they want to make sure that wherever people are in this country, people can choose to vote for a Labor candidate. And one of the reasons that so many people did was that this is a government that, after a decade of inaction, this is a government that took housing seriously. We stood there saying that the idea that you want to own your first home should not be out of reach for any Australian. We put a huge focus on first home buyers, and we saw that through our Help to Buy scheme, which is going to help some 40,000 people over the next 4 years. We saw that in the agenda we took of building 1.2 million homes in the next 5 years. Those opposite said, oh, that sounds hard, why try? We say it's worth trying to do the hard things to make sure you can deliver for the people who send us here. And we do this all against the backdrop of huge global uncertainty, and where we don't know where some world events will go, and we know that we've had huge inflation challenges coming in from overseas, but we know there's more we can do when it comes to building our economic resilience and supporting Australians' prosperity here at home. And recognising that part of that is about how we engage constructively in the affairs of our region. It's also about recognising how do we show that to people here in Australia that our engagement in the world helps us at home. The Prime Minister said when he was in Western Australia a number of times, pointed out the fact that 1 in 4 jobs in Australia relies upon trade. We did excellent work, and I want to commend all ministers involved, especially the Trade Minister, in removing some of those impediments to trade, especially the work that was done to support some of the industries like barley and crayfish and wine in Western Australia. We'll continue to do that work to expand Western Australia's and Australia's trade relationships, making sure that we have an economy that does provide those additional opportunities that come from our engagement with the world. And Deputy Speaker, I do want to talk about something I know is close to your heart, which is the importance of our public service workforce. You are an excellent advocate, Deputy Speaker, for standing up for public servants and the important work they do, whether it be clearing backlogs, preparing us for natural disasters, providing support for people at times where they may have lost everything, and the only thing they want is for a public servant to pick up their phone and give them some financial assistance so they can get back on their feet. We've got an outstanding public service in this country, much of it, but not all of it, here in the nation's great capital. And I was really proud to stand with you and Labor colleagues across the country, including the Minister for the Public Service, in advocating for the important work the public service does. It was deeply disappointing to see, and I hope we don't see it at another election campaign anytime soon. It was deeply disappointing to see the mean, nasty, inappropriate attacks on the public service that came from the Liberal Party as they sought to campaign their way into office. The Australian people rejected their attacks on work from home. They rejected their attacks on the public service. They rejected the idea that the Liberal Party and the National Party had put out there that somehow is acceptable, that veterans were waiting months, if not years, for their packages. That was the proposition that was put by those on the opposite side. And I was proud to stand against the plan put forward by the now Leader of the Opposition and others to cut 41,000 jobs from the public service. It would have resulted, if we were standing here now and that plan had gone through, it would have resulted in chaos. It would have resulted in huge blowouts in wait times, terrible quality of policy advice, and it would have been deeply destructive across the country, not just here in Canberra. I've got thousands of Commonwealth public servants who come into my electorate every day at Home Affairs, Tax Office, Services Australia, doing excellent work supporting their fellow Australians across the country. It would have been a wrecking ball across the country for the services Australians rely upon. One of the other highlights of the recent election campaign, Deputy Speaker, was the number of times that we were able to welcome the Prime Minister to the great state of Western Australia. We did welcome him for the campaign launch in my seat of Perth. In fact, over the course of the last term of government, Western Australia welcomed the Prime Minister 35 times. I got to stand with him during the campaign to announce a massive investment in the Perth ferry network to make sure that we can do the work to start seeing a ferry network, which currently is just Perth to South Perth and back. Lovely trip, great if you want to get to the zoo, but we know that we can do so much more. Let's start doing the work to bring it up to Claysbrook, bring it up to Maylands, get it over to Optus Stadium and give Perth the ferry network that the Swan River rightly deserves. And I mentioned the colleagues that, or the candidates that did not quite make it to this place despite their excellent campaigning efforts. I do want to say there are 3 great new Western Australians in this parliament. First is my friend Trish Cook, who had a very long wait for the results in the seat of Bullwinkle. But as she said at the time, as she was being asked, how do you feel waiting for this? She said, I'm a midwife. I'm used to long waits. I don't mind at all. And now we have, as a result, the 10th nurse in the Australian Parliament. It's great to have the member for Bullwinkle here. Equally, we have Tom French joining us, both a lawyer and a Sparky. full spectrum of skills. Very handy to have him in the Parliament. And I know he'll make a great contribution to building Australia's future. And my friend Senator Ellie Whittaker, who had spent most of the 2025 campaigning for others as party secretary, but then also has joined us, which is great to see. One of the things that you couldn't avoid during the federal election campaign was the debate around the GST. Now, when I was first elected to this place, I said every West Australian is sick of debating the GST. I still believe that. The reason I believe it is because I think we now finally have a set of policy settings that are settled that appropriately recognise the interests of every part of the Commonwealth and the no worse off guarantee, which our government has extended, has meant that we can keep the GST debate off the front pages so we can focus on the serious challenges Australia faces. We'll also, of course, implement the 2026 Productivity Commission review, as was agreed between the McGowan-Cook government in 2018. Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of things that I'd like to cover, but I'll just touch on a few things that really, I think, make me really proud of the work this government's doing. The first is the partnership we've got when it comes to the Collie battery energy storage system. Significant investment in battery storage. I've been down there to see it myself. It's going to make a huge difference to the stability of the WA grid, but it's also making a huge difference to reducing WA emissions. Similarly, in the last term, I had the joy of riding on the Perth Bayswater Morley Ellenbrook train line. I'm looking forward to further investments in Metronet that will get more people into our CBD, supporting the businesses of Perth. The other one that was great for everyone who is young or young at heart was Labor's $100 million commitment to invest in the future of SciTech. SciTech is the Questacon of the West. It is a fantastic science education facility that serviced generations of Western Australians, inspired them to go into careers in the resources industry, into science, into technology and so much more. But its home at City West is looking pretty shabby these days. It's time for a new forever home for SciTech. The Albanese government will be there in partnership with the state government to get that done. Similarly, we'll be there when it comes to the urban forest project, turning Bayswater, what was a tip or a dump in Bayswater, into a new urban forest next to the Eric Singleton Bird Sanctuary, making sure we've got the urban forest and the urban tree canopy that we rightly need. At the same time, just down the road in Hyde Park, we've seen huge removal of trees from a park that is loved by my community because of the horrific impacts of the shot hole borer, which is killing trees throughout the Perth metropolitan area. And I must say, I hope it does never come to this beautiful part of the country on the East Coast, Deputy Speaker. But what we're doing is partnering with the Mayor of the City of Vincent, Alison Zamon, with a significant investment in the replanting of Hyde Park. My final moments, Deputy Speaker, I just want to quickly thank some, and I can't do all, of those who I've been fortunate to have the support to be able to continue to serve in this place. Firstly, I want to thank my family. My wife, Jess, has gone through 4 elections with me. Everyone is its own unique challenge, but the incredible support that she provides me both humbles me, makes me feel incredibly loved, and I'm really glad that she's been with me for all those elections, and as a result, on the end of this sitting fortnight, we'll be able to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary. I want to thank our children, Leo and Ruby, who both enthusiastically demanded their own mini-sized campaign shirts. Were enthusiastically there, sitting at the front for my campaign launch when the member for Sydney came over and launched that campaign. They only interjected on her about 7 times during her speech, but it was great to have their support. To my family, my mum and dad, Wendy and Ron, who were there at pre-poll in Morley with me pretty much every day, and my brother Joey, very grateful for their support, and to my mother-in-law Diane, who handed out at an election for the very first time. Really grateful for that support, as I am to my brother-in-law Andrew. So thank you. Then to the team that I worked with. I want to say thank you to Daniel Sutherland, Anna Chirac, Kiani Manon-Bakay, Raz Abdullah, Kelly Ovens, Marissa Williams, Shay McPherson, Martina Yushinkova, Caitlin Stubberfield, Rukshan Dialwis, Matilda McKay and Harry Saunders, all of whom made an outstanding contribution, fantastic campaigners. People are very proud, rightly proud of the results they achieved. And also just to acknowledge one of the other joys, if you're in this place long enough, you get to see your staff make big life decisions, and we got to welcome baby George. So congratulations to Martina for adding baby George to the broader office family, and similarly congratulations to Daniel Sutherland for adding baby Daphne to the broader office family. Two really exciting, nice moments. It's always good to have a campaign baby in tow, Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Marissa Williams, who left my office at the conclusion of that term, spending more time with her two excellent, lovely children, Jude and Henry. Marissa has done an incredible amount of service, not just to me, but to the Labor team in Western Australia, and I wish her the very best. And I'd like to thank equally the campaign committee of people who were there to tell me hard truths, make sure I stayed on message, make sure I kept my diary commitments and everything else. Thank you to Ali Vaughan, Bob Katura, Jimmy Murphy, Maria Van Hemmet, Megan Anwell, Rachel Roberts, Stephen Graves, and thanks, Maria, for bringing along baby Iris from time to time. Deputy Speaker, I'll finish my comments there. It is an absolute honour to serve in this place alongside so many talented members. We had so much excellent contribution before the election. We added to that at the election while retaining everyone who wanted to recontest their seat on our side of the place. That is a unique outcome in Australian electoral history, one that I'm proud to have played a very small part in achieving, and I'm looking forward to the work of the 48th Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's an absolute privilege and honour to be here once again as a member for Jagga Jagga, and I am sincerely grateful and humbled to once again be trusted by my community to represent them in this Parliament. I've said many times I love our community. It is the place where I grew up, and it's now the place where I'm bringing up my own children with my husband, Daniel. And so we absolutely know firsthand just how special our part of Melbourne is. The people who live there, the community groups, the parks, the creeks, there is a strong sense of belonging and connection in Jagga Jagga, and it makes it a wonderful place to call home. So every day I absolutely take pride in the opportunity to be our community's voice here in this Parliament. I was really pleased with the conversations that I was able to have with community members during the election campaign. I think a lot of people spoke to me both about what they could see that our government had achieved in our one term in government, but also about the progress that they wanted to see come next, about the work that was still to do. And I think there was a marked difference in those conversations that I had in the community about the sense and trust they had in a Labor government to deliver on that work that was still to come, as opposed to what was being put forward by our Liberal opponents, which really was an agenda based around negativity, an agenda that clearly wasn't well thought through, particularly if we think about their main plan for a nuclear future for Australia. An agenda which showed they really don't understand the lives of modern Australians and of people in communities like Jagga Jagga. And I'm thinking here particularly around the way they wanted to limit things like working from home. And it was clear to me that in those conversations, when I was talking to people, whether it was at early voting, whether it was when I was knocking on their doors or standing outside the local shops, what people were telling me they valued were the things that Labor governments do. And they were trusting us to get on and do those things and to build for the future. So I'm really looking forward to doing that work in the second term, to staying focused on our goals and making sure that we continue to achieve, not just for Jagga Jagga, but of course for the entire country. Deputy Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm giving this speech today, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri peoples, and I pay my respect to the elders past and present. And I also want to acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, who are the traditional owners of the land that Jagga Jagga stands on. There is a deep and ongoing connection to land, water and sky, which is absolutely inseparable from that place. And I again pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging in Jagga Jagga. It is work to continue that connection, to continue to close the gap and to continue to make sure that we are helping First Nations people in our country to be as strong a part of our community as possible, that I look forward to getting on with in this second term. And again, I know that's something that many people in Jagga Jagga are passionate about and that they talk to me about. The Birrarung, the Yarra River, forms a natural border of my electorate. It runs from Ivanhoe all the way through to North Warrandyte. And certainly that waterway and other significant waterways, such as the Darebin Creek, the Banyule Flats and Plenty Gorge, form an important part of Jagga Jagga. And they are things that people in Jagga Jagga care deeply about these places and about our environmental legacy. I can absolutely say that one of the main issues raised with me during the election campaign and now by people in Jagga Jagga is the need for continued action on climate change. There is a real understanding in my community, I think, about how environmental protection, emissions reduction and climate resilience and action all come together. And what was very clear at the last election, and what is increasingly clear now as those opposite continue to debate whether they will actually ditch a commitment to net zero, is that Labor is the party of climate action. We have made tackling climate change a top priority. And again, that is exactly what communities like mine in Jagga Jagga expect of a government that understands the challenges that we are facing and that understands what this country needs to be doing to provide a safe and secure future, good jobs, not just for people now, but for our children and for their children's children. So as a government, we are delivering on our emissions reduction targets, and it was really encouraging to see the announcement from the Minister this week that emissions are falling, that we are on the right track with a lot more to do. And that's why we are making major investments in renewable energy. We are improving and protecting the places that we love. We're also this term, I think, putting a renewed focus on expanding our climate adaptation and resilience work, on making sure that communities like mine are supported to live with the effects of what we already see from climate change, and that will be critical right around the country. Very clearly, at the last election, Australians rejected the divisive nuclear push that we know was steeped in climate denialism that came from those opposite. Every time they put that policy forward, it wasn't a policy about debating a better way forward for Australia. It was a policy, and again, we see this very clearly now with the motion before the Parliament to drop net zero. It was a policy about denial. So the sense of security, the sense of, I think, certainty for Australians that we now are committed to climate action and that will continue under this government is really important. In Jagga Jagga, just like around the country, we are rolling out community batteries with support from this government, and that obviously supports the many solar rooftops that I see as I travel around the electorate. People in my community understand that batteries not only are a good part and a good way to help tackle climate change, but they're also a good way to bring their bills down and reduce their electricity costs. So I know they will continue to be very popular in Jagga Jagga. We recently, in fact, I think just before the start of the election campaign, I helped open the Belfield Community Battery, which our government has helped fund. Again, work to make sure that we're taking pressure off the grid, that we are supporting local people to reap the benefits of the energy transition. Deputy Speaker, another key issue during the election campaign in Jagga Jagga and right around the country was Medicare and our health system. And Labor will always be the party that protects Medicare. We understand that it is the cornerstone of our health system. We know locals want it to be there for them when they need it, for themselves, for their kids and for our entire community. I was so pleased to be able to open the Heidelberg Medicare Urgent Care Clinic during our first term in Parliament, and I've seen the huge impact that's had on our community, providing that place that people can go to when they need urgent care, rather than having to go to the Aston hospital up the road and wait many hours in emergency. They're able to go to that clinic and get seen and know that they have that certainty. I know it's also taking pressure off the Aston Emergency Department, so it's appreciated there. I was pleased that in this last campaign, we also committed, together with the member for McEwen, to secure a new Medicare emergency clinic for Diamond Creek and surrounds. And I know that will be beneficial to people living in the more northern end of my electorate. It was fantastic to be able to do that with the member for McEwen. I'm very pleased that he is back in this parliament for us to continue to work together to serve our communities. In fact, today I met with the Northern Councils Alliance, with the member for McEwen, the member for Scullin, and some other of my colleagues, so that we can work together across Melbourne's north to continue to build the services that we need. Deputy Speaker, another part of election campaigns that I always enjoy is engaging with my local sporting clubs. Certainly these play a huge role in bringing people together locally, providing our young people and our older people places to keep fit and keep engaged. So I was so pleased to support the Heidelberg West Football Netball Club with an $814,000 grant for female-friendly facilities, including proper change rooms, showers and toilets. I know that these facilities are going to be much appreciated and make a huge difference to the women and girls who are playing at that club. So congratulations to all of them. I'm absolutely thrilled that we will be delivering $2 million to support Banyule City Council to build a new netball facility and to upgrade the Ivanhoe Croquet Club at Ivanhoe Park. So these investments do really help promote active, inclusive communities. The netball, obviously, encouraging, again, more women to be able to participate and play sport. And at the Croquet Club, to be able to encourage people of all abilities and older people as well to be involved in the club there. And I always enjoy my visits to the Ivanhoe Croquet Club. They are a very lively bunch. They've given me some tips. I'm not very good yet, but I hope that I have the opportunity to continue to go back and improve my skills. We are continuing to support community infrastructure more broadly, including at Shelley Park in Heidelberg Heights, which is getting a brand new pavilion and club rooms from an investment we made during the last term. I'm really looking forward to seeing that as a new hub for local sport and community events. And this does come, I think, at an important time for that growing population in that area of Jagga Jagga. At Eltham Lower Park, we've opened a new off-leash dog park, and the sporting pavilion there will be upgraded, which will help the local lacrosse, croquet and cricket clubs there. So lots going on the sporting and community front in Jagga Jagga, which I'm very pleased about. Deputy Speaker, one of the main focuses for our government this term is, of course, housing. And we know that right across Australia we have challenges when it comes to housing. It is still very difficult, particularly for people to enter the market. We don't have enough social and affordable housing. We are trying our best to tackle this, obviously after many years of those opposite neglecting it, neglecting to have a housing minister for most of their time in government, in fact. So one of the again, frequent conversations I had with people in Jagga Jagga during the election campaign was how difficult it is to get into the housing market. And many people who are having this conversation with me were approaching it from a situation of generational inequality, talking to me about how they were worried for their children or their grandchildren, and also how they want their children or their grandchildren to be able to live in the sort of vicinity of them. Again, it is Jagga Jagga in many parts is an expensive place to buy a house, and people want to be able to live near families, live near the places where they love and grew up. So I am really pleased that our government has announced that we're expanding the opportunity so that people can access the dream of home ownership with a 5% deposit, and that will now come into effect from the 1st of October this year. In Jagga Jagga, we are also delivering new social and affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund and the Social Housing Accelerator. So in West Heidelberg, we've teamed up with the state government to rebuild the Belbardia estate. So this will mean 104 homes in the area, delivering high-quality modern housing. It's on a site that previously had 94 homes, which were not really fit for purpose anymore. So they were demolished some years ago. I'm really glad that we are getting these new houses built on that site, and I know that that will be really important for the 3081 community. Across Ivanhoe, Heidelberg, Rosanna and Greensboro, 642 new homes are being built through the HAF. We have now just funded 25 additional homes under the second round of the HAF in Belfield. These are significant investments in Jagga Jagga and in our communities. And again, I'm really pleased with how our community has embraced this opportunity and seen the need for more housing and particularly more social and affordable housing in our area. It will support women and children leaving family violence. It will support First Nations people. It will mean that key workers, can live close to things like the Aston Hospital. So that's going to be really important, and I look forward to continuing to see those houses be built and hopefully visiting some of them fairly shortly for an opening. Deputy Speaker, I talked before about intergenerational equality, and I think, again, when I talk about those future conversations that people had with me during the election campaign, this idea of how we're making sure we do build a country that delivers our children and their children a better life was one that people were talking with me about. So I'm very pleased that one of the first acts of our government in this new session of Parliament was to introduce our bill to wipe 20% off all student debt. I've already heard from many people in Jagga Jagga about what a real difference this has made to them, particularly when it does come to things like looking at getting into the housing market. So that's fantastic. Obviously, we have a commitment not just to wiping debt, but to helping young people to get the skills and education they need. We've made free TAFE permanent because it is essential to skills development and opportunity. In my community, that means students at Greensborough and West Heidelberg Melbourne Polytechnic are already benefiting. We are investing in the future workforce through a new National TAFE Centre of Excellence for Housing Construction at West Heidelberg Melbourne Polytechnic, so that'll be fantastic. That's a $50 million investment, which will tackle skills shortages, speed up housing delivery and support more sustainable construction, all while creating strong pathways into secure local jobs. And it was great to visit that site with Minister Giles and talk with some of the students studying there and also some of the educators about the important work that they are doing there. Deputy Speaker, another great strength of Jagga Jagga is our diversity. I'm proud to represent one of the largest Somali Australian communities in the country. I was pleased to secure further funding for Himalo Community Connect, which does outstanding work in education, youth leadership and engagement within the community. Supporting community cohesion, interfaith understanding and cultural celebration has been a focus of the great work they are doing. Together with the member for Cooper, I was also proud to support the Dar es Salaam Community Centre, helping to ensure that it remains a safe and welcoming gathering place. Thank you to community leaders Abdallah Ahmed and Ishmael Gabo, to Abdi Aziz Farah, Pam Burley and Yusuf Oman. You and your teams are doing the work on the ground in the community, and I thank you for your collaboration and to all of those in the Somali Australian community who are helping us build a more inclusive and connected society. There are a lot of thank yous to make after a campaign, and I do want to thank all of the people who made our local campaign possible. In Jagga Jagga, we did run a grassroots campaign, local, positive, progressive, and focused on what matters to our community. I'm so grateful to every person who gave their time, their energy, and their belief in the work we do. To my incredible volunteers and branch members, thank you. Whether you joined us in the morning at train stations, whether you were making phone calls in the evenings, whether you were there every day at pre-poll or helping behind the scenes, I could not have done this without you. To Judy, Jenny, Gary, Rhonda, Chris, Jason, and all our local party leaders and volunteers, thank you for your trust and your support. To my state colleagues, Anthony Carbines, Colin Brooks and Vicky Ward, it's always such a pleasure to have your support and to work with you on behalf of our communities, and I'm looking forward to standing alongside you in your coming election campaigns. To my wonderful staff, to David as my campaign manager, Simone, to Alex, Kate, Ziggy, Izzy who's here in the chamber, and to Carla, you all worked so hard and you delivered for our community, so thank you. Of course, to my family, to Daniel and Harriet and Gilbert, these campaigns do take a lot and put a toll on families. I could not do it without any of them. It was great to see Harriet, who's now 7, take quite an interest in this campaign. She's definitely on Team Red. She was quite pleased and proud to see her mum's face up around the electorate. She's 7. I don't think that will be the case if I get the chance to run for election when she's 10. So I also enjoyed having that moment. But a huge thanks to them, to my parents and to my brothers and their partners and the whole family who wrapped around us. A final thank you from me also to the Australian Electoral Commission. We are really privileged in this country that we have an independent commission that is dedicated to running our elections in a way that is free, fair and transparent. And I know that that work is not always easy. I think particularly we can see this in local campaigns, and we did see this, I think, in this last local campaign, particularly when it came to pre-polling, that the environment can get heated, that there can be some very difficult demands put on AEC staff who are working to deliver a free and fair election. And I think that the way the AEC is able to deal with those demands, the professionalism shown by staff, is exemplary. And we absolutely must make sure that we protect that system and that we make sure that Australians do feel confident to vote, feel proud to vote and to participate in our democracy. So thank you to the AEC and look forward to hopefully doing it with them all again. In the meantime, look forward to delivering for Jagga Jagga during this campaign.
Thank you. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. It was an absolute pleasure in the last sitting to listen to all the first speeches from the new MPs. They were very impressive and from a wide variety of backgrounds. It was humbling to hear the skills, experiences, attributes, backgrounds that this new cohort, the class of 2025, brings to us. And it's going to make our parliament better. We're going to make better decisions based on that broad range of experience, as the will of the Australian people was shown. Of course, the class of 2022 as well, some outstanding members of that class. And they continue to impress. My classmates of the class of 2016 and all members of our caucus are united in our vision to deliver for the Australian people. And already in this term we've seen so many examples of that as we deliver on the commitments that we made to the Australian people over the last 5 or so years in the lead up to the elections, that we maintained those commitments and then delivered in the first term, now delivering in the second term. But of course, listening to all the first speeches, it does cause one to reflect on your own first speech, which I delivered in the main chamber almost 9 years to the day from today. And in a photo I've got of that delivery is Warren Snowden, the old man, the member for Lingiari, who's been capably replaced nowadays by my friend and colleague Marion Scrimgeour, the member for Lingiari now. But Warren is in that photo and was a great assistance and mentor to me, and he continues to assist the Northern Territory and Australia in our mission for advancing reconciliation and to developing the North. But he was also very passionate about his veterans' work. He was the Veterans Affairs Minister. And I'm very honoured today to have another veteran, my brother Dan, join us in the Fed Chamber. Dan served in the Australian Army for about 28 years in the infantry and a variety of roles, but a lot of work with both the Norforce, our Indigenous First Nations soldiers, and also with the people of Timor-Leste. And I referred to my time with, in both of those places, serving with those cohorts of both Australian and Timor-Leste soldiers, and it very much enriched my life. But a lot of that experience and a lot of the reasons that I'm here now in this place representing the people of Darwin and Palmerston and serving as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Defence, Veterans and Northern Australia is down to my brother Daniel. So I wanted to publicly acknowledge that, put it on the Hansard forever and a day, that I really appreciate all the support that you've given me over the years, brother. When on my first speech I spoke about the great privilege of representing the people of Solomon, the northern capital of Australia, where we've got over 100, or people from over 100 countries that have been generously welcomed to the lands, the ancient lands of the Larrakia people and other groups of First Nations people in the north of Australia, where not only their connection to land is ancient, but multiple hundreds of years, 300 to 500 years of relationships with people from other surrounding islands in what is now called Indonesia. Those trading relationships go back a long way, and that relationship with Indonesia and certainly Timor-Leste has continued to be part of my life, but also my service to the nation. I'll touch on that briefly in the time I've got available. But as a proud Territorian, I always tell my colleagues, and you know they're all pretty aware of it, it's no need to bang on and sell the territory because everyone's pretty clear about how incredible the place is. I love this territory too, like you do, Deputy Speaker. I spent 4 years here, 3 years at the Australian Defence Force Academy, and then 1 year at the Royal Military College, Duntroon. I did come back for some postgrad study later on as well. It's the place that my children call the cold place, but they love it all the same. They've got cousins down here. They come down here infrequently, but my heart has always been, since Dan and I and the other 6 kids and Mum and Dad headed around Australia in a high-ace van. Mum and Dad took us out of school for about 3 months and we travelled around Australia, and that's the first time we went to the Territory. And yeah, really fell in love with it at that time. Uluru and up the Stewart Highway, Litchfield, you know, Kakadu, and yeah, rolling into Darwin. And when we think back, it was really only 10 years or so after Cyclone Tracy. But the seed was certainly sown on that trip around Australia, but particularly for a lot of us, we'd fallen in love with the Territory a bit, and Dan served there with Norforce in the Army, but one of our sisters nursed there. Our youngest brother worked as a teacher in both Arnhem Land and the Red Centre. Another brother is a Territory firefighter of 16 years. And yes, and Mum and Dad still love coming up, of course, to see their kids, but also their grandkids now. So there's a great love affair with not just those Goslings that went on that trip around Australia and made Darwin or the Territory home, but all the rest of the family as well. But I did speak in that first speech about the things that built that built me in terms of my life experience and my want to be part of the leadership of the nation that I love so much. So I see serving in this place as an extension of that service in the military for non-government organisations and now in the Federal Parliament. So briefly touching on a couple of those things, I met my wife, Kate, actually on Anzac Day in Dili. We were both living in Darwin, but for different reasons we were working in Timor-Leste at the time, and we met playing two-up in Dili. So I never forget our anniversary of meeting. It's Anzac Day, and recently took our family, Kate and I took our two kids, Sally and Frank, over to Timor, and we did some diving. And whenever I talk about the tourism potential of Timor, it's not only because it's so beautiful and so different to the top end of Australia, it's that you can just marry them up. If you go over to Timor-Leste, you stop in Darwin on the way over. If you come to Darwin to get out to Kakadu or whatever, consider the 1 hour flight to get over to Timor-Leste. It's a beautiful place, and it's a really practical way that we can help our good neighbours in their development. Certainly their democracy has been very resilient. They've had 5 rounds of parliamentary and presidential elections now, and it was good to catch up with a lot of the friends that we serve with, both my brother Daniel and I with the Defence Cooperation Program in Timor-Leste. 20 years later, last week, representing the Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles, I attended the 50th anniversary of the Timor-Leste Armed Forces, which was a great event, and they're obviously very proud of their independence and their defence of their sovereignty. And so it's 20 years since I met with a lot of those Timorese generals, and it was a funny thing that they reflected and I reflected that none of us looked any different than we did 20 years ago. But maybe we do a bit, maybe we're a bit slower than we were back then, but to catch up with old friends who still have that real desire to strengthen the relationship between not only our military and their military, but between our two countries. And the relationship between Timor-Leste and Indonesia is also fantastic these days on a number of levels, and it's good to see that reconciliation process has been so successful. I actually look forward to spending some time with the Indonesian Defence Minister here tomorrow. He's visiting the Parliament. But it is 50 years that a lot of things happened that time, 74, 75, some big anniversaries. One of those was the Timorese refugees arriving into Darwin, and the compassion and the solidarity that we showed with them because of, in many ways, the solidarity and compassion that was shown to our Australian soldiers in World War II by the Timorese. In the veteran space, I continue to work with the Veterans Minister to roll out the recommendations that came from the Royal Commission that I worked very hard to see put into place with many others, including the families of those whose sons or daughters had unfortunately made the decision to die by suicide. I think we are making good progress. In my electorate, we had a recent Veterans Conference that was excellent. Veterans and Families Conference, because families are so important, that was excellent. And the Scott Palmer Centre, that's now with the Salvos, who are going to, that's a federally funded program where the Salvos will be purchasing some units that we will be making available for veterans if they become homeless or at risk of homelessness. So that's something that I'm very passionate around. I want to give a shout out to Colin Hurd, the single remaining World War II veteran in the Northern Territory. He was in the Air Force as a pilot in World War II, and I send my regards to him on the 80th anniversary of the end of that awful conflict. I've been very pleased to get out and see some of the people I served with in Norforce, and certainly with a North Australia lens and with a defence lens. The best thing we can do with young people who are not sure what they want to do is cadets, is the Army Indigenous Development Program, the Navy Indigenous Development Program, and service in Norforce 51 Far North Queensland Regiment and the Pilbara Regiment. They remain our eyes and ears throughout Northern Australia, and I certainly recommend to young people in the north that I come across, whether they be Indigenous or not, to consider service, whether it be reserve service or full-time service. I was very thankful and conscious of time. There's other issues. There are other issues in my electorate that I'll reflect on at future opportunities, but the Army is doing fantastic things in Indigenous communities in a program called ACAP, and that's where the National Indigenous Australians Agency joins with Army and in communities builds infrastructure. And just recently, Malarndirri McCarthy, the Senator and Minister for Indigenous Australians, was there at Gapawiak, and a place very familiar to us in Arnhem Squadron of Norforce, and they built a brilliant new community and arts centre, and that'll drive local employment. So, and that's what the best projects are, is where we have our First Nations brothers and sisters in the workforce, whether it be building roads or just their art is incredible, so opportunities to get their product to market, or working as rangers protecting country, or with the Defence Force, fantastic job opportunities in health as well, and doing a lot of the tasks that they naturally do in the community, such as childcare and aged care. As I said, 74, 75 was a significant time for Darwin, and one of the reasons for that was that 50 years ago on Christmas Day, or Christmas Eve rather, Cyclone Tracy hit Darwin with a big loss of life. And I'll be forever thankful to the Prime Minister and the Governor-General and the Chief of the Defence Force, for that matter, Admiral Johnson, who actually was a young boy in Darwin when Cyclone Tracy hit. But to have those three esteemed people from our nation attend, give up their Christmas morning with their families to be there with us in Darwin to mark the 50th anniversary of Cyclone Tracy was was very, very important to the people of Darwin and the survivors, but to our whole community. I'm very proud to have achieved 40 Commonwealth-funded medical places, so that our university, Charles Darwin University, is going to have next year a medical program for the first time. We're very thankful to Flinders University, who will continue to provide a medical program, but when you consider that Northern Territory is about 60 doctors short, our ability to get a pipeline of doctors, including First Nations doctors, but with a preference for Territorians, so that there's a better chance of them hanging around rather than us training up doctors and then seeing them disappear down south. We are building the North, we're building the Territory, and the way we are doing that is through things like fee-free TAFE, doing things like having young Territorians able to purchase their first home and become a homeowner with just a 5% deposit, and if they happen to be studying, knock 20% off their HECS debt. It all helps. Tax cuts, the whole lot helps, and obviously assistance to Territorians with cost of living has been very important for me, as it is for our whole government. Now, when it comes to youth, I particularly want to make sure that we've got opportunities for young Territorians. They'll always seek to go interstate to have the adventure of living in a big city interstate, but I want to make sure that there's enough going on in Darwin and Palmerston. We're building our population, we're building our infrastructure, social and otherwise, so that Territory kids say, oh, I've heard about I've heard from my schoolmates about great opportunities, employment opportunities happening back at home in Darwin or in Palmerston or anywhere in the top end. So that's what the infrastructure builds, the logistics hubs, the focus on solar, the focus on how we utilise our gas reserves in environmentally sustainable ways, how we basically turn Territory sunshine into energy security, not only for us in the north, but to power green industry, because that's where the future is, but also to send overseas, undersea, in fact, through cables through to Singapore, and I think in the future Indonesia as well, to help them with their energy security. We've certainly got the land to do that, and we've got some of the best solar radiance in the world, so that is really exciting, and it's really exciting for young Territorians to know that there's going to be so many renewable energy future and energy future, critical minerals future jobs in the NT. I'll touch on defence. Obviously, having served in the Defence Force, I'm incredibly proud of our serving men and women and those who have worn the uniform. They're great ambassadors for the country. I met this morning with the very impressive Deputy Chief of Army, Chris Smith. We talked about a lot of issues that came out of the Royal Commission and the way Army is changing in ways subtle and significant to make sure that we optimise the human capital of the patriots who sign up to serve in our Defence Forces, particularly when it comes to looking after people who are using weaponry that is serious weaponry that we need as an insurance policy for our nation. We need a strong military. I'm proud of those that are working on the AUKUS endeavour. I'm proud of those who are making sure that our men and women have got the best possible support that they can, and as a special envoy, that is exactly what I'm committed to. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that the address be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Sorry, Speaker. Just had a bit of a little mistake here. Here we go. Thank you, Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to once again be given the opportunity to stand here in this place representing the good people of the Hunter. Thank you to the people of Cessnock, Singleton, Branxton, Edgeworth, Cameron Park, Dora Creek, Toronto, Morisset, Wangi, YE, and the people from all the surrounding areas putting your trust in me. And a very special thank you and welcome to the newest parts of our electorate, of the Hunter electorate, Kurri Kurri, Weston, Abermain and the smaller townships nearby. For the past 3 years, I've worked my guts out to be the best federal member of Parliament for my electorate, and I promise you this will be the exact same over the next 3 years. I want to thank you all. I want to thank all the incredible volunteers, my fantastic staff and supporters who stood by me during the election campaign. I'm lucky to have such a great team who are passionate, hard-working and always ready to pull up the sleeves. It's fair to say we have built a Dan army. None of this would be possible without the people behind the scenes who give their time, energy and heart. So from me and my family to you guys, thank you so much for what you did to help re-elect me into this wonderful place. I can't thank you all enough. I also wouldn't be able to do this job without the support from my amazing wife, Alex, my two beautiful daughters, Zoe and Asha. Thank you for all that you deal with and have dealt with over the last 3 years. Sorry for everything that I have missed in the past, and I'm sorry for the things that I will miss in this next 3 years because of my role. Thank you for your love, your comfort and your patience. Now I'm going to turn the spotlight on an issue that doesn't get spoken about as much as it should, Deputy Speaker. I want to talk about some facts and figures. They are stark, they are confronting, but they represent an issue that we need to talk about. I want to talk about men's health. 3 in 4 suicides are men. 7 in 10 young people who die are men. 4 in every 5 heart deaths under 65 are men. Men are 50% more likely than women to die from cancer. 7 in 10 alcohol-related deaths are men. 3 in 4 road deaths are men. 95% of workplace deaths are men. 71% of men are overweight or obese. Men are 1.3 times more likely to have type 2 diabetes than women. Over 3,500 men die every year from prostate cancer. To put this in perspective, 50 men a day die
each and every day from avoidable causes. And what does this all mean, Speaker? It means that men are dying too young. In fact, we are dying on average 5 years younger than the amazing women in our lives. But these aren't just numbers or facts written on a piece of paper. Behind every single number, is a person, a father, a son, a husband. What these numbers and facts represent is a widespread, undeniable issue facing men of every race, religion and age in every corner of our country. The long and the short of it is that men are dying younger than they need to, and we owe it to each other to find out why. But to do this, we need to turn the statistics around. And it all starts with a conversation, Speaker. For the first time in this country's history, we have a role dedicated towards the health of men. And I am very humbled to have been given this huge responsibility of serving as a first ever Special Envoy for Men's Health. I'm also excited because this role has huge potential to make a real difference in the men's health outcomes all around this country. And one of the major benefits of this role is the opportunity to get the conversation started. It's about time that this topic has been brought to the floors of this Parliament. When 75% of suicides are men, and some of our biggest killers like heart disease impact men at a massively higher rate than women, it's obvious that these issues need to be addressed and changes need to be made, Speaker. The issue of men dying young is an important one, and it deserves a position in this place focused on addressing it. Now we have that, and I'm so proud of the Albanese Labor government that we have now done this. Whether it was me or somebody else, it doesn't matter who it was in this role, I'm just glad that we have a government that is actually talking about this. There are two equally important parts of men's health: mental health and physical health. When it comes to our mental health, there is one thing that we as men need to get better at, and that's just talking to each other. The sad truth is that most people know a man who has taken their own life. It doesn't need to be this way, Speaker. Our mental health isn't an easy topic to talk about. I know that when I get together with my mates, we don't sit around talking about what is causing us stress. Most of us wouldn't even dream of bringing up our feelings or our emotions. But you know what, Speaker? Maybe we should. We all have stress and pressures in life. It's normal and it's unavoidable. But whether it's stress from work or family struggles or just feeling flat for no reason at all, you don't have to carry it alone. Talk to a mate. Call your GP. Take a break. Ask for help and don't wait until you're at breaking point. There's no shame in having a bad day, but there's power in doing something about it. You're not alone, you're not weak, and you're not meant to suffer in silence. And I just want to say to the member for Cowper, you've gone through a massively hard time, and I'm glad you're in the chamber now for us to have this conversation, because these are hard things to talk about. So please make sure you're getting the help you need along the way as well. No worries. And starting the conversation might just help others that are going through hard times too. Let's make it normal for blokes to talk about what's really going on, because real strength starts upstairs. As mates, we have a responsibility as well. If you notice something isn't right, please just check in on your mates. Check in on them and have a conversation. If your mate is looking down, or if you notice a change in his behaviour, let him know that you're there for his support and that you'll have a conversation anytime. You don't have to fix anything. Just listening and being there can be all that makes the real difference. It's important to be there for your mates in the good times and the bad. So if you haven't heard from a mate in a while, give them a call and check in with them. When it comes to men's physical health, not only is it something we don't talk about, it's often something that we don't even think about as men, or as often as we should. Too many of us have the she'll be right kind of attitude, when too often things aren't right, Deputy Speaker. Whether it's our heart health, prostate, testes, bowel cancer, that funny looking mole that changed colour, or even the common cold, we just don't take our physical health seriously. If our car was making a funny noise or something doesn't seem right, we'd take it to the mechanic and get it fixed. But when something doesn't feel right with our health, we ignore it and delay going to the doctor until we're sick of being told by our loved ones or until an arm's about to fall off. And there are figures to back this up, Speaker. 60% of blokes wait more than a week to see a doctor when something is not right. 1 in 3 blokes wait over a month. So please don't wait until the issue gets too big to fix. Get on top of it early. I know that there are some things that us guys may not feel comfortable seeing their doctor about or talking to our doctor about. One example of this is prostate cancer. Thousands of men die from this every single year. But if caught early enough, it can often be treated successfully. I have no doubt that there are some men out there that aren't too keen on going in for a prostate exam. But it's 2025, gents, and the reality is that you no longer need a finger up the anus to get your prostate checked. It can be simply done with a simple little finger test, a blood test on your finger. It's amazing the number of things that can be detected by a blood test. So what's stopping you? Remember, there's no more finger, it's a simple little blood test. It takes a couple of minutes and it could literally save your life. If you're over 50 or over 40 with family history, go have a yarn with your GP. Have the conversation about this and get it sorted. Testicular health is another issue that many men do not feel comfortable about talking about at all. The most sensitive parts of our bodies can cause us a whole range of issues, and it's not only when we've been hit flush by a cricket ball. Testicular cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer among young men in this country. So, if you have a lump on your testes or if something isn't right, please go and see your GP and get it checked. Erectile dysfunction is another one, Speaker, that blokes don't talk about, that blokes are embarrassed about, that so many people in the male population are dealing with right now. So please, if you're having some ED issues, this is not uncommon. This happens to many men, but masks so many other things that could be wrong. So if you are having some ED issues, please go and see your GP, talk to your pharmacist, have the conversations, and please get the checkups, because it definitely is usually masking other issues. So please get out there and have those conversations. Our heart health is another issue that too many of us just don't take seriously. Heart disease is the #1 killer in Australian men, especially for blokes over 30 who are most at risk. The catch is that you might feel fine right up until you're not. If you want to keep your ticker ticking, go and get a heart health check. They're covered by Medicare. The good news is that we have just made these checks free for the next 3 years. All you do need is your Medicare card for that one. There is no treadmill, no stress tests or running marathons involved, just a chat with your GP, a few simple checks, and to see if you're at risk of having a heart attack or a stroke can be covered by just those. Over 870,000 Aussies have already had it done, 200,000 this year alone. That's a lot of dads, brothers, mates who'll be around longer because they took 30 minutes out of their day. Us men need to stop being weird about seeing a doctor. If something isn't right, don't ignore it, and don't try and convince yourself that it'll go away by itself. An uncomfortable conversation is better than poor health, and is much better than dying from something that is avoidable. Go in, get the checks, have the tests, and stay on top of your health so you can stick around for those who need you most. It's not only when something doesn't feel right that you should pay a visit to your GP. Sometimes we get busy in life and we let our health fall by the wayside and we don't even realise it. Before you know it, it's been 5 years since you've seen your GP. You don't even know who he is anymore. They're not at the clinic. But there's one easy way that men can keep on top of this, and that's a regular checkup with your doctor. Every time I'm in a room full of blokes, I ask the same question. Put your hand up if you've been to see the GP in the last 12 months and have got a blood test. And I can tell you, Speaker, not very many hands go up at all. But we could fix this. When you go get your car regoed every 12 months, if it gets to that age, because they've got to go and get their rego checks every 12 months, go out, book in while you're sitting there waiting for your rego check to be done. Book in to see your GP while you're there. If you've put in for your 10,000 kilometre service, maybe think about booking then. Well, you know what? On your birthday, give yourself a birthday present, and the ones around you a present as well. Book it in. Take 5 minutes out of your day, call your GP. Because being healthy is the best present you can give yourself and also your loved ones around you. I'll be the first to put my hand up and say that I'm guilty of not always going for a checkup in the past. But I'm now making it a habit, and I think every male in this country should as well. It's only been a short amount of time since the role of Special Envoy for Men's Health was created, but we've hit the ground running, investing $32 million to support men's health and to help encourage men to get the help they need when they need it, whether that be their mental health or their physical health. We're delivering $11.3 million for Movember to provide men's health care training to primary health care workers and develop a campaign to encourage us blokes to go and see their doctor, to make that visit. Training will be based on Movember's existing Men in Mind program for mental health workers and will help around 60,000 doctors and nurses support men to get the health care that they need. The remaining $20.7 million will go towards grassroots initiatives that support men's health and wellbeing in a community setting, because being part of a community is the best way to help support those around us. And often these grassroots organisations and events provide support in exactly the kind of intimate and focused setting that is most effective, Speaker. $8.3 million will go towards supporting another 2 years of the Men's Shed Initiative, National Shed Development Program, which provides grants of up to $10,000 for individual men's sheds. We will also support the Australian Men's Shed Association to deliver new health promotions and preventative programs. I've been lucky enough, I've visited a lot of men's sheds in the last few months, Speaker, and I love it. It's one of the favourite parts of my job, not just because I usually get a cracking feed from these guys when I go there, but because men's sheds play such an important role in men's health. They provide a space for men to support men and for guys to get together, have a chat, work on some projects and enjoy each other's company. This is the kind of thing that can really make a difference to your well-being. So I highly recommend you get out to your local men's shed, old or young, get out there, have a chat with them. They are a fantastic place to be. And you might even bump into me at one of them. A further $7.4 million will go towards the Movember to expand the successful Ahead of the Game program, which has been delivered in partnership with the AFL. I've played my fair share of footy and sport in general, and I know what it's like. When your head's in the game, you put on a tough face and nothing can faze you. But that's not always right, Speaker. The Head of the Game program equips boys and young men in the sporting environment with emotional resilience and teaches them to seek help when they need it, which is so important. They're also delivering $3 million to Healthy Male to support the delivery of their Plus Parental Project, a program helping men prepare for fatherhood through development of good partnering skills before birth. I was lucky enough to meet with the good people at Healthy Male earlier in the year, and they are really doing some amazing work, Speaker. $2 million is going to the Black Dog Institute to research mental health and suicide prevention at the Danny Frawley Centre for Health and Wellbeing. Funding is also supporting St Kilda Footy Club's annual Spuds Game at the MCG, which raises community awareness to fight men's mental ill health. This investment is only the first steps to supporting men's health. I can't wait to continually working with the health team and Minister Butler to keep making progress when it comes to supporting blokes by closing the gaps that too many men and boys are falling through. There's a stack of incredible organisations doing things for men's health. I've been lucky enough to meet so many of them, including the Men's Shed, the Man Cave, Movember, Healthy Male, Trademark, TX, Talk to Me Bro, Top Blokes Foundation, and the Men's Health Education Rural Van, or commonly referred to as MERV, van run by Rotary. They're all doing their bit to address the many different issues that we face as men, and I'm looking forward to doing my bit too. I'm committed to working closely with the experts, advocates and everyday Aussie blokes and women to find out what we can do to ensure that all fellas, big or small, old or young, bearded, moustached or clean-shaven, are as healthy as we possibly can be. We need real conversations, real resources and real results, and I'm looking forward to the challenge, Speaker. I want to make one last important point. This is not a political issue. There is nothing diversive or divisive about addressing men's health. So I hope that we can come together in this place, in this most amazing building in Canberra, where we really do the best for Australians. I hope that we can really come together in this place, regardless of what side of the chamber we sit on, and stand tall as one for men's health. Together, let's get this conversation started. Let's make a difference to all the men around Australia. Let's look after our physical and mental health. Talk to our mates. Go and see our GPs. Get a checkup. Chat to your pharmacist. Actually listen to your wives. Actually listen to your kids. Actually listen to the people in your life that you love, that you care for the most. Talk to them. Listen to them. If they're telling you to go and see a GP, or you need a hand here or there, or even if they're just asking if you're feeling okay, don't hold it in. If you aren't feeling okay, have the conversation. There is always going to be somebody that can listen to you and that will want to listen to you, because we can't continue to go through those horrendous statistics that I spoke about earlier. We need to see more amazing men in this country. We need to see more amazing women in this country, because when men and women are both healthy, we have a healthy generation, a healthy population, and healthy communities. So please make sure you're reaching out and getting the help you need along the way. And we're here as a government to help you along the way as well. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Hunter for his valuable contribution. Your description of one of the means of prostate testing did have me wondering whether you'd used unparliamentary language, but I'll let it stand. It worked in the circumstances. And I call the member for Petrie.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I thank the member for Petrie. Is the motion seconded? I second the motion. And I thank the member for Cowper. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, the 28th of August.